Your seats. Those of you who will be speaking in the near future, please come and have a seat up front. Not trying to embarrass anyone. Good morning. My name is Jennifer Gordon, and I'm the director of the Nuclear Energy Policy Initiative at the Atlantic Council. On behalf of our Wyoming and Idaho partners and the Atlantic Council, welcome to the Frontiers Project meeting. Today's program is taking place in person in beautiful Jackson, Wyoming, and we are also recording and live streaming the entirety of today's program. I am so delighted to be here, and it's so crucial that we are here today to talk about energy. Wyoming produces 14 times more energy than it consumes, playing an indispensable role in U.S. energy security. But at the same time that we need to increase our energy security and energy independence, we also know that we need to support energy-intensive industries with cleaner technologies. This is much harder than lowering emissions in the power sector, because of course we have the existing reactor fleet for that. But what about mining, trona, blockchain, heavy industry, and manufacturing? I think that advanced nuclear energy, small modular reactors, microreactors, will have a key role to play in this. But more importantly, we need to leverage our human capital to address these tougher challenges. And looking out today at the folks here from Wyoming and from Idaho, I know that this Frontiers region can lead the way. Today we'll be hearing from voices across the Wyoming business landscape, from investors, from regulators who are actually some of the biggest supporters of innovation, and also learning how what we do in this Frontiers region can connect to global markets. Thank you so much for joining us, and I'm delighted now to turn to a message from the governor of this great state of Wyoming, Governor Mark Gordon.
Hi, this is Wyoming Governor Mark Gordon, and I want to welcome you to Wyoming and to the Frontiers Project Summit. Wyoming is a frontier state, so it's a pleasure to partner with the Atlantic Council, the Wyoming Energy Authority, the Wyoming Business Council, and the University of Wyoming School of Energy Resources on the frontier of new energy opportunities and technologies. You can see we have a loaded team. Wyoming is a leader in the development of technologies to unlock energy solutions, from coal to shale to nuclear. Our state is not sitting idly by, waiting for others to determine our future. This is, in fact, an exciting time to be in Wyoming, a time when finding energy resources is not really the challenge. Rather, we are challenging ourselves to find ways to do it better, and finding ways to continue to lead and to diversify how we use and how we produce energy. We are a state which fosters innovation and believes in the free market. When a challenge is posed, Wyoming doesn't try to dictate the solution. We look to the market to figure out the most elegant solution, and we will partner as needed. Innovation, not regulation, is the solution. The discussions yesterday at the Global Technology Conference and the ones taking place here today will examine possible solutions to the challenges we face. Today, this group will focus on advanced nuclear energy and frontier opportunities. Last year, a challenge to commercialize advanced nuclear energy was posed to the market. It presents a dependable and distributable low-carbon energy source. TerraPower answered that call with Natrium, a demonstration project in Kemmerer, Wyoming. TerraPower stepped up as a player in the free market approach to climate change solutions. And I'm excited to see this project continue to progress, and I look forward to the contribution the company is making to Wyoming and to the discussions like this one we're having here today. These are exciting times with many possibilities, and I look forward to hearing the results of these conversations. Good luck and enjoy the summit.
to introduce our first fireside chat. And I want to make one note on our introductions, which is that we are doing very short bios for all of our speakers, because if we read their entire bios to you, we would be here all day and we wouldn't have time for discussion. We have such an incredible esteemed group of speakers and also audience members today. So we are dispensing with formal, lengthy introductions, but I am delighted to welcome to the stage Ray Rothrock, who is partner emeritus at Venrock.
And good morning, everyone. Thank you, Jennifer, for that introduction. Wow, that's loud. Ernie, are you here? There you are. Please, come up. Yeah, no. Got to pay attention here. Well, thanks for coming across the country, Ernie, from the East Coast. Really,
to see you again.
yeah, right. Yeah, we were just together on Tuesday. So, Ernie Moniz, of course, is one of the nation's leading thinkers and doers in the world of energy. He's MIT professor emeritus now, I guess, but still active. He, of course, was the 13th Secretary of Energy in the United States in President Obama's second term, and you also were in the Clinton administration as undersecretary, I believe.
NOSTP.
NOSTP, so in PCAST, actually, for a while there. Founder of the MIT Energy Institute in 2006, I think that was, or
Energy Initiative.
Initiative, okay. You like that term.
Right.
And
you do too.
yeah, I know, I do. He, for a professor, you sure found a lot of stuff. But subsequent to his term as the Secretary of Energy, he became the CEO of the Nuclear Threat Initiative in Washington. This is an important organization founded by Senator Sam Nunn, and Ted Turner. And he also is the CEO of the Energy Futures Initiative, which we're going to talk about this morning a little bit. Also, you have a unique perspective. You're on some corporate boards, Southern Energy, I believe, a public company, and then TAE Technologies, a fusion company, a private fusion company. So you're getting it from all sides, government, public, corporate, private. Pretty cool. So let's talk about energy, nuclear energy. So, nuclear energy has been stagnant in the United States for a long time, in the sense that we hadn't really built much until very recently. Now Vogtle they're loading Vogtle. And the AR business, the advanced reactor business, all has been coming along. There's, I've seen various reports, 50 or 60 startups in the area for advanced reactors. The Department of Energy recently let a very major program to push some of these advanced reactors forward. And so here we are. TerraPower here, Chris is here today. We don't quite have steel in the ground, but we've got a plan. So is nuclear energy going to come out of this doldrums? Is this really going to be a coming out party for the industry?
Well, I think obviously I'm very hopeful that will be the case, and that's for both fission and fusion. Maybe we'll come to the latter later on. But look, when all is said and done, and I've been saying this for years, regrettably, that the trend towards more and more extreme weather, which we are, of course, seeing, and that's not just in the United States, that's obviously globally. In fact, we won't go down this rabbit hole, but there are several major geopolitical issues globally that have not been tied appropriately to things like extreme weather and dislocations of populations, et cetera. I mean, it's happening in so many different ways. And secondly, and a second trend, to finish that thought, my statement was always that in the end, extreme weather is what would drive public opinion kind of over the edge towards we really do need to get low carbon electricity and energy sources out there. Secondly, a second thread, which is more recent, obviously, is that it's pretty hard to find silver linings in the Ukrainian situation with Russia's invasion. But I guess one of those silver linings is the focus on energy security has been elevated very, very dramatically And all of this has combined to see some pretty tangible movements towards having, nuclear power re-examined and extended and possibly kick-started in terms of the future. Obviously, Germany extending its last few reactors may not be huge in terms of the number of megawatt hours, but it sure is a hell of a signal coming from Germany. And of course, I'm very interested in what happens with like Diablo Canyon in California, with its sudden possible new lease on life. I don't want to go here now, Ray, but if you want, we can come back to it. Like Diablo Canyon, it's great that the political dynamics within the state seem to have been resolved, but I'm not convinced it's out of the woods for business model reasons associated with, let's say, improvable regulatory structures in California and elsewhere. So, but anyway, but a lot of these trends are there. And going back to the first one, the extreme weather, which I believe is increasingly providing that some of that impetus for nuclear. I don't want to sound overly cynical, but I will. Those of us who have been advocating, the low carbon energy transition for a long time, I would say collectively, and I put myself in that camp, I think made a fatefully bad decision some years back, in which we decided that the argument would be that we all love our children and grandchildren so much that we would invest in the low carbon future. No, we love them, but not that much. Whereas extreme weather means you're paying the price now, and boy, are we paying the price.
Right.
And that has moved public opinion much more dramatically, in fact. So anyway, I think all of these forces are converging, and now it's up to us to capture the opportunity. I'm sure we'll come to discuss things like IRA and various federal commitments. Whether they are enough, we'll come back to discuss as well. The answer to me is no, but anyway, we'll save that for your.
Well, on the notion of Diablo Canyon, an existing plant, there have been several plants have been shut down for economic reasons. So it seems to me economics drives whether you keep these things open or shut them down.
Right.
California's putting up $1.6 billion to keep Diablo open, which, by the way, was about the cost of the water fix. I actually was with a group. We looked at buying Diablo Canyon and found out there was
Should have.
We should. Well, we still might, but there was $1 billion problem with water.
Right.
That was what was killing the.
Well, the
cash flows.
water is what led to the original decision in
right.
2017, 2018. In fact, and as you well know, one of the leaders of that was the chairman of the Coastal Commission at the time.
Right.
What was his name? I think it was Gavin Newsom or
something like that. Yeah.
Right. And, so.
Yeah. No. So the existing fleet has issues of various kinds. And by the way, I will also point out in the extreme weather, the plants in Florida stayed open and turning on power. Even at least in the United States, we've made some of these pretty durable.
Well, they had plenty of water for cooling, that's for sure.
That's right.
Right.
Warm water, though. Warm water. But how about the new plants, though? Like I say, there's a lot of activity going on. There's a lot of private dollars. There's several $1 billion of federal money going into it. Do you think we'll actually build something this decade? Something new this decade?
I think so, yeah. Of course, not here in Wyoming. We just heard the governor, but first of all, I think we are seeing motion that looks quite credible in terms of Gen 3 plus. Essentially light water technologies, whether it's a NuScale or the GE boiling water reactor in the United States and Canada, et cetera. And of course, the NRC, and I know we have at least a couple of former commissioners here, if not more. They obviously are much more comfortable for obvious reasons in terms of light water technologies. They've been doing it for a while. Whereas we still, I think, face challenges in the real Gen 4 reactors, bringing it all together. But there's clearly a strong desire to do that, including, you mentioned the DOE and some of the new legislation. So I think we will see certainly at least some light water reactors, smaller light water reactors operating this decade, and there's a good chance that TerraPower and X-Energy could get over the finish line. There are other challenges, as we know, that, for example, both of those Gen 4 reactors need HALEU, need high assay LEU. Now we're trying to scramble to figure out where the hell do we get HALEU, since the only source was Russia, and that's no longer viable. So that's another challenge in terms of the time frame there. But I think a very fundamental problem, and I'm going to leave this for longer discussion in the next panel. My colleague Jeff Brown here in the front row can go on for, but stop him because he can go on for 45 minutes on one point, and that is that the federal government programs, and this goes back, by the way, when I was secretary, it was, if not the last, no, it was not the last, but it was one of the very last activities of my Secretary of Energy Advisory Board, was looking at what it would actually take for the federal government to get anything over the finish line in terms of new reactors. And the point I would just make is that the federal government has still not gotten off the idea that its job is to get the first of a kind out there. And the first of a kind is often taken to be rather generic, like the first of a kind nuclear plant, the first of a kind CCS industrial plant, as opposed to not recognizing that each of those have so many subcategories, each of which needs to be demonstrated for the investment community. Again, Jeff will discuss that. And then the first of a kind, even operating, may very well not be nearly enough, especially given the investment structural issues, the long time frame, the high capital intensity, still some of the lingering reputational questions in certain parts of the country, et cetera, that first of a kind may not be enough to convince the investment committee to say yes. Then you're going to need the next of a kind, and maybe you need the nth of a kind, and what's N? Yeah. I don't know exactly. But anyway, we don't have a really structured, integrated view, including at the federal level, especially about you got to work with the private sector to get this to the place where investors can make non-concessionary decisions to put money in, recognizing returns are not necessarily coming, in a couple of years.
Wow. It reminds me of, excuse me.
But this can happen. It's just that we have to recognize,
it's
great, first step, take a little exhale, but not too much, because now we've got to go on to the second and third steps.
Yeah.
Right.
It reminds me of the shipping port story, right? It was a government-private,
Right.
A government-public, private-public partnership to build that first reactor, the first one on land. So,
and I'm gonna, if I may make it an aside on that kind of idea, of course, going back in history, there is a wonderful, quotes wonderful, tendency to think about this disastrous private-public partnership on synfuels back in the 80s.
yeah.
Built up this thing for artificial fuels and gasification, and
The whole western slope of Colorado.
right, right, and then it got sold at like 5 cents on the dollar capital, which makes it a pretty good investment actually, and it's still operating, in fact. But my point would be, from a point of view of public policy, and I'm happy to debate this, synfuels was a roaring success. Its failure was because the market changed. But that was the whole point. was to provide a kind of a platform if oil stayed at, in today's prices at, $120 or $150, you would have an alternative way of producing essential transportation fuels in that case. I didn't think the fact that the market changed as in much lower oil prices was a bad thing. The job was done. It provided the technology demonstration and deployment to have a sensible energy security posture. So, I think we really had to think hard about what is it that the federal government is trying to do with the private sector, and certainly whether it's SynFuels or today's DOE loan programs, sharply distinguish between things like technology failure, market failures, financial structure failures. Those are very, very different. And the market failures is often what you're trying to hedge against through a federal investment.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I haven't heard the word SynFuel in quite a long time. But,
industrial policy is on my
hear
brain, and I know those were bad words to say, especially in Wyoming, but industrial policy is now a bipartisan approach, frankly, to legislation, whether you want to use those words or not. Anyway, that's another rabbit hole.
Oh, that's all right. That's okay. It's a good rabbit hole to talk about. So let's talk about this recent bill, the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act that was just passed and signed by the president. Just some. I mean, it's a huge bill. It's $1 trillion bill. 300-something billion is directed at nuclear. Some of the elements of
at low carbon.
Low carbon, thank you. Sorry, I can't separate that. But anyway, there was a 10-year production tax credit for nuclear because to help these plants that are struggling economically. Come on, there was there were several loan programs actually built into it, and I think the DOE loan program got another $100 billion or something in that.
It had at least a doubling of its authorities, but also an expansion of its authorities, and very importantly, in the original round of loans. The issue of having appropriations to cover the loan subsidy costs, which OMB insists upon, was applicable only narrowly to renewables, and now that's broadened as well with a new appropriation.
There was $700 million for HALEU. We brought that up. Although our friend Dan Poneman says he needs billions to make HALEU in the United States. There
Just
was
as an aside on that, as you know, we'll see what happens, but there's been a lot of discussion about substantially more funding for HALEU, either in the CR, which I think didn't happen, or in the lame duck appropriations
coming up
session, because people are realizing this is a serious problem, and in fact, frankly, the time schedules for the advanced reactors, I believe, are fundamentally incompatible with getting a new domestic HALEU capacity built on time.
Maybe we should ask Chris about what that looks like. And then there was a lot of money for advanced manufacturing, some of that applied to nuclear. There's hydrogen tax credits, carbon capture, and EVs, particularly electric vehicles, and a lot of money for people like us to electrify our lives. It seemed to me quite a smorgasbord of kind of small things, nothing giant, which I would have voted for more giant things, but if you're going to spend $1 trillion, let's really heavy up on some of this stuff. So how would, what parts of it are good? You mentioned HALEU there briefly and the loan program, but is there anything in there that's not good for nuclear or not good for Wyoming?
Well, look, first of all, Ray, in talking about IRA, and we'll focus on IRA, fine, but I do want to say I think the trifecta of the Infrastructure and Jobs Act, or bipartisan infrastructure law, now that it's called bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, which, by the way, for DOE, if it's appropriated on the science side, would have quite a bit of additional funding for basic energy sciences, biological and environmental research, and fusion, which are all in the Office of Science, and IRA, I think are a very important trifecta for moving things along. Now, in the IRA, first of all those pieces you mentioned, support for existing reactors, support for new reactors, production or investment tax credit, actually, and support for HALU. They're all good things. Like you, I guess, I would have liked to have seen more in each of those buckets. Perhaps most especially in the last two. I think the existing reactor support is, it's pretty decent if it's applied well. Again, I think there's a regulatory story that has to be examined there, separate from the kilowatt hour support. So that's all good, but the issues we mentioned earlier are not fully addressed. But let me mention some other concerns, and this is not nuclear. This is not nuclear specific, but obviously the IRA had lots and lots of tax credits, hundreds of billions of dollars potentially in tax credits for low carbon. Well, with my academic hat on, I love talking theoretically about tax credits and what they can do. But then with my down and dirty blocking and tackling hat, I'm worried. All those rules, Congress is great at mapping out the outlines. They don't say a damn thing about implementation. And the implementation, if we just stay with the tax credits, the implementation has to include things like Treasury, IRS rulemaking. Well, if we go back to the 2 years it took to write incomplete rules for 45Q a few years ago, we don't have time for that with this huge menu of tax credits.
It's a huge menu.
So the IRS is going to have to move with speed it's never demonstrated before, in my view, given the breadth of the tax incentives. And they're going to need enormous support from the knowledgeable kind of programmatic agencies, specifically DOE. It's a good problem to have, but how DOE provides the power to work side by side with, say, IRS in the analysis needed for good rulemaking, they probably can manage that. But don't forget, at the same time, they're going to manage $62 billion from the infrastructure bill. They got to manage stuff from, we hope, from the Science Act, from the CHIPS and Science Act. They've got to manage stuff from the IRA, some stuff from the IRA. It's a big, big job, and Secretary Granholm and Deputy Secretary Turk are, they're. It's not exactly like they have to be told this. They are staring at a huge management problem, a huge workforce buildup problem, where, several hundred bright young college graduates will eventually pay a big premium. It's not clear they're ready to manage, a few $1 billion of awards right now on day one of their job. So it's also going to be a real art to be able to merge into teams effectively. New hires, let's say from like graduates, people from industry who've had some project experience but never with the constraints of a government project, with the career civil servants who know how government works. You're going to have to put teams together. These are significant management challenges, and I know in particular Dave Turk I know this is as it should be, consuming him trying to get all of these teams together across the department. And I also think, by the way, that in terms of those teams, of course, the department has an enormous asset in the 17 national laboratories, including Idaho nearby, and how they are more effectively integrated will be important. One of the areas that we advocated for, and the lab directors are very enthusiastic for being charged with this, is to advance as part of their mission regional solutions to low carbon. They don't quite cover the entire country, but a good part of the country. So anyway, all of these assets need to be brought to bear for what is a huge opportunity and at the same time a huge challenge.
Sounds like there may be an expectation for performance here as a result of these bills, and it'll just take a while for it to roll through and for us to
And look,
feel-
and I'm going
see
to
it.
I'm going to be brutally straightforward in terms of the challenge that we may see. Namely, I think most people expect at least one chamber in the Congress to flip.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, in our polarized political environment, if either or both, for that matter, chambers are of the opposite party to the administration, what you're probably going to have is a huge amount of oversight for political reasons
Right.
that does not help in implementing the major programs that Congress itself has supported. So, look, again, I think there's a lot of people of very good will and very good intent, and now we've got to help them execute and implement.
Okay, that's great. I hadn't quite appreciated the scope of the management issue you talk about, but boy, I can see it in spades now that you lay it out like that. Energy Futures Initiative. Tell me about that organization and what is your mission and what's the current programs you're working on, please.
So in 2017, after we left the Obama administration, well, after the Obama administration left us, perhaps, constitutionally, I won't go further than that. Two of my colleagues at DOE, senior colleagues, with whom I had worked for a long time, Melanie Kenderdine, she was the founding director of the Energy Policy and Systems Analysis Office when I was secretary, which got great bipartisan support, and Joe Heiser, who became my kind of strategically oriented CFO at DOE. We founded the Energy Futures Initiative, the central idea being to apply the kinds of analytical, technologically sound, data-based approach to the clean energy transition. We just had our 5th year anniversary celebration. So we've beaten most small businesses, I guess, with 5 years. We're now 25 people, more than we had envisioned. But the point is, we've tackled an array of what we think are central issues to the clean energy transition. One you will be hearing about in the next panel. I won't say too much. Again, Jeff Brown, who was sitting there, he's our managing director for a program that is focused on making clean energy projects investable, able to get a yes from investment committees. Again, Jeff will discuss that. Jeff himself, I'll just say now, has 26 years of Wall Street experience, plus other parts of his checkered career. So the point is, Joe and Melanie and I, bring rather, extensive policy and political experience in the space, but merged with what Jeff and another fellow named Steve Camello from the Stanford Business School bring in terms of the investor perspective. And so we think we're, just like the management challenge at DOE, we think we're merging these perspectives together. And the issue is today, we would argue that there's a lot more private capital available than there are investable clean energy projects. And we will look to identify and make recommendations to minimize or eliminate the policy and regulatory barriers to that investment flow. We could say much more, and Jeff will say more. But besides that, I'll just to give an indication, we have a major, in terms of like ongoing focus areas, lots of other things, but we have a big focus on the hydrogen market formation, both domestically, where we will be publishing later this year, and globally, where we're just beginning to ramp up. We think that is important. We don't claim hydrogen is going to do everything for everybody, but we think it will be an important part of the fuel services that will be required. We played, I think, an important role in D.C. in terms of establishing the importance of carbon dioxide removal, negative carbon technologies, as essential for net zero and, of course, net negative. We believe that is now being realized as not anathema to low carbon, but quite the contrary, essential for low carbon. We are taking a second bite with Breakthrough, the Bill Gates organization, at looking at the innovation space in clean energy technology, specifically the government role. And one of the reasons here is that it's implicit in what we said earlier about IRA and infrastructure, et cetera, that the department, and this is, it's fundamentally bipartisan, even if people don't want to admit it, that DOE now has to greatly increase its focus on demonstration and deployment end of the innovation chain, and not, quotes, only the R&D earlier
the science,
stages
yeah.
of it. So that's another important direction. And finally, I'll just say that we have at EFI a formal relationship with the AFL-CIO called the Labor Energy Partnership, and we're doing that because we believe that the issue of looking at jobs and communities is critical. If we end up continuing to strand workers and communities in the low energy transition, it's just going to be continuing major headwinds for getting the change. So it's the right thing to do, and it's also the right thing to do for getting the energy transition advanced. So that gives you a flavor of at least some of the major thrusts that we have at EFI.
That's terrific. And 25 people do all this. So, I mean, you must have.
I think I can say that Deputy Secretary Turk at one point said, "Where do you get these 1,000 people?"
Exactly.
But we are supplemented
You're leveraged.
by others, distinguished associates, et cetera. We bring in on a project basis.
Got it. Very good.
Yeah.
Well, investability is a really big deal. Having been a VC for 35 years, when we did our first nuclear project, I don't think I ever told you this story. So we got to the 6 months of due diligence, got to the end. This is for the Tri-Alpha investment. And at the end of the day, I went and got a baseball bat and brought it into the partners meeting and sort of walked around, sort of tapping the chairs with the bat. Says, "Guys, are we going to do this investment or not?" Remember that scene? Anyway, it did have Louisville Slugger on it, but it worked. We got the deal done. So maybe you have.
And I'm on the board of this company, so.
Twice. No, anyway. So we've got just a couple of minutes. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Fusion. Real, imaginary, is it going to happen?
Obviously, I'm kind of bought in, being on the board of one of these privately funded companies. In a nutshell, the progress has been enormous in these last years. One way of saying it is that the magic temperature needed for deuterium-tritium fusion is about 150 million degrees, 10 times the temperature at the center of the sun, and TAE and other companies have in current projects have reached half to 2/3 of that temperature already, and at like a TAE, we fully expect our next machine will demonstrate those conditions successfully. Now, can never say 100%, but I would just say that I think that there's a pretty decent chance that 2 or 3 different fusion technologies will demonstrate successfully the conditions for fusion in this decade. That's a big change.
That's a big statement.
That's a big change from where we were. And I was a skeptic for a long time.
Yeah.
But I do want to also emphasize that, that's not completing the job of getting commercial power plants ready. So there'll be a next stage of engineering those power plants, and there's a lot of optimism, but when it comes to cost, I'm always a show me kind of person, and so let's see if those plants can meet economic tests. However, now we circle back to the beginning of this discussion.
Right,
What the hell is the economic test?
right.
The economic test is shaped by things like regulatory structures. The current regulatory structure, and I will take the extreme example of Texas with an energy-only market, which led to unfortunate consequences, that the regulatory structures in the United States just needs to be really overhauled to reflect the key characteristics that will be needed for a reliable and resilient electricity system. That is not what we have. We have crazy dispatch rules. Without going into it, that's the reference I made to, I'm not sure Diablo Canyon is going to make it. It's not because of the political things anymore. It's now because of business models and dispatch rules. It's now up to the California Commission, to the PUC, to help condition the situation properly. So we're going to do that. I guess I will just advertise, since you mentioned it, that I'm on the board of Southern Company, which is building the Vogtle nuclear power plants. And I would just note that that's a regulatory structure that I personally think is far superior at getting the kind of jobs done that we need to get done. And we are going to have to look really hard at how the market structures are set up in this country to have the important attributes like reliability and resilience of a system, like understanding that you don't just snap your fingers and build thousands and thousands of miles of new high voltage grid.
Right.
So we still got a big job to do, but I think that the jobs are getting spelled out more clearly, and that's the first step in actually being able to resolve them. We will be looking at that's part of our investability project.
Right. That's yeah. So getting the money to the market too. Well.
Yeah, and getting the market to the projects.
Well,
I mean, the money to the projects. Right.
That was a pretty quick 30 minutes there, Mr. Secretary. Really appreciate your time today, very, very much.
I hope it's helpful.
And you left us with a challenge, the regulatory overhaul. Anyway.
Well, if you wanted to, yeah, you were going to ask about broader advice. So I'll just end with that.
A little bit of wisdom.
Buy low, sell high.
Okay.
And there's a lot of chances of buying low right now.
There sure is.
In the stock market and with private company valuations. So anyway.
Very good.
All right.
Well, thank you very much.
All right,
Appreciate
cheers.
that.
Okay.
All right.
Good
Thanks.
night.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone now knows the name and maybe maybe even has the business card of the people sitting next to you. So thank you all. And now I'm delighted again to introduce Ray, who is going to introduce his panelists.
Okay, thanks a lot. And, well, good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here. Thanks for making the trip. Carly dressed for the occasion with the boots. It's very nice. Really appreciate that. Okay, so this panel is going to talk about the investment environment. We have here, as already been introduced, Jeff from Wall Street. We have...
And I wore the suit just like you.
I did. I appreciate that.
I wore my costume.
Yeah, very good.
yeah.
But you didn't wear suspenders. That's okay.
No, I don't.
And we have three venture capitalists. And so they're going to tell us a little bit about themselves. If you've been on the electronic bios, but you can read about them. But what's unique here? Why are you sitting in this seat today? What have you done in this space? And introduce yourself. Thank you. We'll go first with Albert, please.
I'm Albert Wenger. I'm a partner at Union Square Ventures in New York. Historically, we've invested in all things digital. We started a climate fund in 2020. The climate fund has a kind of a broad mandate about emissions reduction, drawdown, and adaptation. And we believe that nuclear power is going to be crucial to accomplishing all of that. And so we've made two nuclear power investments. One is a company here in the US called Radiant, and the other is a company in Geneva called Transmutex.
Got it. Two direct, you've written checks.
Yes.
Congratulations. Yeah. Okay, Rachel?
Maybe.
So I'm a principal at DCVC. We are a deep tech firm historically across multiple sectors, including climate, and we're standing up a new climate-specific fund, so I got brought on to help build that out. Seed and Series A in our main fund, Series B and later in the climate-specific fund. My personal background is nuclear engineering, and we're in Radiant with Union Square. We're also invested in Oklo, and then Zeno Power is a nuclear battery company we're invested in, and Zap Energy is our fusion company.
So quite a broad portfolio.
So
Lots
we
of
are
professionals.
pro-nuclear.
Got it. Carly?
Awesome. Carly Anderson, principal at Prelude Ventures, which is a climate-focused early-stage venture capital firm dating back to about 2013. Just launched a $825 million 2022 vintage fund, so very excited to roll that out. Has not invested in fusion or fission, although my previous firm and made two fusion investments in Commonwealth Fusion and Focused Energy. Why I'm here is my first non-restaurant job was as a nuclear engineer on the commercial side of things. Actually, a little circuitous path there. And so I understand that this is a critical piece of the puzzle for global, and I emphasize global, decarbonization. And I'm excited to talk about what we need to do to get me on that side of the table wall on the pro-check side.
Well, yeah, we do have kind of a virtual no money in the game. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Very good. And
Yeah.
Jeff,
Yeah,
Ernie
so-
teed you up beautifully.
Yeah, well, yeah, Ernie, and thanks, but yeah, my background was originally in investment banking, and it was on the fixed income side, where you actually, count the pennies and want to get paid back. And I told Ray my first experiences were going to the syndicate guy who's in charge of pricing bond deals. And the question was always, and do they have any nuclear exposure? And it was more like, got any nukes, bub? And then if they had any nukes, bub, he would throw a stapler at your head and tell you to get the hell off his trading floor. So
Wow.
things have gotten better. But then I became a power developer. I teach at Stanford. I'm still a power plant developer, and Ernie got me not to go skiing at Jackson Hole and instead to work as kind of a Wall Street translator to ENGOs and the policymakers of what works and what doesn't
So
work.
you're involved with EFI as well, right?
Yeah. I'm the managing director of this initiative that he talked about called EF Cubed.
Got it. Fantastic. Well, just some figures. I mean, I mentioned some earlier, but TechCrunch and many others who track this, over $5 billion has gone into fusion. $5 billion. In Commonwealth is about almost $2 billion at this point, I think. TAE is about $1 billion. Fission, less, $3 billion. But there's probably 3 times as many fission deals as there are fusion deals. And those are really big numbers. There's a lot of capital intensity right there. And being somewhat of a retired venture capitalist, we invested to make money. So how are you going to make money in this business of nuclear energy or related projects like this? Carly, you don't have to answer, just kidding. You do have to answer. How do you expect to make money here?
Well, by following Secretary Moniz's advice, by buying low and selling high,
There you
obviously.
go.
Yeah, that's obviously.
Every chance you can, yeah. No, but really, would someone like to, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so you'll notice our two fission companies are microreactors, and we think the timescale and capital needs of those are more in line with a venture return model where you can actually build, demonstrate, and sell in a fund lifetime. And so for us, we think there's a big demand. They tap into all kinds of niche and sort of expansive market opportunities, and getting a few into those niche market opportunities brings the cost down and then really expands where they're relevant. And so for us, that's venture relevant. And similarly, the nuclear battery, you can sell those within the next several years. And fusion, we're betting you can get a couple fusion companies public on Q greater than 1, not on revenue.
Yeah, I think that's right. So like Tri-Alpha, we invested in 2005, and it's 2022, so we're 17 years into that one at Venrock. And NewScale, I remember Jose Reyes was working on this in early 2000s. I went to visit, and he just went public last year through a SPAC, which was a unique. So those are long time frames. So what's changed?
Part of the view here is, and again, I think Secretary Moniz was rightly referring to it earlier, is that there is a real acceleration. I mean, the climate crisis isn't this sort of event in the future. It's this thing that's here and now. We're living it. And so now the question still is, will governments step up in the way they need to step up? And my view on our fund is sort of like, if governments step up in the way they need to, the fund will do well. If they don't, we have a bigger problem than the fund not doing well. So.
It's an interesting way to think, yeah.
Carly?
For our fusion investments, the whole story that you could go public at Q equals or greater than 1 was definitely significant. I think some of the wind has gone out of that sail with the kind of SPAC bust, right? But for us also, Commonwealth and Focused Energy both have high temperature superconducting magnets or a solid state diode laser technology that outside of fusion working could create meaningful returns on a shorter timescale, maybe something like that. So there's a hedge there.
That's an important point. I think that some of these companies are developing technologies that have a market outside of the nuclear application. So I've made 3 personal fusion investments, Zap, Avalanche, and Marvel. I haven't made fusion investments from the fund because I think fusion is further out. Fission is sort of here. And coming back to the question how we're going to make money, if there's enough capital pouring into the space, early investors will at some point be able to generate some amount of secondary liquidity. That's, again, if there's enough capital pouring in. So it all comes back to how much is government creating the conditions under which true large amounts of capital can be deployed. I mean, this is what this all revolves around.
Yeah.
Large amounts of capital, Jim.
Well, yeah, and I would say, if you think about it, we kind of have different ends of the spectrum, but there's a nexus, which is the only way you have a really, really healthy venture market, say, for fusion, is if the fusion venture investors, if they figure out a really good mousetrap, have an exit, right? And the only exit is to fully commercialize something, like NewScale, all right? So how do you fully commercialize it so that the venture investors and the original? Yeah.
I do want to disagree with that slightly because when I started in the venture business, there was no such thing as selling a secondary to a later stage investor. All the money went in primary. And that has really changed. It's just like it has changed in the buyout industry. We now have small buyout shops selling to mid-sized buyout shops, selling to larger buyout shops. Then eventually, I don't know who the backhold is or the public markets. But the point is, I think that we will, as early stage investors, we will be able to make returns in things that are progressing well along the way.
Oh, well, I'm just trying to say that first, second stage venture, hell, I don't care. I'm talking about, $8 billion at a crack.
Right.
Money. And so the whole venture community, the ultimate exit is full-scale commercialization, right?
Sure.
That's how you really make money.
Sure.
I mean, if you want to return a couple $100 million, it's going to be hard to do that on the secondaries. And I think that's, one of the
That's why we've kept our funds very small.
Right, so
But Ray, following up on what Secretary Moniz said about the IRA is I think that probably has created a precondition if everything lines up to work out. But my little mantra is COD, which is commercialization, orders, and dispatch, which is the market rules, but there's a 30% ITC, investment tax credit, in commencing 2024. It's called the tech neutral tax credit.
That's in the IRA.
Right, but it's part of it, you can choose between a production tax credit or investment tax credit. So you get 30% off the top, and the way things worked, at least if you're TVA, I believe, or a municipal or a co-op who doesn't pay taxes, you can get the money back. In fact, you get the money back during construction. So that really helps. And so maybe that, along with some of the money, like for advanced deployment, $1.5 billion, we'll get close enough to buying down the capital cost that you can actually cover, paying back your capital plus your operating costs pretty close to where unabated gas would be. But, it's a neat trick, but then you can maybe get the orders, assuming you fix the dispatch rules.
Yeah. Well, getting the orders, we should have asked someone on a corporate board about that, but, nuclear plants are big today, 10 billion plus. To make them small, maybe more people could buy them, right? So what are the economics, though? I'm an engineer by training, but I learned very quickly in VC that economics matter more than the engineering, actually. So how cheap do these things have to be? What's the goal line here for that will sell more than the first one or the second one? What do you think?
Depends a lot on the market, right? I mean, we heard some of you were here yesterday, and
Go ahead.
Alaska, you've got electricity over $1 a kilowatt hour. I mean, it's not too hard to beat that, but that only applies for certain locations in certain markets.
Yeah.
So it depends on where you're trying to sell.
Yeah, but unabated gas is $50 a megawatt hour ish, right?
50?
I want to say
50.
50, yeah, 50.
Pardon?
I would say 50.
50. So if you figure, say a nuke has 20 of variable cost in it, then you need to get down to 30. What that means is you have to get down to about $3 million a megawatt of construction cost, which means if you have a 30% ITC, you get down to, I know people use 5,000 a kilowatt, 5 million a megawatt.
Right.
So if you get to 5,
Right.
minus 2 from the ITC,
3.
you can probably compete. So, that's the number, but that doesn't let you do the first of a kind.
Right.
Because the first of a kind is larded up with
Yeah.
$1 billion plus of licensing cost, and $1 billion plus of all the final detailed engineering that it takes to really get the first one built. And so that's where we need the help now.
I agree. And I loved
Go ahead.
Rachel's point about, trying to build enough of these, you can actually get to a low enough cost figure to get a pretty decent order book in the lifetime of a venture fund for our side. For different models on that side of the,
But if you can see your way through, if you can see, we're calling it light at the end of the tunnel. If you're thinking about building the first one and investing in the first one, if you can see your way through to building enough to drive yourself down to say, my 5 million a megawatt number, okay, now all of a sudden you've got a hell of a business proposition. But otherwise, you've just got a dry hole.
maybe, you can return a smaller fund on Alaska alone.
Yeah, probably.
Depends
yeah.
on the.
Switching gears, so we've been talking a lot about power plants making electricity. Nuclear can make a lot of other stuff, heat, for example, for industrial. I know, Carly, you're very focused on that. Advanced manufacturing, things like that. And you've got this Transmutix is not a electricity play per se, is it?
It's a waste play.
Waste play.
Trying to take the existing nuclear waste piles and make them smaller, and also cut the time duration of their radioactivity significantly. I grew up in Germany, and I followed the nuclear debate there closely to this day. The number one issue that people dig their heels on is waste. And I think all the hand waving that the industry and government has done, frankly, on saying there will be some geological storage somewhere. Like Switzerland is the latest great example. They just picked a site and they're like, this is it. And the site is right next to the German border. So there's like immediately this huge litigation about to descend on them. So I don't think they're going to even break ground on it any day soon.
But so your perception is that waste is still a big boogeyman in the nuclear world. And so you're putting,
I
dollars
believe
to work
so.
to solve that. I
Yeah.
mean, that's.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do. Yeah. So I mean, we just had a very animated Secretary Moniz give me the whole history of why he thinks that closing the fuel cycle isn't a great idea at this stage in time and what all the issues are. On the other hand, I think if we don't aggressively invest in at least potentially closing the fuel cycle, we'll probably never close the fuel cycle. So it kind of becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. And I do think, if you look at everything that people are objecting to along the way on all of these technologies, like we need a lot more lithium. Where's the mining for that going to happen? And then, like people immediately say, oh, you can't do deep sea mining, you can't do this, you can't do that. And I think this is really just, if you want to really, really zoom out of this moment we're finding ourselves in, is I think the biggest issue is that we're taking this sort of peacetime approach from government to this whole transition. And we're sort of basically saying, look, we're going to get there with the IRA, and we're going to get there with, a little bit of money here and a little bit of thing there. And I just think that's fundamentally the wrong mindset. I think we are for better or worse, in a wartime situation, and government needs to act much more dramatically than it has been.
I agree with you, yeah. I agree we're in sort of a wartime situation. It's, wish we did. So other issues for these nuclear applications. We've got waste, radiation, safety. What else? What else do you talk about in your partners' meetings that
We talk a lot
prevent
about
writing
regulation.
checks? About what?
Regulation.
Regulation.
Everybody's
the NRC.
favorite topic.
Yeah.
Some of the investment challenge in nuclear is, can you get enough of the risk out so that it's just a regular amount of early stage technical risk?
Right.
So that it's an investment bet like other similar investment bets, because with some of the financial challenges and with the regulatory uncertainty, it's really hard to get yourself convinced that it's a better bet than than another bet that has less fundamental risk.
Would 100% agree with that, and especially on timeline, right? Like if you want to, hopefully you can assume you can get a couple iteration cycles in, or even, one thing that proves it's on and working. Now you have, what is this going to be delayed 2, 3, 5 more years because we don't know when the NRC is going to start issuing licenses. And I know they have a huge challenge ahead of them, and I love that everybody's doing great hard work there. But I'm not comfortable with when that's going to happen, which makes it really difficult when you're trying to, say, when am I going to get distributions to my investors?
I totally agree with that. And this is what I mean by this shift in mentality. And unfortunately, what we saw during COVID doesn't make me particularly optimistic here, which is like, the government could have instructed the FDA to run challenge trials instead of doing the regular trial process. That could have cut the vaccine approval very significantly. And I think NRC is a very similar example. As long as the government doesn't fundamentally change the mission and say, no, we actually need to approve a lot of things rapidly just so we can make progress, the agencies are going to operate the way they've always operated. You can't come into an agency and say, the agency leader, I'm going to change the program. I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, and coupled with the public perception issue, what you really don't want to do is say, like, oh, guess what, we fast-tracked all of it, and everyone else is like, wait, but was that okay? And now I'm like even more scared about things that are happening because I don't trust the regulator. So it's a tough line to walk there.
Yeah, Ray, I was talking to Jeffrey Merrifield, if he's here. And
Jeff's
yeah,
here,
there he is.
yeah.
And he's talking about sort of a culture of continual safety improvement at the NRC.
Yeah, Jeff, by the way, is a former commissioner.
Yeah, and if you combine that with just engineers' natural desire to tinker, and Wall Street is the exact opposite. I mean, the exact opposite, which is they don't want you to tinker. What they want you to do is say what the Koreans did, and it's easy because they only had one nuclear manufacturer, KEPCO, and one power company, KEPCO. So, it was all in-house. But, they didn't keep changing the design. They'd build about 10 or 12 of them. And then by the time they got to 9 or 10 or 11, they'd say, okay, what are we going to do better on the next round? And then they'd change. And then they'd do another 10 or 12, get the bugs out, right? And so that's the way, gas turbines work. That's the way, almost anything that's been successful works. And so a little bit, if we could just take good enough and finance a bunch of them, that's a lot better than continually striving for perfection. Because the financial cost, right, the uncertainty, right?
Yeah.
If you've done 10 or 12 of them, the finance cost goes really low, as opposed to, oh yeah, this is the first, but it'll be great when it works. The financing cost is stratospheric. So the financing cost blows away any possible engineering savings.
So is there a market dynamic here? And I've seen it in other industries where winner takes all or near all if you get it right and get it first. Because there's at least 15 reactor design companies out there going on. And not all of them are going to build 100 plants, right? Some of them are going to go by the wayside. So how does Wall Street, or what's the role there that the financial community plays in weeding that out?
I think, if you look at turbines, right, it's basic gas turbines, right?
Well, there's two manufacturers.
Yeah, 2 or 3, right? You've basically got, Siemens, MHI, and GE, and a few also RANs. And guess what? It is darned cheap to finance a gas turbine plant. How come? They have standard models. Everybody knows, what it, 2-on-1 Siemens combined cycle.
So you're really an
works.
advocate for standardization, but how do we pick that standard? Is it based on the first one to get to the economic goal
Yeah.
line? Is it the first one to get to regulatory success, or
Yeah, and
it's a dynamic of,
right,
it's hard to invest in.
Right, but if you're talking wartime, we didn't make that. There weren't like a whole bunch of competitive, Liberator bombers, right? Or they just, if you're really
No, but that's actually, I think we need both. I think this is like we built a lot of B-17 Liberator bombers in Willow Run, but we also innovated other planes at the same time. We made them faster, longer range, more capacity, and it happened simultaneously. And I think this is sort of the approach we need to take here. We need to build more of well-known existing designs, absolutely. That doesn't mean we shouldn't also be funding lots of work on innovative designs and funding fusion on top of it. I mean, it's just like, we need both of it. So this is why I'm saying, I think where we're stuck is that the amount of money we're willing to spend is small and in aggregate, and then you look at something like the IRA and it has all these pockets, but none of them really speak to doing the two things we just talked about. None of them speak to scaling the existing thing and really funding the new thing. It's all sort of, don't look here while I mix these tax credits for somebody.
Well, I think on that, I think Dr. Moniz's point about implementation, like the implementation, I don't know that that's even been decided. Maybe they will decide to put some more large demonstrations on the table. I do think that one of the consequences of the long lead times in getting some of this stuff constructed is that there will probably be at least 2 or 3, hopefully more, under construction for the first of a kind before the first one turns on and operates for long enough that it works. So I think there'll be at least a couple of people who get a chance to show things work. But I think there also is a barrier for the later comers in both fission and fusion. The bar for a first investment in those spaces is now a lot higher than it was, because that whole first to goal is kind of off the table, and that maybe in fusion even that Q/1 chance to get out early is maybe not available for the companies that are just starting today and getting early DOE grants. So
but I think there is, if you just, pretend, nobody likes to pick winners. Pretend it's just NuScale happens to get enough money to really get off the ground and build 10 or 20 reactors. What happens? That, in a way, that single success creates a precondition for a lot more successes. Because if they really manage to do it, there's going to have to be a lot more discussion of dispatch rules. You're going to have to develop assembly lines or, shipyard constructed modular approaches, right? There's going to be a bunch of things that you have to get dialed in on the first success that ought to encourage more successes.
Right. There is a bit of rising tide lifts all boats here in terms of supply chain and workforce development and these because this is a challenge for every, all the new scenarios is who's going to build this stuff and how are we going to get all the materials.
Who's going to invest in the workforce?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so
And the
your
union
point,
training programs.
a successful nuclear industry enables a successful nuclear industry.
certification in nuclear mechanical engineering or maintenance, just throwing out more ideas for university. Welding.
Say again about certification
We just
of welders.
welding,
Yeah.
I mean, all across the trades.
Yeah.
In your,
This, incidentally, as a side note, is a little known part about the run-up to World War II production was there was actually a huge effort to train people in machining all through the U.S. and particularly in the Midwest. This took place, was done very secretively, even long before the U.S. formally entered the war.
really?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
yeah. People were actually able to think ahead at that time, apparently.
Okay.
No FOIA.
So you're sitting around your partner's table talking about a particular investment. Do the externalities of public perception I mean, NRC is not an extra, it's an externality, but not really. But what about the other things around nuclear? You know, there's so much, sometimes I go to cocktail parties and get bombarded by the anti. Sometimes I go and they go, why are you standing here? Why aren't you writing more checks? Why aren't you doing more? So is that part of your calculus, thinking that whatever we're doing now, it's not going to see the light of day for 5 or 10 years and the world's going to be better? It's open arms, welcoming whatever you've invested. Because nuclear has
I would say for us, that has been not the biggest concern. It's a concern in the tangential, will it affect where something can get cited or the time or that, like, it's a secondary effect. It's will public opinion affect all these other things that make this investable.
yeah.
Right. And the tides are certainly shifting, that it feels like right now nuclear is pretty popular. But even when we first did Oklo, it was still a little more on the margin.
Yeah.
So a little, I guess, is our take on public opinion.
Oh, I mean, I was just thinking of Mark Jacobson, and one of my buddies got me to debate him, but his argument was no more nuclear in the U.S. boiled down to two things. Number one is, well, it'll take you 10 or 12 years to get them licensed, and they may never get their operating license. Well, no, that's self-referential, Mark, because you gear all these guys up with torches and pitchforks, and that's what slows it down. And his other one was, you build these plants in the U.S., and this would lead to nuclear proliferation. You go, hand in hand. Who's the only country who's used nuclear? No. I mean, really? The U.S.?
Out of the bag on that one.
Yeah.
And I see maybe like 3 different attitudes that I get, and one is the I saw Chernobyl, what are we thinking, this is awful, and okay, those people, it's hard to engage with. Then there's a group that says, oh, but we can do everything with wind and solar. I've read the report from Jesse Jenkins, we're done, we don't need nuclear, cool. And I think that's an interesting discussion to have. But then there's folks who have lived in a lot of these, or who've lived in some of these communities, who take a more pragmatic approach, and support for nuclear power increases as you get closer to a nuclear plant. And I've told this story before, but yeah, my mom loves nuclear, not because I used to work in the industry, but because her Rotary group got to go on a tour of the Beaver Valley nuclear plant in Ohio, and she got to wear a hard hat, and they told her what the cooling tower was, and and she was just talked about it for 2 months, and now she loves nuclear. So I think the more people we can take through, Idaho National Lab, any place you can get the public through, the better.
That's fascinating.
I think caring about current public opinion is not a good recipe for investment returns.
Right. But that's,
I mean, we invested early in crypto when people thought it was completely insane. A lot of people still think it's completely insane, but we made a lot of money for our LPs. When we first invested in Twitter, we were the first investors that people who wants to know what somebody had for lunch? Now the same people you ruined democracy by investing in Twitter. I'm like, which way do you want to have it? I just think you have to make up your mind as an investor what you think is important and why, and then invest. And then sometimes, hopefully, you'll turn out to be right.
good. I like that. It's the way I've tried to invest. I'm mostly right. Sometimes I'm wrong. Okay.
Mostly wrong, sometimes right.
Get out of here.
But they pay for it. So.
That's why we're venture. You just have to get one, right?
Power law, right?
Yeah.
That's the whole philosophy here.
There's a lot of conversation about U.S. government policies and stuff, but what about states? I mean, here in Wyoming, right, they've got a deal with TerraPower. They're going to start building, and NuScale's got Idaho. I guess they're going to put the plant there. How important is state policies in the nuclear evolution? Is that a big deal?
And I think it's tremendously important. States can go from having a moratorium where you can't even consider the state
Like
to
California.
like where we live, to having workforce development programs or tax incentives or cost share, or there's all kinds of ways that you can incentivize bringing things to your state, and that makes a huge difference. It's also how well does the state facilitate community engagement so that you actually put your plant in the right locations, because a lot of these companies are based elsewhere and they need help from the local community to do that correctly. So there's huge differences in what the states do for where we should put these things.
Ray, there's a related thing to states, which is, for people who haven't spent a bunch of time working in the power industry, you have two systems in the U.S., right? What you have is state-regulated, publicly traded, investor-owned utilities, right? But then there's sort of another 30% of the megawatt hours that come from co-ops, municipals, and federal power marketing agencies, and they're cost of service regulated. They don't deal with PUCs. They can do what they want, and it is not a coincidence that one of my old clients, Utah Associated Municipal Power Systems, is signed up, for NuScale, or one of my first renewable deals was a geothermal project in the geysers funded by Sacramento and Modesto, right? These guys actually can dispatch, right? The problem that Ernie mentioned about the ISO rules. The folks in California who are totally immune to the ISO rules are, Sacramento, LA, Modesto, Turlock, and that's, UAMPS is in the same boat. Rocky Mountain Power is wrapped around the axle, in terms of Wyoming and, how they're going to decarbonize, and meanwhile, UAMPS can do whatever they want, and they're going to do it right.
I think there was a California governor who made some deregulation moves that cost him his seat.
Oh, yeah.
So you got to be careful. So states do matter, and some states probably have different, price of electricity is not the same everywhere. So some states are very favorable to that, or they want industrial bases that need a lot of power. So it very much behooves these startups to think about where they're going to put it, and I guess that's got to be part of their story. Speaking of their story, having sat through 10,000 pitches in my day, are these people any good at pitching their business? Okay.
The nuclear community is by far the worst pitching community out there.
Okay. Be specific.
Yeah, we talked about this a little bit at breakfast.
There may be a lot of them watching right now.
Yeah,
on the web,
so, all right, at a fundamental level, what you are asking us to do is buy part of your business. So your job is to explain to us why you are a good business. Why should we buy part of your business? Not why is nuclear energy great, not why do people like you now, not people.
Why are you fluffy and pretty? No, no.
Definitely not how you hate everybody else in your field and how they're dumb. That's the worst.
I do not care about the problems with renewables. I want to know why I should buy part of your business and help your business succeed.
Ray, or, you guys, if anybody's familiar with, Keith Martin, used to be at Chadbourne, and he has these energy conferences. They had a great guy who showed up. I make all my students read this. And it was an article called How to Lose a Banker in 10 Minutes. And I used to give the chairman of a renewable company I worked for this lesson. I think, what do you do? When you go in to talk about our project, don't say, this is the first one in the world, and if you can help us pull it off, there'll just be so much credit and glory to this. Oh, God, not again. That was sort of the first one on how to lose a banker, is say, this is the first one. It's really innovative and cool and will solve the world's problems. It's death.
Albert, you mentioned, Union Square did do a lot of first in new markets that had been created. So you must have had some pretty interesting pitches along the way. And how's it compare?
Yeah, I mean, since we're early stage investors, it's great for us when people are bad at pitching early, and then we can train them how to pitch well for the later rounds. So we get to buy in cheap, and then you get the idea. We do actually spend a non-trivial amount of time helping coach people on how to pitch, because people want to talk about all sorts of things, but they don't understand that it's fundamentally a selling motion. And fundamentally, when you're also in a selling motion, the less you talk, the better off you are. This is the number one key to successful pitching is you need to shut up and let the investor start talking so the investor can sell themselves on making the investment. So I think I've been doing this for a long time.
That's a good tidbit, right?
Learned a lot of things about how to pitch successfully, and if I could just get slightly better at somehow conveying that to the entrepreneurs, it still feels like they need to hit the wall against the head hard repeatedly before they come. So this pitch advice you had, what was it again?
So let me
yeah.
let me get that right. So if you're an entrepreneur and you're pitching and then you stop to listen and the investors say nothing, you failed probably.
That's a very bad sign, yeah.
Fine.
Yeah. But here's a little thing. People are very bad with silence. So if you, as an entrepreneur, can manage to just shut up for 30 seconds, the other side will start talking. Like 9 times out of 10.
Wow.
People just can't deal with silence in a meeting.
Somebody, what? Got more to
And
say?
there's, I feel like a lot of this comes from just the communities that the nuclear entrepreneurs tend to come out of, right? Because they're used to academic conferences, group meetings, and those just look very different. And we see a lot of pitches that look a lot like group meeting slides. Very busy, tons of data, and just, you should have a teaser deck with no data. There should be no data in the slides. That's kind of a critical thing, and there's a lot more resources now on the internet for people. You can just watch pitches, and if you play VC and watch 25 pitches, you'll probably be like, oh, that one was more exciting than this one, and yeah, it's
You
not.
got to get excited. It's a long haul, and it always takes longer and costs more, so great. We're going to open it up to questions from the audience. We got some real experts here, and if you have any questions, come forward. I've got a few more. Yes, sir. Please identify yourself, too, if you don't mind.
Robert Freda. I work a bit with MIT on nuclear batteries. So, in a pitch, I've dealt with VCs for about 26 years. The more complex your strategy, the more difficult the pitch gets. And even if you simplify the first pitch, by the time you get to due diligence, if you're in techno-economics, the advance relies not only on the tech, but also the economic model, it becomes very difficult because you're talking about an operational model and the VC is usually talking about a leverage model. So there's a disconnect there a little bit, I feel. I don't know, can you see what I'm saying?
Is there a question there?
Yeah, basically, how do you pitch something that's a little more complex?
How do you pitch complexity?
Because
We hate
Yeah,
complexity.
make it simple, right? Yeah.
but you can get through the first pitch.
Yeah.
You
Well,
can get into the due diligence. When you get into the due diligence, complexity kills you.
it can, yeah.
So is there a way to get around that, or maybe a different viewpoint?
I'll let the panel answer that.
The profit margins relatively quickly, it becomes difficult
Yeah,
to,
I guess if you have a really clear and well-articulated plan about how you're going to deal with the complexity, but there's sort of if you have a Rube Goldberg business plan, it's like maybe not a good fit for venture.
Interesting.
I mean, it's like, how many miracles do I need to believe
Right.
that this will make money? And so if you can maybe line up the miracles, but then say, actually, these aren't miracles, they're done somehow, maybe that's how you do it. But agree if it's like, well, I need this credit from here, and then I need to sell this material to these people, and then this material is going to go over here, and then I'm going to sell energy as waste heat over here. That just sounds.
And by the way, all those sales channels are different.
Right. But on the deployment side, a little bit, Ernie alluded to it on, Southern Company and that regulation model, and I did on UAMPS. So for instance, you've got enough of an issue just deploying one of the new nuclear projects. So pretty much there's no darn way that you should ever build it in Texas and be in ERCOT where it's a spot market with no capacity when the major value of what you're selling is capacity. So you're just going to have to go to, right? You can't even fight that battle. Another battle is you can't, don't try to build your nuclear power plant, in Marin or Tiburon, It's like build it in Wyoming and just pick as few darn battles as you can. I mean, that's kind of both my. Yeah, I mean, that's both. Pardon? Right, but yeah, I'm talking implementation as opposed to, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I think a lot of it comes down, though, to you got to hold the investor's hand and keep them focused on the high order bit. What's the innovation? Why is this innovation important? And then you're like, yeah, we're going to have to solve a lot of problems along the way. There's an old saying in VC, you can diligence yourself out of any deal. Like, when the investors go and their mind is only focused on problems, you're going to lose the deal no matter what. It's like, this is why it's so important to be like, you're doing this because of X, and you trust us, the team, to figure out some of these other problems. As investors become preoccupied with problems, that's when the deals sort of start to collapse.
Yeah, you guys all notice the venture versus bond guy cultural divide, because it's sort of the opposite.
Innovation, cash flow.
Cash flow, yeah. I mean, yeah.
This is the innovation to cash flow pipeline here.
Right. Yeah, like my same syndicate guy throws, a stapler at your head. I, was coming to him to tell him, about a project, and there were just, two things. I go, okay, look, we've got a AA rating, but there's kind of two things you got to know about this. Okay, here's the first problem. It's like, I go, okay, and here's the second one. It's like, no, go away. It's, what do you mean? You only get one per deal, right? One, right? If you have two,
You're done.
I'm not doing it.
Your
So,
history.
it's a little different.
Absolutely. Yes, please.
Hi, Robin Cooley, Director of Workforce Services, and this is kind of my ignorance about this kind of submission to you for this kind of funding, but I wonder if it's at this point that the request or the information comes to you about the workforce issues, because we have a lot of data around the state relating to workforce. Is that even something that comes to you at this point?
Not really at the early stages. To Albert's point, there's just a lot that has to happen, and you're kind of investing in the dream. And part of executing the dream is figuring all that stuff out. And I think there's a lot of knowing what you're going to have to figure out that's helpful, but there's not you're designing a new reactor, like who knows where you're going to want the workforce.
Is there a locus of where all these startups are? Like Silicon Valley with semiconductors back in the 60s? Is that to your point about workforce, that's sort of downstream from where these people are, but I'm curious.
The climate crisis is a global problem, and it's being seen as such in all parts of the world. And so we've invested in Australia, in India, in Egypt, and so forth.
Wow.
And so I think this is something that's happening everywhere. So I don't see a specific locus.
So you go where the talent is, where the solution.
Well, we go where specific ideas that fit our thesis are.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, but to that question, where the rubber hits the road is around the time you're trying to get funding to actually, do a financial closing for a commercialized project. Because at that point, you have to find a contractor, and the contractor is not going to give you a solid bid if the contractor has workforce concerns, which is why, pick a place like Kemmer, where you actually have, existing unions, you have heavy equipment operators. At least you've got the start of a solid, labor force. Or places like in the South, and you have to be really careful, because you build, you're starting to build something like Midland, Texas. All of a sudden, there's an oil boom, and you can't get anybody because they've all gone to drill and getting paid $1,000 an hour because they can't find drillers.
Yeah, and I think when your question becomes really important is for after we've made that investment and our portfolio companies are 1, 2, 3 years into their journey, maybe more. That workforce development and other site considerations can be critical. So there's a company that I can think of that doing really well, really far along. They thought it was going to cost $100 million to build a facility. Turns out they were wrong by maybe 100%, given the locale they were building in. Workforce plays into that. So I think the states and some of the public organizations can be huge partners in attracting companies and setting them up for success, and success breeds success. So once that company succeeds, then you're going to have more attracted to the area if they can get a project done for not 100% more than they thought it was going to take.
Interesting, got it. This gentleman here.
Yes, Carlos Leipner from Clean Air Task Force. Great panel, by the way, great insights. My question related to business models. We've heard a lot of innovation on technology, which is so exciting, but as we contemplate advanced reactors and all these new projects coming in, it's very hard to see the traditional EPC contract, right, with utilities with large balance sheets or government backing. We're seeing completely different models of the end customer is not even a utility, is a data center in the case of Oklo, or hydrogen, end user. How do you see business models changing in these nuclear projects?
Of course, for construction, that business model?
Or the general business model?
Deployment,
Startup?
yes.
Oh, okay. Deployment business models.
I mean, I love seeing some of these non-traditional purchasers get involved. That, to us, looks like potentially a much easier customer to sell to.
Give me an example of that. Of
Example, well, so I should leave the fervo one to you, but for, like, say, the water sector, historically hard market to sell into, we're looking at some companies that are targeting, like, more on the corporate side, because they're the ones who are starting, they're also getting pinched in allowances, and they'll make a decision a lot faster than a municipality. That's one example.
Yeah, maybe in a general sense, there become more options, and that's really helpful, that as you sort of develop, you can figure out what pathway is going to make the most sense, but that there are multiple pathways, and you can sort of tune yourself towards one. There's not only one option is really helpful.
Is there a business model?
No.
Is there a business
Plenty's been
model
said.
where, this is a crazy one, but where you just basically build plants and like SAS, and you just sell electricity? You become the owner of the building. Instead of you selling to a utility or selling to a port, you just actually become the provider.
Well, I think a lot of this goes back to some of the earlier discussions around dispatch rules and local regulation. This is why state governments can have a huge impact. People like, oh, capacity actually needs to be incentivized. It's a real thing, electricity. Then that might be very viable.
There's another, Carlos, there's another business model, which is, I don't know if the woman from Dow who spoke yesterday was talking about, I think she said Dow themselves are, 7,000 megawatts, right? 7 gigawatts of power consumption. Yeah. So, for instance, there's a lot of industrial emissions, right? Over under about 75% of industrial emissions of CO2 fall into a category that's subpart C. It's just called general combustion emissions, okay, right? Well, all the power plants that are inside the fence, power plants are there, those all run at basically 100% load factor. And so, and if they want to decarbonize, it may be a lot easier to make their power and steam supply nuclear.
Absolutely.
Than, say, my favorite thing, but then just try to stick, carbon capture on the back of a 4% flue gas stream. So, I mean, the industrial sector with base load inside the fence power plants, including steam, is a hell of a good market, besides my buddies, the munis co-ops and the federal power marketing agencies. But we got to get around the dispatch problem, and I don't think it'll happen fast enough. I'm sorry, I was too long with that answer.
Good. That was a good point, but you jumped on it. So
No, I'm agreeing, absolutely. And I just think we need regulatory regimes that make that possible and easy, as opposed to hard.
Yeah, I mean, by the time, Secretary Moniz is effectively saying you got to fix the so-called organized markets, it's like British cuisine, okay. Organized markets, but by the time we
there's a very organized market inside the fence.
Yeah,
Very organized.
exactly.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah, but by the time we figure out how to reverse this, we're just gonna have spot markets theme, we're gonna be we won't have enough time. So if we want to deploy the nuclear fast, we're gonna have to do workarounds.
Interesting.
Well, and this also goes back to something that the governor said yesterday at the tech conference, where he said if a new power line takes 12 years just to permission, we've got a real problem. And that's why I still keep coming back to this idea. As long as we're keep operating in peacetime mode, we're not going to build kind of the large-scale grid infrastructure. I'm a huge believer in decentralized energy resources, wonderful, but we also need to have some large-scale grid capacity behind it, and those two need to work together. And so we can't just basically wait until somehow these all get built over the next 100 years.
Right.
It's just not time enough.
Jeff?
Ray, thanks. Jeff Merrifield with Pillsbury. I think this is sort of a follow-on question to this line. I've attended quite a few meetings of the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners, and I think you would be surprised by the increasing interest in members of that group regarding advanced nuclear. But the question goes to a recent report that Idaho National Labs recently put out there on the taking current coal sites that are shutting down and repowering those with advanced nuclear technologies, taking advantage of the fact that you have the transmission distribution, you have water, you have a lot of the permitting that's already been undertaken. And frankly, many of these are closer to urban centers, which could take advantage of the fact that the NRC is willing to look at a small emergency evacuation zone. So the question is, what do you all make of that? Is that a real opportunity, and is that something that would spur further interest in the investment community?
The short answer, hell yes. I mean, that was absolutely repowering old sites. And, that's what Intermountain Power, which is a big, supplies LA, which I worked on when I was a small child and I was proud of because it got oil plants off the beach. Okay, but that plant is going to get turned into a hydrogen plant and they already had direct feed transmission line to LA from Utah. And they're going to be doing basically hydrogen peakers for LA. So yeah, that's another example of repurposing, but absolutely.
Yes.
Well, yeah, having those grid connections in those existing facilities is
Yeah,
huge.
and you're talking 100% load factor, so in a sense, that's almost the only sin that nuclear doesn't have, checked against it is if you can get to existing transmission line that had coal, and you don't have to build, it's not like solar where you have to build 3 units of transmission to be able to get it all out because it's got a 1/3 load factor.
Maybe an example, our geothermal company, they're building their first commercial plant at a site it already has an existing power plant that's underutilized, so once their wells are built, they don't have to build any of the rest of the power plant, there's extra transmission capacity, so it's so much simpler and faster and cheaper for them to get started there, of course that's better.
Plus
It's the pick your
workforce.
battles theory.
Yeah, right, it's just don't worry about any of that stuff, right, you have people already running the power plant,
Yeah.
great.
You got a workforce there. This gentleman here, and Jennifer, where'd you go? Oh, there you are. You're getting around.
Thank you, Ray. Representative Don Burkhart, I'm one of the Wyoming legislators here. So specific to Wyoming, what input, support, participation from the state to companies in the nuclear industry? And I don't mean just the reactors, say from measurement control all the way up through the value chain to build a reactor. What from the state makes you more comfortable investing in those companies?
Good question.
What can we do to say, hey, Wyoming's a place we really want to do business in?
Okay.
Which end of the chain were you discussing, sir?
Any end.
Okay.
Any portion of that value chain, company that makes the valves, that produces the piping, maybe the factory that just rolls them off an assembly line in the future. What makes you more comfortable investing in a company doing that in Wyoming?
The first thing, which I think we talked about earlier, is to have that engagement with communities and communities that are saying yes, we're excited for this to go here. We will engage on permitting. We will engage on that. The supply chain is also great. If you have capable machinists, people who can make the valves, you have ways to get the equipment in.
What about factories, if there's light manufacturing and things like that?
Light manufacturing
converting
good.
those into supply chain
I
providers?
mean, I think a lot of it depends on, is it an SMR or is it a microreactor? Because a lot of the pitches we get are for, we can load all this stuff onto trucks, and as long as there's a highway, we can get something to the site, and then we'll need folks to install, operate, do the rest of it. Those companies are also going to need places to build the things that go onto the trucks. So that could definitely be something that is attractive.
I would say maybe a little logistically of how the actions the state takes translates to investment decisions is actually working with the companies to explain what you can provide or have that dialogue, and then be willing to talk to the investors of like, that's right, if this company comes to our state, these are the ways that we're going to work with them, so that we're not taking their word for it, but we actually, and being like, yeah, we're committing. The more you can commit to being supportive, the more we can bank on that being there.
At a high level, if that company can say our first 5 plants are going in these counties somewhere, and there's a letter of support from the state or the counties that say it doesn't have to be descriptive, it just has to say like we're going to work with them on getting, X number of plants sited, then that business looks a lot better, because it's like, okay, I have more confidence that they are likely to sell and deploy X reactors, and that's huge.
Yeah, and in terms of workforce, I think you have to figure that there's basically two pieces of workforce, probably for the modular reactors. You're going to get the modular assemblies, I think, are going to get built at places like shipyards, that are like Doosan in Korea, maybe Bath Iron Works, but it's people who are used to doing high quality, incredibly intricate welding, and doing it over and over again. But there's the whole balance of plant, which is a lot of the money, which is assembling everything else, right? Steam supply, the turbine, the transmission lines. And so if you can, concentrate on training that end of the people, which is not that different in some sense than the coal plant operators, and helping them transition, that's a really big deal. The other thing is for Wyoming, and by the way, I teach at Laramie sometimes when I'm not teaching at Stanford, at the business school there, is the nuclear to hydrogen is a huge thing. And Carlos behind you has been working on that. But nuclear to hydrogen is a big deal, and probably to go with blue hydrogen, projects like Blue Bison that are, methane with carbon capture, Wyoming could be quite a big carbon hub.
Actually,
I'm sorry, hydrogen hub.
Can I plug also Project Bison, which is going to need a lot of low carbon energy? That's a carbon capture project, which I know is something Wyoming is really uniquely suited to participate in from a geology and from a primacy standpoint. So linking those projects together is really exciting to us as investors as well.
With follow-up here.
Thank you. Follow-up. Maybe I wasn't clear. What support directly from the state of Wyoming would make any of these companies more attractive to you as investors? If the state said, we'll put up $1 billion to bring it in, how much more attractive does that make these companies?
If you're doing
A lot more.
If you're doing it, if you're willing to do, yeah.
I can send you some account numbers.
Yeah.
Or are you talking about hard dollars? Or are you talking about tax credits and things like that? Hard
Hard
dollars.
Non-dilutive
now you
funding
got it.
Yeah.
surely makes returns work better.
Now you've got our
Cost
attention.
share makes that whole thing, yeah.
Because sometimes those soft dollars never really materialize.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Randall Luthia, Governor Gordon's office. And of course, the talk of spending $1 billion always gets my interest.
Popped right up.
That did pop right up. But at the risk of being that person, opens their mouth and shows really how much they don't know, I wanted to push back just a little bit on an earlier subject where public opinion shouldn't drive investment theory. But in reality, it really does. I mean, 5 years ago, where were all the public or the private venture capitals when we started talking about nuclear? It actually took the government to start actually pumping money into this before I think many venture capitalists became more comfortable with that investment. Same thing would be true, I believe, in more Wyoming specific, is carbon capture for specifically a coal-fired power plant. I mean, the coal is there. It's cheap, it's reliable. It should be a source of it can be a source of a low carbon future. but where are the venture capitalists when you really want to talk about how do we get carbon capture on, say, a utility plant?
There's actually a lot of investment in that space. I mean, we have made an investment in carbon capture at smaller scale to decarbonize commercial trucking. But there's a huge number of venture-funded companies working on point source capture of all scales, you know, trucks, ships, you know, industrial, all the way to coal-fired power plants. So that's, I think, happening. I mean, this comes back to the overall sort of regulatory questions, right? I mean, if we get to the point where emissions have a really high price, I say if, you know, so like at $200 a ton or something like that, you know, a lot of this stuff becomes very rapidly, you know, commercially viable because people be just like, I need this and I need it now because I can't operate otherwise.
Put a carbon tax.
Actually, and on point source, you know, I would say for that, like venture is a kind of specific tool, and again, innovation versus other things like, why would you have a startup company who's just trying to hire some engineers and probably doesn't have anybody who's worked in the field on half the teams we talk to anyway, when you could hire a Fluor or a Shell or a Acker? I feel like the point source capture technology is pretty darn mature. Like that has been done for gas sweetening. That has been done for by a couple of folks in Canada and Quest and Port Arthur. And so, and this is my opinion. I know we have different opinions on this panel, but when it comes to point source, I'm kind of like, why aren't the engineering companies taking care of that? And from what I've heard, I think there's a lot of that going on. But there's less.
In part because the economics are still wrong. So.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
Yeah, and the economics are also wrong, but I kind of think economically that nuclear and, say, coal with carbon capture, or retrofit of an old coal with carbon capture, they end up being kind of economic brothers because what they are is they're base load. You want to run them base load, and they're big capacity resources, and they cost a lot. Well, the trouble is if you're in a state like Wyoming, and where PacifiCorp is really the dominant utility, and it serves about 5 states, so the regulatory control gets to be very diffuse. You know, I think DOE did a study, and it probably could apply to upcoming IOUs, is you can have a lot more rate base, say, instead of doing a nuke that maybe you can get down to 3 million a megawatt, you could build 3 or 4 solars and winds, and then a battery to back those up, and then a gas plant to back up the backup, right? So that was why DOE did a study, and they had, well, about $3 billion to add carbon capture to the coal plants, or about $20 billion to do a package of all this other stuff. If I ran an investor-owned utility, I would choose the $20 billion because I like a big rate base. So there's a big regulatory problem lurking in here for nuclear. And it's the opposite. When I was a kid, we hated, you know, nukes. We were all taught to hate nukes because they were so big and the utilities wanted to build them because they would get super rich because their rate base would grow. Well, now there's a better thing. You do a package of about 14 things, each of which costs a lot, and you can grow your rate base even more than growing, you know, a nuke. So I would go for that if I'm an IOU chairman.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Dan Doxeter, Wyoming Senate, and a member of the Board of Directors, bringing in this 5.6 cents power into the room this morning. Yeah, it's cheap power, and we're going to keep it that way. We bring it in out of the Columbia Gorge. But we're also entertaining micronuclear as a co-op. And so I'm a little concerned when you say Wyoming's, you know, we wrapped around the axle last night. I was in a meeting in Kemmer. Some of the folks were here last night doing the all-night drive up to here. 200 people very enthusiastic about the future of nuclear in Wyoming. And I'm not sure wrapped around the axle. I don't think we're really beholden to anybody. We're exploring the bigger options out of Kemmer. We're exploring the bigger options out of Jackson Hole and Star Valley with this co-op. I see it as a bright future in Wyoming. I don't think we're beholden to anybody. We have the opportunities. All of this while we're working on carbon capture too at ExxonMobil and those places down there. Some response to that, specific to Wyoming's future.
You know, and I probably misspoke, which is, you know, too many years on trading floor, you shortcut things. But I just think that, like Kemmer, probably it's going to be difficult to get that rate-based with Pacificorp anytime soon, so you're going to probably have to, I would guess, focus on munis and co-ops. Is that what the plan is?
It's our plan as it's our plan as a co-op, but what
Yeah.
are we doing across the state?
Right.
Some good folks stepped in and believed in Wyoming,
Yeah.
and we're going to try to respond to it as a legislature, and I see it as a bright future.
Go ahead. I'm excited
Nothing
about
to
add.
microreactors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Wyoming, because we also invest in crypto, and we've seen this with the crypto legislation here, I really think the state makes a big difference, and that's why we're here, and that's why we're excited. And I think whatever you can do and continue to do to push this forward will be help not just the state, but will help the U.S., and I think that's huge.
And we'd be delighted to sell you a microreactor.
We personally, actually, yeah.
And one of the things I think maybe they'll talk about later, like this idea of creating clean energy parks where there is clean energy available for low carbon manufacturing or hydrogen or carbon capture or something like that. But getting those sites set up, that's a huge resource, and that's a huge magnet to pull more business to Wyoming.
Also, if I were in any mountain region, I still would explore pumped hydro, personally.
You would or would not?
I would.
Would, yeah.
I just think it's an incredible way to store power.
Yeah, it is. It works very well.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're coming to the bottom of the hour here. I've got the lightning round coming, but just want to say, one of the greatest inventions in America is the whole entrepreneurial and venture capital system. And to the extent you can attract entrepreneurs to Wyoming, whatever, is a great thing, because they will come up with ideas. They will bring money with them when these folks write the checks, and then they make these small companies. But the real growth, the real human money side, is when these things go public, when they become big companies. We do our part to get them started, but when they become big, 90% of the value in a startup company is after these guys are finished. So, but this is where it starts, and that's a really big deal. The NVCA, National Venture Capital Association, collects this data. I don't know what the number is of the Fortune 500, but it's like over half of them now were venture-backed. So it's a big deal, this ecosystem. So I would encourage whatever you can do to bring that here would be a big deal. Okay, it's time, and we've talked about a lot of things. We've talked about radiation, we talked about waste, we talked about the grid, we've talked about just all kinds of good things and bad things. So here's the lightning round. You get to change one thing to make your portfolio, your investment, the whole nuclear thing go fast, go better. What would you change?
Get government to realize we cannot continue to operate with peacetime approach to this energy transition. And also, I think the future that we can create, much like what happened with World War II production, what happened afterwards, isn't like this amazing, glorious thing. And so much of this debate is around, oh, we can't afford this, we can't afford that. But actually, if we really lean into it hard for 5, 10, 15 years, I think what would come out of the other side would be beautiful.
Got it. Rachel?
So just to maybe hammer on the point again, a much more straightforward and reliable regulatory pathway, and I think that would do a lot to help unlock the financeability of these projects. So I'm cheating by saying 2, but.
Okay, that's good.
I was going to use that one, but now I'm going to switch and say if somebody's going to share the cost of constructing the first 5 reactors. Yep.
So someone putting up hard dollars
Yep.
Yeah.
to help build.
Helps tremendously.
Clear plan. Yep.
Okay.
Which is a little bit what the IRA may do with the
May do,
ITCs. And I would say, yeah, with all these guys, I would say take industrial policy out of the, banned book list or, the swear word list, because tough luck, we're going to have to do some industrial policy to get these big ticket items off the ground.
Got it. Well, very good. Thank you all for coming up. Thank you for being such an attentive audience and for the great questions. And we'll take a coffee break now, which is somewhere. I don't know. And what time do you return?
break. For those of you who are in the coffee break space, please rejoin us when you have a chance. Those of you who are still talking and enjoying your conversations, please have a seat. To cease their conversations. And for our second panel discussion, which is on the future of Wyoming industrial and economic development. And I know we have probably folks in the audience with as much expertise as folks on the panel. And so really, really looking forward to terrific engagement between the audience and our panelists. And I am delighted to introduce Eric Protzer, who is a research fellow at the Harvard Growth Lab. And Eric will be introducing the panelists.
Thanks so much. Actually, why don't we all give a quick quip by yourselves? I think you can all do it far better than me. So why don't we go in order?
Okay, hi, I'm Tara Righetti. I'm a professor at the University of Wyoming College of Law and School of Energy Resources.
Hi, Chris Levesque, President and CEO of TerraPower.
Betsy Hale, CEO of Cheyenne Leads.
Mike Wandler, I'm one of the owners and president of L&H Industrial Inc., heavy industrial manufacturing and repair, headquartered in Gillette, Wyoming.
Hi, I'm Josh Durrell. I'm the CEO of the Wyoming Business Council. That's the state's economic development agency.
Fantastic. Well, as you can all see, we've got some heavyweights on the stage here with a lot of expertise in the topic today, the future of Wyoming industrial and economic development. I want to set the stage for you all in terms of the structure of the talk. So ultimately, I want to have a discussion that evaluates some of the opportunities for economic diversification in Wyoming. And something I want to note right off the bat is by diversification, we mean adding new sectors. We don't mean replacing old sectors, but adding new sectors to create better good jobs, higher social mobility, and a higher quality of economic growth throughout the state. I'm on the Pathways to Prosperity project, which is with the Business Council headed by Josh Durrell, and we're all looking forward very much in the coming 16 months or so to collaborating on thinking about the future of industrial and economic development in Wyoming, and hopefully getting the ball even moving on some policy actions to support that. So for the structure of the talk today, to support that eventuality of discussing those options, I want to very quickly go through and have each person maybe tell me first one or two things that they think are a core strength of doing business in Wyoming, and then second, one or two things that they see as some of the top barriers to expanded economic growth, expanded economic diversification in Wyoming. So why don't we just roll down the line to set the stage there?
So in terms of opportunities, I think that the responsiveness of Wyoming to new challenges, because of its small size, it can be extremely responsive at the legislative level and in terms of developing new policy and research. And so by identifying problems, Wyoming responds really quickly. And that's positioned it to lead in the decarbonization sector and be an example to other states who are innovating in this space. In terms of constraints, I think probably the largest constraint is to find economic diversification and development opportunities that are also consistent and appropriate with the way that Wyoming sees itself and the values that people in Wyoming hold. And so how do you create economic development that also has a sense of us within it?
That's a really interesting point. I've gone around the state to Cheyenne and Laramie and Casper and Gillette and Laramie. You just lump it all together, right? And we talked to a bunch of businesses along the way, and one of the things that strikes a chord with that comment is that a lot of businesses comment on the housing challenge, that they'd like to hire more people, but they can't find the housing for their employees. So very interesting comment. Let's keep going.
So I think in Wyoming, TerraPower as a company, a year and a half ago, we had a ready technology. We had serious government and private investment behind us. We needed to choose a place to build our first project. being in Wyoming was a lot about having open minds, and that began with our first meeting with Governor Gordon when PacifiCorp brought me to meet him, and we talked about, hey, we'd like to site the first reactor here in the state. There was complete openness. It was the beginning of a great relationship. I'm here in Wyoming about every 3 or 4 weeks, talking to people, building more trust. Similar interactions with Senator Barrasso and Senator Lummis. We have State Senator Dockstetter here from Lincoln County, where we're building the first reactor. Just incredible openness, but I'd also say a high energy IQ. Okay, we know nuclear is difficult to explain to people, and a lot of times the explanations don't involve nuclear fission or physics. They involve some basic stuff about power, electricity, big projects, and people in Wyoming know this. I mean, you have energy projects now. Last night, I really enjoyed meeting with over 200 people from Lincoln County at the training center there. Senator Dockstetter, we both had short nights because we had to get up super early and make the drive. The people in Wyoming are not afraid of new projects. We had such excellent questions from the citizens in Kemmerer and Diamondville last night. They understand uranium mining, enrichment, power generation. I think it reminds me a little of, I once built a reactor in Finland. Okay, Finland has really great public education. They're big supporters of nuclear energy. They've even cited their repository for used fuel there. They're not afraid of it because they have a smart citizenry. And I really have some of that same feeling in Wyoming. You can't scare Wyomingites with a headline about nuclear. They take the time to understand. As far as obstacles, I would say we don't see a whole lot of obstacles in Wyoming. Our biggest challenges are things like the supply chain. The fuel supply chain was mentioned earlier. It's not just for the HALEU, I have to say. Natrium will use a higher enriched form of uranium. But the fact is, we've had a lot of underinvestment in the U.S. in all of our nuclear fuel. So LEU, so the 92 reactors today that are operating in the U.S., I mean, believe it or not, we're importing Russian uranium still for our electricity in our country. TerraPower is not doing that, by the way, at the Natrium plant. Highly enriched uranium, which we need for submarines. We haven't enriched uranium in over 10 years in the U.S. So we've been dealing with underinvestment in our supply chain. Fortunately, due to some great initiatives over the last couple years, one being ARDP, the big grant that's funding a lot of the first plant, the infrastructure bill. We've had really good bipartisan support under the last 2 administrations for getting us fired up again, because honestly, we need to. China and Russia, the technologies, the kind of technologies we're building here in Wyoming, China and Russia have Gen 4 programs already. They're not questioning, gee, is it time? Are we ready? Is the technology ready? They're doing it, okay? And they're going to deploy nuclear technology around the world. So we really need to get the U.S. Caught up here. So again, most of the constraints I would say are outside Wyoming, but we're firing off a lot of these things now. And again, great bipartisan support, great coordination between the federal level, Governor Gordon's office, and Wyoming's governor's office, and Congress here as well, legislature. Yeah.
Wow, I don't know if I can follow on that. I guess I was going to say our limited regulatory climate, and then also our tax friendliness that we have for business and industry. But then I would also add to that is it really all starts with people, and it starts in some cases from the top down and the bottom up. But right now you have a governor who has an all or above energy policy, and he's taken the reins and sort of said to Holly and to Glenn and to Josh and to all of his team, Randall and everyone, this is what we're going to do, and we're going to do it together. So we've got a team approach, which is critical for our success. But then we have our elected officials in the legislature who you've heard from today already. Representative Burkhart, in addition to Senator Dockstetter, are here, and they're listening and they're learning and they're asking tough questions. Is it all about money? What is it about? Is it about workforce? Director Cooley's here. We have all the right people in the room. We have Representative Henderson from Cheyenne. They're all driving a stake in the ground and asking the subject matter experts, all of you from out of town, Harvard, I went to Cornell. You can always tell a Cornellian, but you can't tell them much. But anyway, I would say our biggest challenges, now come on, I took a Harvard class this morning, 3 hours from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. But in any event, I think our biggest challenges are going to be staying the course, being in it for the long game. It's a marathon, not a sprint. You said, 40 years now we've been trying to do this, right? So it's time to just starting and then stick with it.
All right, so I'll talk about it. L&H has been in Wyoming since 1964. We're now a global company, and I've had shops all over the world. Currently, we have about 500 employees, 250 in the U.S., 150 of those in Wyoming. So I think a lot about this subject, and I'm committed to stay in Wyoming and keep headquarters and ownership in Wyoming long term. But it's not normal. I was on the business council for 8 years. We funded a lot of projects and tried to grow the economy and did a lot of great work. Getting it to stick in Wyoming is the issue, right? So what does Wyoming have? Well, Wyoming has an amazing heavy industrial manufacturing and repair capabilities and passion, and that came out of the mining and the oil field, and it's been around a long time. It's still here. I've got another shop in Arizona. It's hard to find people that want to do that type of work. It's not something people aspire to in other parts of the world. So I find my best talent in Wyoming, and we grow our own, the colleges and the tech schools, but it's more of the culture. We still have this culture here. The people that I look for are people with good work ethic. That is the most valuable thing that you can bring me now. I can teach them the rest. Work ethic. If they don't have that and their parents or something hasn't instilled that in them, you're in trouble. And there's a lot of that in Wyoming, so we're calling it grit now. I like that. Grit sounds better than work ethic. But the follow through, I think that's why Wyoming, and that's why I'm excited to stay in Wyoming. And I'm excited about the nuclear. I'm excited to find our place in the nuclear, whether it's in my company or one of the other Wyoming innovative entrepreneurs that needs to grow and diversify our. I'm very diversified, so I've got a lot of great coal customers, oil customers, gas customers. I love those guys, and I will be there as long as they need me there. I'm excited about diversification because I'm one of the weird ones that like change. Not everybody is, but I love it, and I think it's good, and I think it's inevitable. Wyoming's good at change too. We can, like you said, we can see something, and if it makes sense, we'll engage, and we'll do that. So all of the above energy policy, I love that. And so it's really about the people. It's about the people in my company. It's about the people and the culture in Wyoming. And I can hire people out of Wyoming, and I can transplant them to some of my other shops in Arizona or Mexico or Chile, and they're amazing. It's the kind of culture we want to create. So why not Wyoming? Why is there only 500,000 of us here? I've pondered that for a long time. I think weather is a big part of it, and I don't think the legislature can change that, but $1 billion might do it. But so weather's tough, and then also the other thing that I see, because I winter in Arizona. I was born and raised in Gillette. I went through a lot of hard winters, and about 4 years ago I decided to start wintering in Arizona because I have a shop down there, and I like that. I was tired of these winters. It even wears us natives out. So doing both is great. So I'm obsessed with working with the other entrepreneurs, the trustworthy, deep-rooted ones, and I'm doing that because I think it sticks, right? I think we're here, we're going to be here, we've got deep roots here, we're already there. I think that's the best place to focus and to try to grow those people. And again, it's about the people. It's less about what you want to do. I could make money doing 1,000 different things. I choose to do this because I'm a gearhead and I like fixing things and making things. So, getting behind the people of the state that are here doing it. And I love bringing other people in. I made a comment yesterday, and some people took that as I was, buy local, stay local, you guys stay out of the state. Not at all. I love people. There's great people everywhere, and they're welcome here as long as they've got the right intentions and a cultural fit. And I think the other thing that I'll plug, I've been plugging this for a long time, is air service. So one of the reasons that I think companies like mine move to Denver or some other big city is air service. And we can't have a DIA in Wyoming, but it's really important that we keep funding air service because a small town, you know, liken it to when the railroad tracks came through, and if a railroad didn't come through your town, you were in trouble, right? Your town was going to dry up and blow away. And then the one I lived through was interstates. If the interstate didn't come through your town, you're in trouble. I think most small towns under 200,000 lose air service. We don't, because the state and everybody's working on funding that and keeping it here and keeping those. So the towns that we keep air service in are going to stay and grow, and companies like mine will stay in them. And that's not only to move me around, it's to move my people around, it's to move my vendors around and my customers around. So I think that one we've got to keep an eye on, and I know that nobody likes to subsidize anything, but that one is super important to keep growing here. But Wyoming is a great place to be and to grow and to grow your talent out of. So, yeah, that's what I have.
I'm curious, Mike, can you comment on how easy or difficult it is to find the kind of talent you need in Wyoming?
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to find talent. We all know that. You're right. It's really hard to find talent. I look for work ethic, and I look for gearheads, people that grew up working on their bicycles, motorcycles, hot rods. That's the people that fit my culture, and I'm really looking for a cultural fit, and I have to find them in their teens or 20s. I find more in Wyoming. So when I set up my shop in Arizona in 2008, I thought, problem solved. 6 million people, I'm going to have all of the machinists, welders, and mechanics that I can need.
Right.
Wrong. That is not how it works. It doesn't matter if it's 6 million people. I can get more talent out of Wyoming, where the biggest town I think is 100,000 people. I get better talent because people want to do this type of work. Right?
Yeah.
They saw their family doing it. It's a great job, but in Arizona it's tough, and I think that's the same all over the world. So that is the competitive advantage. That's L&H's competitive advantage, is we've got enough people working for us that want to train new people, and we've got a good system of working with the colleges and the techs to find a cultural match. And the reason we go to the colleges and techs is we want them to have a little bit of investment in that trade.
Yeah.
And because that helps screen them. And then we bring them in and finish them out, and then they stick forever. So that's the secret sauce. And that's the most important thing, I think, for all of us. And people also will stay for culture. So if you can't retain talent, so we had 30% turnover the first 40 years of L&H's existence, and then it dropped to 3%.
Wow.
That was because we changed our culture, which you're never done doing. And it's hard. The older you get and the more stuck in your ways you get, you don't want to, but you've got to keep up with the culture to keep talent working for you. And yeah.
Interesting. Josh, your thoughts?
Well, a lot of the things that are great about Wyoming have been covered. And so, just to recap, if you think about our small size as our advantage and our ability to move quickly and be agile with our legislature and with our agencies, I think that's a big deal. And then you think about how our business-friendly climate is. It's amazing. It really is. And then you think about the people that we have here, and all of those are really, really well said. And so at the Business Council, we sort of look at it as how do we utilize policy, funding, and leadership in order to build local capacity for economic development.
Right.
And so, because ultimately, and I'm sure we'll talk about this more, we don't want to just have diversity.
Right.
We want resilience. And then we'll talk about why we want resilience in a bit. But the way I kind of look at it is you have to, the thing that I've noticed in a big change over the last couple of years is that there is a focus, a concerted effort on the idea of economic development. And so in addition to all of those things, and that's the tough thing about going last, is that you don't get to get the good ones. But I think the conversation around economic development and alignment of all of the various agencies and groups within the state about economic development is really impressive. And I think it's going to make a big difference. So I think that's the big opportunity that we have, because there are a number of opportunities that Wyoming has in front of it that are really exciting. Now, when it comes to constraints, and again, many of them have been mentioned, I'm going to go two, because I get to go last, so I get to use two. I'm going to say that in some cases, Wyoming kind of looks like a box. And Wyomingites like to think inside the box. We love that box. We are fairly insular. We love Wyoming. We love it so much that we don't necessarily want to think outside the box. And I think in a lot of cases, we've got to look at the regionality. And I think we're starting to see that. A conference like this demonstrates that we're willing to do that, and demonstrates that we're willing to reach across maybe a state line and look at this national lab thing and say, hey, maybe there's something there, right? Maybe there's something else out there. And so I'm really excited about us looking at the regionality. And Betsy mentioned she's in a Harvard course, and that is part of this Pathways to Prosperity and Leading Economic Growth, right? I'm guessing, and she can confirm this, that as she talked to people in other parts of the world, they have the exact same problems that we, the special people of Wyoming, have.
If I can jump in there really quick. So this morning at 6 a.m., I had the pleasure of being on this this class, that, the courtesy of the Business Council. And two of my cohorts or peers in my work group, one gentleman was from Saudi Arabia. He's the head of economic diversification for Saudi Arabia. And another gentleman is from Victoria, South Africa. And we were supposed to talk about our economic challenges and what we're faced with. To a person, all three of us, energy diversification. I didn't bring up OPEC. But think about that. You know, I wasn't reaching across state lines. I was reaching around the world. And so that's the sign that Wyoming is ready to take it to the next level, because we're making a substantial investment. The legislature's approved funding for a cohort of economic developers in the state to attend these classes and meet colleagues from around the world and explore new ways to solve problems.
And so the other challenge I think that Wyoming has that is maybe it's super boring, but I think there are probably enough engineers in the room where I could talk about this, is that we don't have a lot of systems built like other states to deal with federal funding. So now in highways and maybe some of the other health and human services, we might have those systems already built. But when it comes to economic development or transitions and things like that, we don't have the systems at a local level to handle that, because we've always paid our own way, which is a great thing, right? That independence is a great thing, except when billions and billions of dollars are being thrown at you and you say, okay, well, how do we deal with this? How do we write the grants? How do we execute the grants? How do we comply with the grants? How do we do all of that when we've never had to do it? So we don't have those systems in place, which is a good thing if you look at it positively, because then we can build them right from the get-go and not have a lot of technical debt. But that's a challenge that we face right now that I don't think we've really recognized how important it is. And I can look out there in the audience and see a few people nodding their head because they're facing that challenge, where people are saying, well, you've got all these grants out there, go after them. And the communities are going, how do we do that? And the state agencies are going, we've never supported that. That isn't something we do.
Is a solution.
Well, I was just going to share the observation that this is a concern. We even heard at the town hall last night is people are super enthusiastic about this long-term investment, but then they're looking at their water plant, their 40-year-old sewage plant, and they're saying, yes, I can see how the tax base is going to grow. On a long-term basis, we're going to be able to invest in our roads and our infrastructure, but they're concerned about the short term, like how do we catalyze that? And I think grants are part of the answer. I have to tell you, there's a really big effort. There's something called the Interagency Working Group for Coal Communities. There's significant funding from Department of Commerce, Department of Energy, and I know the governor's office, Jen Thompson now is really focused on, which grants do we apply for? Let's make sure we understand any restrictions with them. I do think that's an opportunity Wyoming has to work on, is these grants. There's money there. It requires grant writers. It requires some expertise. But I think that can help us get over that speed bump with some of those initial infrastructure investments. And we're doing our part to catalyze those things too. I think the three companies working in Lincoln County on Natrium, Bechtel, TerraPower, and Rocky Mountain Power, we were talking on an audio system at the training center last night that we're investing in. So we're trying to enable what's needed to get these projects going.
I think it's interesting, though, that you talk about these, there's kind of two different things happening there, right? One is addressing and preventing fiscal rupture that can come from these changes, and addressing long-term underinvestment nationally in the core infrastructure of sort of resource peripheries, which is needed to support the new investments. And then the second piece is, how do you really mobilize these new investments by aligning national, state, and local priorities? And I really like to challenge the idea that around energy, you have to have sacrifice zones, which are areas that sort of make the sacrifices to meet these national priorities. But instead, if we can align all these interests, we can talk about pathways to prosperity. Well, prosperity has to work at every level. And growth can't be an end in itself. It has to be the mean to that prosperity. And so I think it's addressing kind of the current shortfalls that are needed, and then aligning and making structural change so that new investments and diversification really achieve that end goal.
That's an interesting comment. Again, Tara, I'm curious. You know, we've been talking for most of the morning about the opportunities surrounding nuclear power, and obviously that presents an opportunity for Wyoming. I'm curious what your thoughts are on how the potential presence of nuclear power in Wyoming solves business constraints. Is that something that it's only for industries that aren't here yet? Or is it something that existing businesses can use some of the things that are talked about, like the heat output from the nuclear plants, which is critical in certain industrial processes? What are your thoughts on that?
Would I be able to speak to that?
Yeah.
So I just want to kind of lay the groundwork for all of you. And being in Cheyenne, I'm really spoiled because, you know, in 2010, Microsoft got excited about Wyoming. And so they put their first Microsoft data center. And by the way, data centers are considered industrial in Wyoming. So we are working on that, but it's still considered a heavy industrial use. So we currently have an existing Microsoft data center, and you guys all know about the power draw that a data center or a cloud computing facility uses. We currently have 2 additional Microsoft data centers under construction. And what we're finding is they probably are going to put 2 more on the books in Wyoming. Locations yet to be identified. So right there's 5 Microsoft data centers. Sometime next year, we anticipate that we'll be announcing another 1 million square foot cloud computing data center campus in Cheyenne. And so right now, we're actually going through an entitlement process for a new business park. We just opened Bison Business Park last year. We have 3 business parks now. So we've got a Microsoft data center in each of our 3 business parks, some open, some under construction. We'll be having a 4th business park by the end of this year for a large data center. We also have a crypto mining company that uses about 16 megawatts of power. That new data center is going to be using 300 million megawatts of power when it opens, fully operational. And so when you think about that, we know we have to grow the energy pie, but we also know, right, that it's a slow process, and I don't think Black Hills anticipated this hockey stick demand. And so the other thing is now we have this acronym, ESG. This 1 million square foot data center doesn't have a cloud computing data center facility in the world that isn't powered by renewable, green, clean energy. So that is their deal. They don't falter from that. They stay that way. And so what we're doing right now as the Economic Development Organization is working with not only Black Hills Energy, but also with the Board of Public Utilities, the water side of the shop, to really understand what our growth capacities are and what our growth constraints are. And so now the other interesting thing is I never thought Russia and Ukraine would be an issue or an opportunity for us. Just since that conflict has occurred and started and is rolling its way it's going, we've had 2 companies, 2 German manufacturing companies, look to Wyoming and say to us, can you put a facility in one of your business parks, and can we have a solar array right next to it? Now, we all know we can't do that, at least with our current environment, our regulatory environment. So as we look at the all or above energy policy and we look at the continued growth, not only of data centers, we have 17 manufacturing companies, US manufacturing companies in our current pipeline. We have to look at all or above. And so one of the things that we're anticipating is at some point we'll have to work with the Energy Authority in Marcio to figure out how we put a micro reactor in a business park and we power 6 companies off that micro reactor. So I don't have enough money to buy one today. I don't know who was who's making those, but that has to be the vision right now. We've also had an inquiry from what I'll call Project Allen, because we work in code names, and they are a foreign company that manufactures electrolyzers. So here comes the hydrogen conversation. And so these are the kind of things when we work with the Energy Authority, and they have a hydrogen roadmap, a hydrogen strategy on their website if you haven't seen it. And I know Marcio's rolling out the nuclear strategy. In Cheyenne and Laramie County, I can't afford to not look at the all or above strategy for whatever reason it is. Capacity, reliability, wind and solar, we still got to address storage. That may be something else we want to try to test in Cheyenne. And so from an economic development perspective, purely selfish, I think there's huge opportunities all and above. And I just can't wait till some of the buildings are made out of the bricks that are made out of coal from Holly's shop over at the School of Energy Resources. I think there's huge opportunities all across the board, including carbon capture.
Mike, what about you? You run I've seen Mike's operations in Gillette, LNH. If you haven't, they are impressive. Is there any use where, if there was nuclear today and you could get that clean energy and you could get that clean heat, that you would be able to find a use for it? Or is this something for a future opportunity?
Yeah, it's definitely for a future opportunity.
Okay.
And I know that my friend Rex Lewis is he's way more of an expert on this than I am. There is a massive amount of uses in Wyoming offering this zero carbon energy for different plants. And he's going to talk about that this afternoon, and I'm an amateur at it compared to him. But what I want to talk about is clean, reliable energy. So I had an operation in Johannesburg, South Africa, during the rolling brownouts. And if you've got rolling brownouts and you're a manufacturer, you will become unprofitable immediately. It's incredible how little of that would happen before you can't sustain, and you lose your people, and it's bad. So the United States is very blessed to have low cost compared to my friends in Germany. I think it's 5 times less of a cost of power and reliable power. Now, I know that we've had some things happen in different places, but this is going to get worse. So I think the real focus for me, having great customers that I fully support in all of the energy producing areas, including wind and coal, I think the problem is we need more power. And if you talk to any pro about this, we need all of the above in the United States for power. And nuclear is the most interesting one. I think personally, the stuff that I've looked at, I think in 20, 30 years, nuclear will be the most competitive, the most reliable power source, period. And I think that's a real competitive advantage for the United States, because that doesn't exist in very many countries. And I think nuclear is an opportunity to really double down on that and fix the problem before it becomes a big problem, because as we all know, we're going to battery-powered cars and all of these other things that take electricity, and the demand is going up. And I think they're going to need all of this energy, but having energy, having it cost effective, but having it reliable. For a manufacturer like me, the reliability is everything, and that is a huge competitive advantage in the United States.
I can see you wanted to jump in. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I hear this theme of how do we remove constraints, which I love the question that we hear in Wyoming, but again, I don't often think of Wyoming as a place where we're removing constraints. I want to call out Representative Burkhart for sponsoring legislation, HB 131, that removed constraints for developing advanced nuclear in Wyoming. When I think of like synergizing here, and why did the governor say yes, when we said we'd like to do this here? It's because he saw the energy transition coming. He wanted Wyoming to participate in something new and move down the value chain, not just focused on resource extraction and power generation. He wanted to see engineering jobs, more craft, more manufacturing. So realizing that vision isn't about, I don't see a lot of legislative barriers, honestly. A lot of communication is going to be required. I'm here in Wyoming every 3-4 weeks. Mike and I have coffee. We talk about, hey, what do these components look like? What kind of craft do you need in your shop? What kind of tooling are manufacturers in Wyoming going to need? I have discussions with President Seidel at University of Wyoming. What kind of technical workforce are we going to need? Same thing at the community colleges. And honestly, we haven't answered every question overnight. It's kind of like this, elaboration. The good news is nuclear takes a long time. Our projects take longer than we would like, but it allows for this dialogue, and that's what's been happening over the last 18 months.
I think a lot of this will happen in Wyoming because we like heavy industrial manufacturing, we like repair, and to your point, I think that's key for any Wyoming entrepreneur to think about. You've got to add value. You can't do things that have really tight margins in Wyoming, but because the freight will kill you, right? If you're doing really tight margin things, they have to be near to the raw materials, and they have to be near to the customer. And you can tell the difference when your freight starts becoming half of the cost of your project, and probably not for Wyoming, right? So you do this value add, which I love doing. I love doing the finished product and selling it to the end customer because that's what plays here, and I think that's really important. But I'm pretty confident that we're going to end up playing a big part. Wyoming is going to end up, not just me, but other people in Wyoming, maybe people that came back, but a lot of entrepreneurs here are going to play a key part because there's not a lot of people left that want to manufacture and repair and do service and the dirt work, and it's a great fit. So,
Josh, I can see you wanted to jump in. Yeah.
Yeah, I think to kind of follow on with some of these themes, one of the things that we're working to do in Wyoming, I think, is and it's the word transition, which has gotten me in trouble in other areas, but I'm not talking about energy transition. I'm talking about the competitive landscape transition that we have. And so there are competitive advantages that we've had for a number of years, and those competitive advantages live under the ground or above the ground. Think about things that we pull out of the ground and ship out. You can't transport, you can't say, oh, Colorado can't say, well, we want to take Wyoming's Trona and do something with it. It's ours, right? We have that competitive advantage. And we're really, really close to another competitive advantage that happens to be above the ground. Has anybody seen the Tetons? Kind of beautiful, right? That's a competitive advantage that we have. But one of the things that we are not that great at yet, but we're developing systems to do that, is to play that competitive advantage game with industries that are transportable, okay? And so what I mean by that is when you talk to a Mike Wandler who looks out there and he sees the future, well, Mike Wandler wants to be in Wyoming because he's got the workforce, he's got those capabilities, but your machine shop could be anywhere.
yeah.
And we're not great at playing that game yet. So one of the things that we want to get better at, and we are working to get better at, is playing the game that will keep the industries or bring industries to Wyoming around something like the nuclear industry. So we heard it earlier on that panel where we heard about shipyards. And well, shipyards have this amazing ability to do the very intricate and perfect welding and all of that stuff. And I'm going to tell you right now, Mike Wandler and some other folks in the audience are probably going to tell you, bring that shipyard's welders here. We'll see what they got, right? We've got that, and we want to have that. But we've got to learn how to compete in areas that are not things that we dig out of our ground or that we show above our ground. And that's a little different. And so, again, I think we, as Wyomingites, we want to be very proud, but we also want to be very open to understanding, well, what do you love about the shipyards that make you think that they should build a piece of the reactor? Why don't we build that here? And I think that's a big piece of what we all want to see happen so that we develop the industry that develops the industry. And I think that's a really exciting part for Wyoming.
If I could follow on that too, because I think it's really important. So I originally grew up in New York, spent a lot of time in Colorado, et cetera, and every time I go anywhere and I tell people that I'm from Wyoming, they go, where is that? Is that in the middle?
Yeah.
They're like, oh, and you're 6 hours from the DIA, right? Well, this German company, the site selector that came in, he says, I can't believe that I can drive to Denver and I get a direct flight to Munich. He's like, why didn't you guys tell me that? I mean, I'm like, I didn't know it was really important, but now I know if I'm going to talk to a German company, he needs to know how quickly he can get to an airport where he can get directly to Munich on one plane, because who wants to travel anymore on the air? Yeah. But the other thing is then I go even deeper and I say, well, and we're from, Cheyenne, and they go, well, that's like 6 hours away from DIA, and I'm like, no. I've got to educate these people on where we are because we are incredibly humble.
Yeah.
And we haven't necessarily been out there being braggadocio, and so it's really time, and I think you're seeing that that Wyomingites tell our story, and we talk about the value-added proposition of being small but being mighty, and having the Tetons and having the Yellowstones, because most of Yellowstone is actually in Wyoming, not Montana, as the show would lead you to believe. But you know, we also have two great partners in railroad, Union Pacific and BNSF, man. They take care of Wyoming. Let me tell you, they take care of Wyoming. And then in my particular case, and you know, you have it as well, you've got 90, Interstate 90, and I've got the shortest trade route between Mexico and Canada, I-25, and the busiest trade route coast to coast, I-80. But a lot of people don't realize that. That's why I have a huge logistics center, you know, with Walmart, Lowe's, Sierra, all having large distribution centers in Cheyenne. And so these are the things that all have to come together. If, you know, here's Rex, you're gonna hear from him later. He's got to have rail, right? We have to have a rail-served business park. You know, we have to have a rail-served community. Those are all things that'll be beneficial when we're selling these electrolyzers and selling these microreactors and things like that, is having that distribution hub and not being 6 hours away from DIA.
So that's a really interesting conversation, and I think a perfect setup to maybe where I want to go next, which is, so we've sort of touched on some of the industries that exist in Wyoming right now that could benefit from something like a nuclear power plant. Thinking about, you know, industries of the future, like Mike's talking about, you know, some of the industries that use the kind of heat that you might get from a nuclear power plant. It's a lot of chemical industries, some pulp and paper, those kinds of things. Now, I took the liberty of looking up the jobs that are used in those industries, and there's a lot of specialist requirements, things like boiler engineers that you know, you might not think of offhand. And the number of people who have that occupation in Wyoming is 0. Now, University of Wyoming does a fantastic job educating people, but at the same time, Wyoming has the highest rate of young people leaving the state of any U.S. state. If you look at the share from 20 to 30 that were born in Wyoming, that are not living in Wyoming, and you compare that to every other state, Wyoming fares last. So how do you build that? I mean, that's a challenge. How do you build up the workforce and the know-how you need for these industries of the future when a bunch of your young people are leaving?
Want me to jump on that?
Yeah.
All right, so it's again all about the culture. So you have to find the person that's going to hire and retain those people, and they're going to be the ones that are growing. Now, that's whether they're here or you bring them in from out of state. I would argue that when they come in from out of state, a lot of times they leave. You know, I don't know what the odds are, but it's pretty big that they would leave.
Yeah, we've checked the data on that, and that's true, by the way.
Yeah, and for obvious reasons. Yeah. But so you find the people that are going to employ them, and then you connect them to the students and give them a good job to stay at. And then I have some of the students just want to leave because they want to leave where they grew up. So if you have a global company like I do, you can also give those same students an option to go to Phoenix. And then a few years later, they want to come back, so then you bring them back.
So we need more guys like you.
It's more guys like me, more companies that are going to employ people, and then they have to go do the work. And we were talking about this yesterday. They really have to go do the work with the teachers. So you need great teachers in the education system, and they need to understand who the great employers are, and then match make. They're the best ones to match make those students to the right employer, to the right job. And so we can do a better job of connecting with the teachers. And I do a really good job of this on the tech level, but I realized yesterday we're not doing that at the college level yet, and we need to do that because that works every time.
Right.
Now, does that grab all of the students? I don't think so, but it's as good as it gets.
There's 2 programs that are rolling out, and I really want to congratulate the governor on his thoughtfulness on the WIP, the Wyoming Innovation, I'm going to say it, partnership. Did I say that right? It was WIN, now it's WIP. And so, but WIP is great because it creates connectivity between the University of Wyoming, between the community college system that we have here, and it's a very robust community college system, you know, dormitory living, those kinds of things. So it's a little bit different because we're, you know, so geographically spread out. And then also connecting workforce services with employers. And so it's just now rolled out. Lauren Schoenfeld is the new director of that, and she's going to be, you know, continuing to push that program forward. So I think there's one thing that we're going to be able to do to help embrace our young people sooner, to convince them to stay because they'll be trained in a lot of the different opportunity careers in the future. And then just a unique thing that we're doing in Cheyenne, and I think your culture is spot on. So in Cheyenne, we have this little thing called Cheyenne Frontier Days. It's a 10-day outdoor rodeo. It's the largest outdoor rodeo in the country. And so we recognized early on that talent attraction, 65% of our employees say workforce is their biggest problem, right? So we recognized early on that if someone's watching 100 rodeos in 100 days on the Cowboy Channel, they're probably going to want to come to Cheyenne, right? They're going to fit our culture. So we have just started to roll out an advertising campaign where we are going to, actually just before National Finals Rodeo, we're going to have Derek Jared and Jack McIntyre. Derek is now over at University of Wyoming, and he's running Impact 307. And Jack McIntyre is my business retention expansion guy, and they're 30 and under. And we're going to have them start to be in these ads that talk about why you want to work in Wyoming, and also the companies that are in Wyoming. Because I just talked about Microsoft. I just talked about Project Cosmo, who I can't tell you what it is, but they're top 5 in the world. Anyway, but I don't think people think of Wyoming as having, you know, a Walmart distribution center whose starting wage right now is $30.65 an hour, right? Did you see that? Oh my gosh, $30.65. I'm thinking, you know, I got a future in the refrigeration side. But anyway, but you think about that, we just haven't said that EchoStar has their satellite uplink in Cheyenne, right? They're looking to start high school graduates at $60,000 a year to teach them how to run that facility, right? I think they've got 30 to 40 openings right now. So these are the things that we're starting to do, is look at, okay, what's our culture? Cowboy culture, outdoor rec. Let's target our talent there, right? Let's keep our talent through the whip. And I think it's going to take us a few years. You got to brand first. The only other thing that we're trying to do is we have a big billboard that we're going to put back up, and it's on I-25 going south out of Cheyenne, and it's between Loveland and Berthoud. Anybody that's driven on I-25 south of Loveland, and it's got a guy biting the steering wheel, and it just says, tired of the commute and getting stuck in construction traffic? There's jobs in Cheyenne. We just have to tell our story, right? And pull that talent. By the way, we have about 8,000 people that drive in, because we're 10 miles from the Colorado border, about 38 minutes from downtown Fort Collins, towns that you've probably heard of. We are pulling in about 8,000 people a day from Weld and Larimer counties to work. So I think a little bit more cooperation with our workforce partners at Larimer County and Weld County would be another way for us to train for our border communities, right? Because I consider myself a border community. Laramie's a border community. In some ways, you know, Gillette is, Sheridan, et cetera. We just need to be thinking about a more regional workforce.
Tara, you wanted to jump in? Yeah?
Yeah, I wanted to speak a little bit to this. Since I'm at the university, I get to work with a lot of our students. It's a tremendous privilege. And I think part of what we also have to look at is giving students, when they graduate, first figuring out how we retain students from undergraduate and that top talent through graduate programs. And that means having cutting edge research happening at the University of Wyoming, so that they're saying, this is where I can change the world, this is where I'm innovating, I'm working on the same projects I could be working on at any of the top research institutions in the country. And then what gets them to stay in Wyoming afterwards? Eric and I talked a little bit about this last night. It's not just loving the mountains and hunting and fishing and hiking. It's also having access to work-life balance, which the current generation really values, having social mobility and wages that are competitive with large cities, and really moving into positions that include growth and leadership. And so that's really important as well. And some of the other things that I think a lot of people are looking for are some of that quality of life that's in the cities as well, with culture and restaurants and investments in I think culture and hospitality also will really be key to that workforce.
Josh?
So I think we've covered the spectrum of things, but we've kind of missed on one thing. You know, we talk about, well, there are some kids that just want to leave. Well, those are the same in Colorado or Idaho or West Virginia or Pennsylvania or wherever. There are always a group of kids that want to leave. So why is Wyoming disproportionately losing their educated youth. And it's actually really simple. All of those things matter. It's jobs. It's the number of jobs that we have that are good, that include mobility upwards, that include mobility across a cluster. It's jobs. And so, all of the things matter, right? It's a holistic approach. You can't just say it's only this. But as a collective group, we will have to fill in that whole spectrum. Now, at the Business Council, what we've done over the last couple of years is really focused heavily on investing in projects that create great jobs in our communities to build resilience. Because if you can create great jobs, people will stay. If you can create jobs that utilize the resources that we have across our state in terms of the college system and our educational system, then our youth have a pathway to those jobs. And if they have just one job in their town, that's scary. So I used to recruit a lot of software developers in Laramie, which you would think, well, that's pretty easy. It's a university town, all those things. Well, at the time when we were recruiting, there were not that many software development companies. And so when you would bring somebody in, they would say, well, what's the software community like? And we'd say, well, we're pretty much the game in town. Well, there's a lot of fear for somebody to move to a town that only has one software development shop. Because if we can't give them what they want, or they're not really working out right there, they're stuck. And so nobody wants that. They want that mobility. So we've been focusing on clusters, and we've been focusing on jobs. So in the past, we might have invested in a lot of projects that may not have looked like that. They might have looked like amenities. They might have looked like nice to haves. But right now, we have to focus. Our part of that spectrum has to be jobs. And so what I like is there are so many opportunities. We talk about, well, what is nuclear going to bring? What is the hydrogen hub going to bring? What is carbon capture going to bring? And that's just in the energy sector. Think about southwest corner of the state of Wyoming. Just back of the napkin calculation over the next few years, 5,800 net new jobs. That is going to help keep folks around. And then you can build those cultural things. You can build those other opportunities because you have a pathway for the youth. And so I think if we, as my agency, continues to focus on creating and investing in jobs, great jobs for the state, that's going to make a difference. And then as you can see, we've kind of got the broad spectrum to be able to handle all of the other elements. And I think that's going to make a big difference over the next few years.
I think the jobs too, what I focus on is not just getting into the first nuclear and the prototype things, but what's the piece in that that's going to scale, that's national and then international, and what can I do to follow them around nationally and internationally? And the truth is, service, you've got a 5-state area that you can do service. Repair is about the same. Selling new manufactured, that can go global. You can ship that halfway around the world, nobody cares. So, and then also the diversification of not just working for TerraPower, but work for 3 of them, right? So be able to offer products for 3 different customers, so that if you lose one, you're not out of business. And that's our whole scale, is when we're looking at engineering something and manufacturing something. Is it one person, one need? And we'll do that if it's cool, like the NASA crawler transporter. That was cool. We're going to do that. There's only 2 of those in the world, but normally we look for, is there multiple customers and multiple regions, so that you can keep going in the slow times.
And that's exactly how it's going to happen. The first Natrium plants are going to be in Wyoming. We want to do more than one here, maybe in Utah. So, the manufacturers in this region will be involved with those first plants. And guess what? When we build a lot more other places in the country or even internationally, if a local manufacturer or a local engineering company did a good job on the first one, guess what? They go with us.
Yes. If they're willing to. So we need to set companies up in Wyoming that think globally, right? So we're doing it locally. We're doing it because we have the opportunity to work with you. And then we're planning on taking it nationally and internationally. That's the most interesting people to get behind, because it scales.
I'm curious what your thoughts are on the extent to which the affordability crisis plays into this problem. If you look at the data, every single county in Wyoming has a median house price that is above expectations, given how many people live there. Is that something that pushes out young people too, and to what extent? And how do you address that?
I'll say I think that housing is an issue, and we see this when we're trying to recruit new faculty. Students see this when they're looking at jobs. There used to be a narrative of like, housing's cheap and there's no taxes, so you don't need to make as much money to live in Wyoming as other places. I'm not sure that that's still true to the same extent, and so wage competitiveness relative to cost of living is certainly important, or investing in that housing stock so that there's less expensive options.
So there's a couple small successes on the radar, and Rex, you probably know about this. One of our employers, Searing Industries, is actually building workforce housing along with their expansion of their business, just because they know that housing is an issue. So the entrepreneur, the business owner, is taking it upon themselves to say, okay, I'm going to make sure, as a benefit to my employees, that they have a place to live. And so I think that's really innovative, and it's a solution that's working. I also think that we have a lot of housing organizations and a lot of elected officials that are looking at land banks or land trusts, and even to the point of some conversations around utilization of state school sections, if appropriately so, as part of that initiative. So if you haven't ever looked at a map of Wyoming, it looks kind of like a checkerboard because there's state school sections all over it. And so those could be means to bring the affordability, you know, if that barrier to entry, if that land cost is down, that can bring affordability. And some of those projects have been piloted before, so we're all aware of it. I mean, I think even here, is it Teton or Park County, they're actually working on building housing for their police and fire departments, you know, just to make sure that they have places to live. So I think folks are grabbing onto it and looking for creative ways. It's just, we got to play catch up.
I think you know, for me, I stay in advanced manufacturing, so I can get the margins, so I can pay my people well. And so it's the selection of what kind of business you're running after. If you're trying to be the cheapest, you're going to have the cheapest people, and you're going to have to cut all the wages and benefits, and that's not my style. It's a lot of people's style. So if you're going value added, you know, adding value to the parts, which I think is the only thing that works in Wyoming. Let's add value to our resources, and then you should be able to pay people. That's all relative, but I think we don't have that problem because we're playing a different game, and we're paying appropriately. So and that problem I don't think ever changes, right? So are you going to be the high value company with a good culture, and I shouldn't say good culture, but a different culture to pay well, and then your people all of a sudden can afford the nice places and afford food and gas? Or are you going to jump in with the 80% of people and say, I'm going to be the cheapest, and then in order to win that, you have to make sure that you pay people very little, and that's not going to work, right?
The way Mike's thinking, the way the governor thinks, is they're looking for that high value work. You know, I'll tell you, I've worked in nuclear energy internationally, and other countries who pursued nuclear energy, South Korea, United Arab Emirates, part of the reason they do it is for energy. Part of the reason they do it is they want to create a high value economy, and they want to create opportunities for their young people. So, you know, that's why I've heard the governor speak recently and, you know, compare the state of Wyoming to nations, energy producing nations. That's, you know, you're thinking the same way, and I applaud that. Yeah.
Yeah, we can build a culture in Wyoming of that. Now, you're still going to have the people that get obsessed by cheap, because that's normal. It's human nature, right? And they're not going to do well. They're going to struggle, right? And then somebody needs to step in and deal with that, because you know that needs to be dealt with. I'm not saying leave those guys out, but
it's kind of the culture of saying no too, and that's one of the things that Josh and I have been really drilling down on. Is it's okay to say no, because there is only so much Wyoming, and it should be an honor and a privilege to bring your business here and to bring your livelihood here, and we think it is. And so and again, I think what we have to offer, there is a value-added proposition. There's one issue that we haven't even tapped into that I think our companies in Wyoming are beginning to address, and that's childcare. And that's one of the things that's helping solve the workforce piece too, because if we can get both partners in the house, mom or dad, if we can get them to come to work by addressing the childcare issue, then we've got another worker, right? So somebody isn't staying home and taking care of the kids. So our distribution companies have gotten really creative and innovative, and that's Lowe's, Sierra, Walmart. And what they're doing is they're making sure that those dual household income folks are paid well so that they can afford a home. But they also are doing the shifts so that they're working like, 3 12s, and then the other partner spouse is working 2 12s. And they're making sure that the family has that time to manage all of those things and yet pay them well enough. I mean, again, 30-65, in a distribution center, that's pretty good. I don't know how many other communities have got that in the US. But so I do think that innovative solutions, what is that? Necessity is the mother of invention. That's kind of what's happening. We also have a couple of our distribution centers that are actually transporting employees in from Colorado. They're actually taking buses down, picking people up, bringing them in, because fuel prices really escalated that whole transportation piece.
The innovation is key for Wyoming. We have 500,000 people, and you have to innovate. But every year in manufacturing, I'm amazed that with the innovation and the right people, so with the right person and the right innovation that you're giving them, man, can they do some incredible things. So, and that's why now manufacturing fits Wyoming. You don't need a massive amount of people. If you get the right people with the right attitude and you get them the right equipment, which is upgrading constantly, you can do some incredible things, and you can get a lot of work done with a few people. Therefore, you can pay those people very well. They shouldn't have to suffer if they're in advanced manufacturing.
I know Josh has been trying to get in, so I'm going to give them okay, Josh, okay.
Actually,
questions.
I was going to play facilitator for a second, and I know that you're facilitating this panel, but I was going to flip it back and ask that question, a question of you on that affordability piece.
Sure.
And what I want to know is how different is the housing price in Wyoming versus other counties in other states? Are we so out of whack, or are we close? Because I think sometimes we forget that we are not just a fact in Wyoming, but it's a fact outside. Like,
yeah, that's very true. So that's why I mentioned it's really important to compare to the trend. So if you look at the size of the population for every county in Wyoming, and you just you do a regression line, you fit a trend. Every single county in Wyoming has median house prices that are above that trend, so above what you would expect given how many people live there. That being said, there are a lot of differences. I mean, Teton County, where we are here, that has the worst problem by far, and that shows up in the data, and a lot of people know that intuitively. As to how to address that, I think it's difficult because you've got a tension between housing development and people liking their communities the way they are. So it's something I think we're going to have to think about really hard. Any further thoughts?
I think Teton County, the employers are going to have housing as part of their hiring package, because anything beyond that, we tried to do things when I was on the business council where you create this affordable housing and you sell it. But as soon as it's worth 3 times more, guess what? That's a pretty compelling offer for somebody to sell it and escape.
Yep.
So I think the only answer when you're in this environment, which is a beautiful environment, is the employer has to build housing and make that part of their salary.
Yeah.
I don't see any other angle.
So we've got, I think it's about noon. It is 12:02. We've got until 12:15. I'd like to open the floor up to the audience for questions for any of our fantastic panelists.
Thank you. And you've all hit on it in parts, but I was wondering if we might just redo it one more time. Governor Gordon is very much supporting nuclear industry and the Natrium project. But Randall Luthia of Governor Gordon. But it comes down to if Natrium was the only thing we get out of this, a great thing, but we have failed to create a nuclear industry. Mining isn't represented. So Josh, you're going to have to represent mining on this, right? What do we need to do in Wyoming to make sure we get the industry out of this Natrium project?
Question for me, Randall?
Anybody.
Yeah. Hopefully I've proven that we want to think big with you and help Wyoming develop a nuclear energy economy, and we're committed to do that with you. The most important thing that we can do right now is to make this first project successful and to be focused on it, because I think we have to look at the fact that in the US and Europe, no one has pulled off a successful new design and build in 30 years. So we got to think big, but we have to be focused on getting that one project right in Wyoming. The world's eyes are really watching that one project.
Yeah, I think having Chris Slovak and TerraPower and Bill Gates on this is amazing. I've spent a couple hours talking to Chris, and he's our kind of people. You know, I know that some people don't know him, but he's our kind of people, and he's going to help us navigate the way. And it's really what's got us on the map. And I think from an entrepreneur standpoint, it's our turn to grab on and figure out where we fit. And it's unclear. I think it's unclear to TerraPower yet where the bottlenecks are for advanced manufacturing. Therefore, it's unclear to me. And you won't really know until they start cutting POs. But as soon as they start cutting POs, they're going to figure out who's who. And we're going to grab it, and we're going to set up, and we're going to do some really amazing things out of L&H. And I'm going to have the Wyoming Innovative Entrepreneurs doing the same in dirt work or engineering or whatever. And we will rise to this occasion. And then there's other people that are doing it with X Energy and the others.
I think.
Maybe just address the uranium to the halo.
You know, the money's there, Randall, in the IRA. I gotta say, I keep getting asked about HALEU. We have a problem with low enriched uranium for the 92 plants that are running. We have a problem with high enriched uranium. We haven't made anything for submarines in 10 years. So we need to fix all three of those as a nation. The money has been appropriated at the federal level. DOE is about to release a large tender to mobilize 2 different uranium enrichers, okay? So the problem's gonna be fixed. The only thing that I worry about is, will it be fixed fast enough for our first and second core load? We're pushing hard for that. We're also looking at the possibility of, instead of enriching up to 19%, are there stocks of highly enriched uranium that we can dilute or downblend? But honestly, that's not my biggest worry. We have a challenging project here to bring together, to mobilize 2,000 construction workers. Probably a little more emphasis on HALEU is dimming the attention on some of the other challenges.
I would say we need to continue to support Idaho National Labs, and really the state of Wyoming and the School of Energy Resources need to build a really robust, tight at the hip, and the governor's office, of course, relationship to look at all things nuclear, and especially I think I heard the director of INL actually say in a minerals committee meeting that microreactors were going to be manufactured in Wyoming, and one of our members of the minerals committee said, why? And he said, because it's the right place to do it. And so when you have a director of INL saying microreactors are going to be built in Wyoming, we better believe him, So I think that's where we're going to double down on nuclear and move forward and capture that real dollar from the consumer that's really buying it, Randall, because that's something we need to do. And I think the story about that is we used to export a bunch of bentonite out of Wyoming, and that's a main ingredient in kitty litter, right? And one of the best things that happened to Wyoming was when Dr. Elzey's opened their kitty litter plant in Cheyenne, because now we export kitty litter, and we have a company in Cheyenne that now is the #1 selling kitty litter on Amazon Prime. So we can do the same thing, I believe. There he is, the director of INL. I believe we can do the same thing with reactors.
Hi. Mary Throne with the Wyoming Public Service Commission, but I'm going to ask a Director Cooley question, and I hope she doesn't, about workforce, and I hope she doesn't care. And it's primarily for Mike, but could be for the panel. We talk a lot at the PSC about transitioning power plant workers as power generation changes. I think we have less conversation in Wyoming about reduced coal mining labor as power generation changes in the country wants less coal. Mike, are you able to take advantage of that surplus labor in Campbell County? Does that transition to what you're doing?
Yeah, it does. So the coal mines have a lot of tradesmen, welders, machinists, mechanic, field services. And if they match our culture, they can definitely transition over. And more importantly than that, we have 150 people in Wyoming, and when you put something in the shop for them to work on, some of them that haven't been out in the field don't know whether that's a part for a drag line or a shovel, or is it a part for a nuclear plant. It's all just in the plans, right? Now maybe the materials are different, so maybe they'll pick up on this is something else, but these guys are some of the best manufacturers in the world. I would put them up against anyone, and they can pivot. They can pivot without even realizing that they're doing some other thing, and we do it all the time. We're in wind, we do some DOE, we do aerospace and defense, and those talents transition. So the only hard part is finding people that want to build things and make things, find the gearheads that like doing that, because that's the scarcity. And we have an abundance of that in Wyoming, thankfully. So I think, double clicking on that, that's what Wyoming's superpower is. And not everybody knows that, but the people that buy parts, they know that. They know who to call and who to trust to get their parts on time, and to get high quality parts, and to get good service behind that. And that's the people of Wyoming.
Yeah, and they gave me the mic, big mistake. But I was going to ask Mike and Chris both, what are the exact portions of the Natrium plant that really could be built in Wyoming? And the reason I asked, earlier I was the villain who mentioned, building things in shipyards in Korea. But for the smaller reactors, right, like 70 megawatts, you could really imagine an entire, nuclear vessel, being put on a vessel and, drug over and shipped, as opposed to you're 5 times bigger. What's the construction strategy, and what sub-assemblies and pieces could get built in Wyoming?
Sure. So I should mention, I've spent a good part of my career working in shipyards. Served on 2 submarines, one that was built modular and one that was built totally stick-built, and they look the same at the end. And it's true, shipyards have done, incredible things with modular construction. We will employ factory construction for a lot of the Natrium build. It will help us manage, especially the severe winters here in Wyoming. If we can do as much in the shop as we can, that helps us a lot. When we go to smaller reactors, the gigawatt size reactors that we're running in the U.S. today, boy, it's hard to do anything with those in the U.S. But when we go down to the 300 megawatt scale, the multiple designs that are out there, you just opened up U.S. manufacturing. You just opened up, shops like Mike's. We shouldn't think about, it's Mike's shop or a shipyard. There's so much work to do. Mm-hmm. There is so much work to do. If we're going to be successful and deliver all the energy we need, we're going to need both. So please don't think, if shipyards win, Mike doesn't. We're going to need a lot of manufacturing. We should worry about the scarcity of resources, not fighting over the same crumb.
What are the pieces that could be built in Wyoming?
All of it.
Reactor vessel, yeah. I should mention one thing, and this is something you always deal with when you bring nuclear to a new region. We've seen it when we go to new countries. Is nuclear quality programs, are very rigorous. They literally take years to develop. They require investment, culture, training. Yep. But when you look at the Natrium plant, on that 40-acre site, about 1 acre, the reactor vessel and the fuel building will be built to NRC standards that require all those quality programs. The rest of the plant, our molten salt storage, the turbine island, looks like a coal plant, and it will be built to non-nuclear standards, and that's what opens up all the local shops.
Yeah, the nuclear standards are similar to ISO 9001:2015, which we already have, so it's not a huge stretch. I hope we remove any of the dumb rules that don't need to be in there, that have been put in there to kill nuclear, right? So there's a lot of stuff that's been put in rules to kill this whole industry. So we need to remove those just for the cost, right? So remove the unnecessary stuff so this thing is cost efficient, because the consumers are end up paying this bill at the end, right? The consumers are the only ones that pay for unnecessary costs. But as far as what we can manufacture anything. I only want to manufacture the things that I am the best at and that fit Wyoming and that fit L&H. And I think most of the other entrepreneurs that are successful feel the same way. So trying to figure out where that is, we could build any piece of it. There's things that we're not going to be competitive at that need to be done other places, and that's great. The trick is figure out what you need to work on and do the things you're good at so that they're sustainable, right? Because we don't really need to spend a lot of time and money on something that we're going to do once and then it belongs somewhere else. So that's what we're trying to figure out. And then from a manufacturer standpoint, the first one is going to be very costly. So I never worry about, did my guys make money on the first one or even the second one? Now, if the third one comes around and we're still not making money, we have a problem. So there's an investment into this from my side. I don't plan on making money on the first ones. I just plan on figuring it out. And so you have to, as a entrepreneur, you have to be careful how much of those you bite off, and is there something at the end that's better?
Yeah, Jeff Merrifield again. A couple of things I'd like to follow up. One, there's a question about the impacts for the uranium industry here in Wyoming. And one of the things that didn't get mentioned is Russia currently supplies about 20% of the uranium in the United States. That's going away. Senator Barrasso has been doing a lot to try to incentivize the creation of a uranium inventory in the U.S., and Wyoming can certainly benefit from that and get a lot of these mines and mills restarted. Mike, to your point, in between the NRC and my current position with Pillsbury, I work for the Shaw Group, and there's a lot of lessons to be learned from them. Highly qualified fabricator in the oil and gas industry, but got tripped up by NQA1 standards and some cultural issues. So that's a discussion probably offline. The question I wanted to ask actually goes to you, Chris. We were in Vienna last week and we're part of the U.S. delegation, met with a variety of countries that really want to build a lot of advanced reactors down the road. Can you just tease out a little bit more? We've been talking about the Wyoming opportunities, but that also translates into significant potential exports and a real demand for advanced nuclear in Europe and elsewhere.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. So Jeff and I were at the IAEA with Secretary Granholm, U.S. Secretary of Energy, lots of other government folks and U.S. nuclear companies. We met with, 10, 12 countries. The need for energy, around the world, we've kind of been complacent that electricity demand growth in the U.S. and Europe has been pretty flat the last 30 years. We've gone away from manufacturing. We've implemented, really efficient lighting. Things have been kind of flat, and that's made us complacent, okay? The fact is electricity demand is going to double between now and 2050. And there's a problem that, honestly, we're not acting on fast enough. And in the case of nuclear energy, people know they want nuclear. The projections for new nuclear plants in the 2030s are, the U.S. Nuclear companies could be selling together, probably 24 plants per year. But there's a bottleneck, and the bottleneck is no one has demonstrated one. So these countries that need a lot in Europe, and even countries that don't even have nuclear today, like Ghana, Indonesia, they need to see a reference plant built. So I can't emphasize enough getting these first plants right. And I'm telling you, I'm TerraPower, I can say this, Natrium is fully funded. We have this amazing grant from the Department of Energy we're so grateful for. We have incredible investors. Look at the announcement. We just raised almost $800 million private. We have challenges, fuel supply. Everybody's got supply challenges, but we're committed to starting construction and demonstrating this plant successfully in Wyoming, and many, many people will be watching this. And if you are part of this success with us, you'll be part of that growth in Wyoming and delivering many more of these plants.
Well, thank you all so much for your questions, and thanks very much to all the fantastic panelists for that fascinating conversation. I really enjoyed myself. I hope you did too. And I'll hand it back over to Jennifer now.
Thank you all. Please.
Thank you so much for all you're doing.
It's very exciting. Director for Nuclear Science and Technology at the Idaho National Laboratory.
All right, thank you very much, Jennifer. So I appreciate the opportunity to state a few remarks. I am from Idaho National Laboratory. You heard a little bit about that. We're the nation's nuclear energy lab, so we obviously feel this is a very important meeting for us to hear from all of the panelists and the activities that are actually going to make things happen. We work very closely with the state of Wyoming, and that's why I'm so pleased to see everybody here, some friends and things and people that we're working with. We consider ourselves a regional laboratory and enabling nuclear in the region, and Wyoming is really, as a first mover, has been great to work with. We also work very closely with TerraPower. We have a lot of resources at our laboratory and a lot of expertise that underpins the development of that reactor, so it's great to be working with them. I'd also like to thank all the moderators and the panelists and all you of attendees of being here and making your remarks. For the very beginning with Dr. Moniz talking about some of the drivers related to extreme weather and national security now, of how there's a real opportunity that we need to take advantage of, which is going to happen here in Wyoming. From the Venture Capital Committee, I learned how tough a job that is because they talked about Louisville sluggers and taking staplers to the head. So that's pretty rough, but a lot of really good insights. For somebody, like me, I'm a nuclear engineer technology person, to hear about what it actually takes to make these things happen. We learn, while the technology is important, it's not sufficient to get us to the finish line. And so the investments, from venture capital and follow-on investors, the government engagement investments. We heard from Chris here about the ARDP funding that TerraPower has that's enabling it. We also heard about some of the things that might limit us moving forward related to regulation and those sorts of things as well. So that's been very useful. And then, this panel here has talked a lot about why Wyoming is really the right place to do this and the support in the state. As a first mover, as the local area, Kemmer, the state, the region. I mentioned, Idaho and the projects that, not only are there projects in Wyoming, but also in Idaho and Washington State. So this region is playing a very important role. Alaska, we have some folks here from Alaska, very good opportunities in Alaska. So this really does represent sort of the frontier in the development in nuclear energy. This afternoon, we're going to hear about global. We got in a little bit of that with Jeff Merrifield's question. I was also at the IEA meeting. A number of the aspects of global deployment are very similar to Wyoming. We're learning a lot. The fact that we're moving forward with this is going to enable the U.S. to be very competitive globally, and there's a lot of interest. We get a lot of visitors. You can probably expect as these projects move forward that there's going to be a lot of attention, both nationally and globally on what's going on here, because it's really going to make a difference. So with that said, I'll just sort of close. Idaho National Laboratory, fully on board, supporting, doing everything we can to support the projects here in Wyoming. It's great to be a neighbor and to do what we do best in nuclear energy. With that, so Jennifer, I'll hand it back to you.
Jess, thank you so much for closing out the morning session. I would like to invite you all to please make your way back upstairs. For those of you who joined us for breakfast, you should know where lunch will be served, but it will be on the rooftop. So take that staircase as you walk out of here to your left, walk up the stairs, and then I think it's to the right. And not to worry, lunch is in a warm, enclosed-ish location on the rooftop, so it'll be great. And please, most importantly, please rejoin us at 1:25 is our start time, I'm told. So 1:25 for our afternoon sessions. And thank you all again. and we want to make sure that we start on time and end on time so that we can get you all to the reception on the rooftop on time. So please come on in and take your seats when you have a chance. Thank you. I think Holly is making comments at me from the from the audience. Well, thank you all for being here, and thank you all for rejoining us for this afternoon session. I think we're going to have several more really, really phenomenal
So Adam Stewart, I'm a Senior Policy Advisor for U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis, or the Crypto Queen, Crypto Cowgirl, as some like to call her. So some of you were probably here yesterday. She wanted to be here this morning. Unfortunately, she had prior engagements, prior commitments. We did try to make a video yesterday, and I'll just say if there was a Oscar category for best conference video, then it would be amongst at least a nominee for that category. And I can say that because I wrote the script. But unfortunately, there was a technical glitch and we weren't able to play it, and so you're stuck with me today. And while I work for a politician, a knowledgeable workforce that makes it the ideal location for future of all emerging energy technologies, but particularly nuclear. I think a fantastic real-world example of Wyoming already demonstrating that is TerraPower's recent search for their Natrium project. Some of you may know this already, but some may not. There was actually 4 communities identified by TerraPower as suitable locations, and all 4 of them had local support from municipal leaders and the local population all vying to be the site determined. And I think that's a great example of Wyoming really opening arms to nuclear and the future that entails for the state. The other thing I was going to hit on, Wyoming's Integrated Test Center in Gillette, Wyoming's Pipeline Initiative, the Department of Energy's Carbon Safe Program, and Wyoming's Hydrogen Initiative. These are all real-world examples demonstrating Wyoming's expertise, willingness, and readiness to accept nuclear as part of the future. The other thing I'll say is the delegation is uniquely qualified and positioned to be a leader in nuclear. We've got Senator Barrasso at the Energy and Natural Resources Committee, Senator Lummis at the Environment and Public Works Committee, which has jurisdiction over the NRC. And one thing I would ask for participants here is, there's an incredible expertise in this room, and we've talked in previous panels about the need for regulatory certainty and efficiency and reform, frankly. I don't think that the regulatory space is ready to meet the moment now, and Senator Lummis is very interested in trying to be a leader and helping Wyoming be a leader in making that space, the regulatory space, rise to the moment for what we need today. So I'll end there. I'll say thanks for getting up and at 'em, and pun intended, this morning talking about nuclear. And thank you for having us, and looking forward to the rest of the day. So thanks, Jennifer.
Adam, thank you so much, and great job pinch hitting for the senator. Really appreciate it. And now I'm delighted as well for another voice from Wyoming, Representative Don Burkhart, who represents the House District, the 15th House District in the state of Wyoming. Rep. Burkhart, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jennifer. And it's a generational thing. I have written notes. Adam has his on his phone. They told me to be short, so I spent last night, I stayed up quite late, and it's down to 43 minutes. So I want to thank all of you for being here, especially Terra Power, Rocky Mountain Power, and a big thank you for bringing the project to Wyoming, to Kemmer, Wyoming, and to the DOE for the advanced reactor demonstration commitment here. That's great. All these are vital to Wyoming's future. And I'll quote Governor Gordon from yesterday. What a great time to be involved in that. It really is. It's exciting. And if you don't think it's exciting, you're probably in the wrong meeting. And I want to thank everybody here in the audience for engaging in this and the discussions this morning. This has all been fantastic. And we need to have these discussions if we're going to get to net zero in the near future. Actually, we want to do it by 2024. That's 2 years, actually a little less, because it's 2022. And you can ask yourself, what are we going to do this? Well, I think we focus on actions and getting tangible results. Wyoming's a first mover in the advanced reactor arena, and I think we're going to lead the way in production of electricity, the advanced plants. And there's no better place to do this than Wyoming. The state supports it. You have community support. You have legislative support. And I think we're up to all of those challenges that we're going to see. We believe that energy security is vital to the country, vital to the state, and actually vital to all of the industries. Without energy, you don't operate. You don't turn the lights on. You don't produce steel or anything else. And it is. And getting to net zero at the same time keeping that security is going to be a great challenge. And I think we're up to it. One thing with this transition, Wyoming has been built on transitions. You have the railroad coming through. Before the railroad, there was nothing here. This was territory. And Wyoming transitioned from wood to coal to oil to natural gas and now to nuclear. And we're used to this. This is how we've done things in the past. It's never been static in Wyoming. And this is kind of in our genes to make these changes. From statehood, what got Wyoming to statehood was the fact that we could produce energy. In the late 1800s, they realized Wyoming had great reserves of coal, oil, which was necessary for the country in those days, and transitioned from pretty much a barren agrarian economy to a very sophisticated energy production economy. And that's what really drives the state. Every school in this state was built by energy production, every single one of them, including the university. So as we support the Natrium project, and we want it to be on time, on budget, in scope, we also support Rocky Mountain Power, bringing it into operation. We're going to explore other opportunities. Those opportunities that come from the other uses of nuclear power. You heard about it this morning. You heard about it yesterday if you were here. And we're going to work towards producing that energy, meeting our security goals, and work with the companies who want to do that. The entrepreneurial companies who will come here, the ones who are already here. And it's a challenge. It really is. But we've been populated by people who will take that challenge. I mean, if you go back to the Mountain Man days, and we're in the home area of the Mountain Men, they showed up to get beavers to make hats. This was uncharted country. People heard about Yellowstone and thought it was an invention. Things don't come out of the ground and smell bad, but look good. But Wyoming succeeded. People kept moving here and build a state. You know, we were the first state to grant women an unrestricted franchise. There weren't enough people to go around. We had to. And I think we still enjoy that. If you get to the Capitol in Cheyenne, go to what we call the old Supreme Court chambers, which was actually legislative chambers in 1890. And it's a historic site for that reason. I want a big plaque up there someday that says that. So that adventurous spirit still lives. We still do that. Sometimes, we leap without looking, If you're lucky, you only get stitches. I know that one from experience. So, in the energy transition, Wyoming's not constrained by an existing infrastructure, existing ideas, or industries. And we have a clean slate. We can do whatever we want. And we're in the position of being able to say yes to maybe some wild and crazy ideas. Because if you take this conversation to other parts of the country, that's what they're going to look at. Is these are some odd ideas these people have. We don't have any preconceived ideas, no preconceived notions, no entrenched concepts, no obstacles we don't feel we can overcome with fresh eyes and a fresh approach. And we know we can do this and that. So we've created amazing industries in the past, and I'll point to Mike Wandler and L&H. His company kind of existed until the mines come in, produced coal. Now he produces stuff all over the world, but that was the start of that. Mike, am I correct? We produced energy. He has a thriving international business, and we want all of the companies to be able to do that. But we don't have the time, the luxury of time to fiddle around with theoretical or academic problems and issues. We really need to take rock-solid action on real solutions. We can talk all we want, but it doesn't get us anywhere. A number of people in this room have heard me say that before. We need to really take positive action and steps to move Wyoming forward. I mean, we have a great free enterprise system here that I think is a rival of any place else in the country. Within certain limitations, you can come to Wyoming and build whatever you want. We have very few things that you can't do. And that, as we move from the existing energy production into nuclear, we need to establish good, solid commitments for using that power, especially for heat production, for our wonderful industries that are here, our existing industries, refining, Trona. I think some of you heard Fred Von Ahern from Genesis yesterday say that they want a nuclear reactor because they need the heat. Because right now, the cost of creating heat is one of their biggest single expenses. This helps them solve that problem for long term. And they're expanding, which is great. And so are some of the other Trona companies. And we want to reactivate some of our older industries. Iron, gold, chemicals, that I don't want to say have stagnated, but they are where they are. I think we can bring those into this modern and attract new industries. Glass manufacturing, which takes tremendous amount of heat, steel, critical materials, which we have an abundance of. This makes it quick, easy, and cheap to process those materials and get them on the world market. Our legislative approach, and we've heard that a number of times, I think you'll find is very agile. It's very responsive. And for the engineers in the room, and some of you don't realize, when engineers talk and scientists talk, they end up coming down to, hey, that equation is really eloquent. It's simple, it's direct, and it solves the problem. For the engineers, am I correct? That's a term engineers love, eloquent. It's an eloquent solution. We have what we feel is eloquent legislation, eloquent statutes on the books that let you work without the state interfering. We've given you a structure, a framework. You go to work. Do what you need to do. And if you don't like it, you run into an obstacle, you pick up the phone and you call a legislator and say, hey, this is an obstacle. How do we solve it? And you'll probably find out that it gets changed and fairly quickly because we're that agile. I don't know the answer, but rhetorically, how many of you can knock on the governor's door in your states and walk in and see him or her? Okay, here, we can do that. Yeah. Or your legislators or whatever. I've given some of you my cards. Those are my personal numbers. You get me if you call. I don't have a staff. None of us do. So to be clear and to start wrapping this up, here in Wyoming, we walk the talk. We don't just talk. We mean what we say, and we say what we mean. And that's an approach that has worked well for us. Hope it works well for all of you. And Wyoming does have an appetite to invest in these new industries and in this whole industry. And that has to be a public-private partnership, we think. It's probably time for the state to start thinking about how we act and react to demands for the industry, and that at all levels. Not just the federal government, that includes state government, and at all levels of private industry, because we rely heavily on free enterprise. So we also want to recruit new industries to Wyoming. Everybody's welcome. And that. I know there are a lot of people in Wyoming who are very parochial. Oh, as Mike said, we have this box, we want to stay in it. We have to be inviting, we have to share this view, share the ability to enjoy the frontiers of Wyoming and the frontiers of this industry. And we're going to do this. I guarantee you, we'll do it. We'll do whatever it takes to get this done, but at the same time, and we talk about net zero, we're going to preserve Wyoming's natural beauty, natural resources, and its lifestyle. And I think we can do it all and without a lot of difficulty, because that's what we've always done. And that, believe me, if I thought this industry would destroy our natural beauty, our wildlife, our clean water, clean air, I'd be up here telling you don't come. I'm inviting you, please, because I know we can do this and we can work together. And in the long run, nuclear power is a much better solution than some of the others. I'll just be blunt, I'm starting to get complaints about the amount of land wind takes up. Now, I don't have anything personal against the wind industry, but people have started calling me, complaining, saying, do you know how much land they're taking up? I do. I have a view out the front window of my house. I live in Rawlins that, well, it isn't quite like this, but 20 miles to the east, I have an unobstructed view of Elk Mountain. Moon rises over it, the sun rises over it, and that was one reason I bought the house we live in. There's going to be a wind farm that'll be between me and that view now. That comes with the territory. We'll invite those people in. I don't have this not in my backyard approach. And that, same with the nuclear industry. In fact, frankly, I'd much rather have a power plant that I can see, nuclear plant, than those wind turbines, but that's another story. So I want to come here next year and we can talk about the successes. I want to know what we've done and see what we've done. And I hope all of you do too. So that'll conclude my remarks, because frankly, I've talked enough and we all need to get to work. Thank you.
Representative Burkhart, thank you so much for such phenomenal words. Thank you for welcoming industry and the nuclear energy industry specifically to Wyoming. Thank you also for inviting all of us back next year. I will certainly take you up on it. And you know, I think that really what is at the heart of the Frontiers project is looking at Wyoming and this Frontiers region and seeing how it can connect out to global markets. And so I'm really delighted to introduce our third panel, which is Global Markets for Low Emissions Goods, which will be moderated by Dr. Kathleen Araujo, who is the director of the Energy Policy Institute with the Center for Advanced Energy Studies and associate professor of Sustainable Energy Systems, Innovation and Policy at Boise State University. So I would like to welcome all of our panelists up to the stage. So please stand up and come to the stage. Thank you. And Kathy, come on up. And I think that Kathy is going to ask each of her panelists to introduce themselves. So enjoy the panel, everyone. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Jennifer. And Don Burkhout, I want you to know you're not the only one who uses paper notes. I'm very old school on this front, too. They work just fine. So I want to thank our Frontier Project organizers for convening this panel. Jennifer in particular, we have this dynamic and very talented group of thought leaders here that we're going to be introducing momentarily. I do want to say that throughout the day today, we've been hearing a lot about disruptive potential for Wyoming's industrial and economic development, including its workforce opportunities with nuclear technology. Now, this session aims to bring together perspective on the opportunities and challenges, particularly with global markets tied to low carbon emissions products. We want to talk about how nuclear could be the key to unlocking low emissions in industries, and that's not just about one reactor or being a nuclear energy state. It's more about enabling what could be much bigger for Wyoming as a low emissions products hub for the region, country, and internationally. Now, as background, We know that there are a lot of major forces at work right now, from net zero emissions aims, extreme weather, priorities in national and energy security, supply concerns about uranium, as well as competition with China and other countries that have strong industrial policies. Now, to help us unpack this topic, let's turn to our panelists. We'll start with Holly. Can you introduce yourself?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Holly Kreck. I'm the Executive Director of the University of Wyoming School of Energy Resources, and our mission and our role in the state is to support energy-driven economic development.
Thanks, Holly. And Rex Lewis.
My name's Rex Lewis, President of Puma Steel, former Chairman of the American Institute of Steel Construction. Got a great story to talk about steel. And I'm a little unique. I've been involved in 2 nuclear construction projects. Not nuclear power, but nuclear projects.
Okay, great. Thanks, Rex. And Florian Herman.
Hello, my name is Florian, and as you can see from the accent, I'm from Germany. I'm what I consider myself now a Wyomingite. I live in Wyoming, and my company is Herman Global, and we are a strategic tourism marketing and consulting firm, and we work with destinations around the world on strategies and marketing.
Thank you. And Dr. Mike Goff.
I'm Mike Goff. I'm right now the Senior Advisor for the Assistant Secretary in the Office of Nuclear Energy in the Department of Energy. Though my career has been, in the last 35 years, has been working in the national laboratories on demonstration and development of advanced nuclear technologies. That said, I've spent the last 8 years in Washington between the Department of Energy and the White House working on nuclear energy policy as well. So
Thanks.
happy to be here today.
Great. Thanks, Mike. And last but certainly not least, Joe Jacobson.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Joe Jacobson. I work with McKinley Capital Management in Anchorage, Alaska, so similar in some respects to Wyoming. And I manage a private investment fund that really focuses on emerging technologies and high-growth companies that are going to be essential to Alaska's future growth.
Thanks, Joe. So to start us off, we're going to begin with a common question that I'll ask each of you to answer, and we'll start on this end. And the question is, broadly, which industries do you see as having the greatest advantage, as well as those that have the greatest disadvantage right now from disruption with low-emission products?
A lot of people would be surprised. I've run into people that don't understand the steel industry. The steel industry, the biggest steel producer in the nation, is also the 7th largest consumer of renewable energy. They are the largest recycler in the nation. They don't use old technologies to produce steel. There's no coke, there's no iron ore, it's all scrap. And as I look at these beams above our head, in my world, that's a veneer, that's wood, there's steel beams up there. That's your dad's Oldsmobile or your dad's old washing machine. We take recycled steel and we make a structural steel out of it, and every type of steel. They actually now have zero carbon steel. It's only on a specialty basis, but there is a steel producer, the largest steel producer in North America, that does offer zero carbon steel. They also have invested $150 million in micro nuclear technologies. So that would be, my expertise is in the steel industry, and it's remarkable what we've done, and we're a real player in green construction.
Thanks, Rex, and we may be coming back on that point. We'll turn next to Florian.
So I was invited here to speak about the travel tourism industry, which is often an industry that we do not fully understand. It's the world's largest industry combined. I mean, the travel tourism hospitality combines airline travel with transportation, with hospitality, restaurants, shopping, everything that touches when a traveler goes from A to B. We understand that as a whole, as an industry, we consume a lot of energy. It's mainly also a lot currently with the oil and gas and other energy sources. So we are currently, and this is kind of what we're seeing with our company when we talk to global destinations, we're currently going through a digital transformation. And digital transformation means there's new technologies that are coming out, not just with the internet, which we won't talk much today about the internet, but rather also technologies about how we can create energies, right? And today it's kind of, when I look at who are the winners or the losers or that have the most advantage, I can clearly say from what we see on the globe, globally, is Our biggest challenge for the travel industry globally, when we look around the world, is definitely climate change. And climate change is, of course, we know where it comes from the carbons as well. And I think we need to understand how we can really battle this. And we don't have many options how we battle it. We understand we have to become more carbon neutral, and we have to go into that field of finding the advantage, what the industry can be. So to answer this question, I think we can greatly benefit from a low emission tourism product, and I can talk more details later on in that as well. It's not an effort that the travel tourism industry can do alone. So collaboration is very important. I also understand, for example, I live here in Wyoming, so there's a nuclear power plant being built. How can we collaborate on this? And the other thing is what I wanted to mention is like we do the marketing often for small tourism destinations in Wyoming, but also larger destinations in the world to get visitors here. And we heard it a little bit earlier, we here in Wyoming, we use the same land, right? Like the oil and gas or the energy industry is using that, and the travel tourism industry, we're using the same land. And we somehow have to understand where does it fit together for us to do that. I honestly don't see that we have a disadvantage of it. I just see, and this is where I think Wyoming comes in, there are people that are fast adopters or early adopters and people that are adopting later. And the question is for us, where are we going to be in Wyoming? Are we more the early adopters in this, or are we adopting later to that?
Thanks, Florian. And Holly?
Yeah, sure. So Wyoming, as you all know, is energy and extractive state. It pays for just about everything in our way of life here. I think that the industries at greatest risk are energy and extractives, and the greatest opportunities are related to energy and extractives because there is so much opportunity here. So let me elaborate, since that almost didn't make sense. So first of all, we have to build on the strong foundation we already have. So when you look at reducing emissions and low emissions industry, we have to continue telling our story about Wyoming existing products. For example, our natural gas. And so at the University of Wyoming, the Center for Air Quality, which is housed in the Atmospheric Sciences Department at the College of Engineering and Physical Sciences, the team there has really worked with Wyoming natural gas producers to identify their methane emissions and help them reduce those emissions. And today, Wyoming has the lowest methane intensity natural gas in this part of the country. And that's important because we ship that gas west, and it is going to be needed for a long time. And it's also can be a building block for manufacturing. And we also have an enhanced oil recovery industry. So the CO2 that is used to produce oil across the state of Wyoming is stored. And so for that reason, we also have very low carbon footprint oil compared to other sectors. And our coal is highly efficient when it's mined. And the state's been working on technologies like carbon capture and storage for a long time. We have the pore space and the right regulatory framework to store carbon dioxide under the subsurface for a long time, for geologic timeframes. And so we have this great opportunity to build on all the work that's been done over the years. In addition, you all know, while we don't produce a lot of uranium, we have world-class reserves, we have world-class trona. We really have a lot of building blocks for low emissions products that can be created here and shipped around the world and across the United States. So I think, and then one area I didn't mention also is rare earth elements and critical minerals, really important for new energy technologies as well as a lot of other sectors. I think that the challenge that we face though, and it's already been talked about during the day, is to make sure that all of these industries are developed and deployed in a way that we can compete. That China produces a lot of rare earths and critical minerals. Ours are on U.S. forest land. The University of Wyoming, working with College Business, we just commissioned a study of wind on federal lands. And we found that it took 4 times longer, so about over 4 years to get your permits to build wind facilities on federal lands versus private or state. So when you're in a state that has as much federal lands as Wyoming, despite the fact we have this great pore space that we can use for carbon storage, we have rare earths and critical minerals, we have trona, we have all these assets, we have to compete on a global market with entities that don't have to follow the same labor and environmental standards. And so there is risk to us as we look at these new technologies and their supply chains and their fuels they'll need, and we have all the right attributes to play a big role in that to continue our way of life as an energy and extractive state, but it has to be done the right way. So just a lot of challenges and opportunities in the energy and extractive sector.
Great, thanks, Holly. And Mike?
So I'm going to keep my answer sort of simple to has the disadvantages and what has the advantages. I'm an energy guy here, so the energy sector has both the potential for the most advantages, I think it's what Holly's saying, but also it has the potential for the most disadvantages. So this is a good crossroads to decide which do you head toward, more of the opportunities or the disadvantages. I mean, clearly, as far as disadvantages, Wyoming generates a large fraction of the electricity from fossil generating sources. And if we're going to produce low emissions activities, there's got to be a transition there. But the framework and the base, I think as Holly noted too, is there to make those kind of transitions. So first, let me also add, so I'm a nuclear energy guy. I work on the other side of the mountains over there at Idaho National Lab for the last 31 years. So I'm really nuclear focused. But that said, I should note I'm a firm believer in the all of the above strategy. So I think the resources that Wyoming has as far as with coal and natural gas and oil and uranium are all fundamental bases that are needed. So we need to make advances in carbon capture and sequestration, because I think all of these technologies need to come together in order for us to completely decarbonize. So Wyoming has the basis as far as those resources that Wyoming's always been the go-to state for energy for the country, and can still be that. As long as we can still continue to move forward the technologies to be able to decarbonize, to make those resources available for the decarbonization. And then obviously with the, coming from the Department of Energy, with the opportunities for the Natrium reactor and the demonstration, which we can talk some more about that a little bit on. I mean, that's an extremely unique opportunity that Wyoming has, that there's not many states have that opportunity. So that basis is there for being able to move toward the decarbonization of your energy sector, to be able to produce more products like steel and extractive materials and all. So that, like I say, it's an advantages and disadvantages, but I think, from everything I'm hearing, you're moving forward to take advantage of these activities, which, we're, very happy to be working here together to do that. So.
Thanks, Mike. And Joe?
Well, if you were around yesterday and today, you probably learned a ton. And so I'll maybe try to focus on some things that haven't been, interrogated quite as thoroughly. So maybe just to keep the discussion a little bit interesting. But first, I don't think anyone's actually quantified how big this opportunity is, right? $55 trillion is what I've heard recently. So if you're going to meet net zero by 2050, there's a lot of money to be made. There's going to be a lot of winners. And it's really, definitely in my lifetime, there's people who are older here, but I challenge them that this is probably the single greatest opportunity that anyone who didn't live through World War I probably has experienced. So, let's put it in that context. The other thing I would say is that, there's a lot of novel technologies. I think anyone who wants to get a glimpse into the future, peek into our funds, the venture capitalists who were here earlier and ours. Not all of them are going to succeed, but it kind of gives you what's coming, at least a hint of it. But I think the greatest opportunities today, we talked about the energy sector and how all these things can happen. But so Alaska just had, FID for the Willow project with ConocoPhillips. There was FID for the PICA project, which is a Santos-led initiative. This is $10 billion worth of exploration. I'm not trying to be really, this isn't like a pro-resource talk or anything else. I actually, probably tend to go the other direction a lot of times, but you got to acknowledge and look into where these opportunities are really coming from. Santos came out with a stated objective of being net zero by 2040. And so, a lot of the companies that we work with are being introduced directly to a lot of the majors who are looking to reduce their carbon footprint. And they have the balance sheet to do it, and are really going to be some of the early customers for a lot of these transformative companies who really may be starting with more of a mission-driven purpose. So I think you're going to see a lot of that. And then, I mean, somebody earlier today talked about inside the fence sort of opportunities. And that, to me, I think is where the nearest term opportunity really is. I mean, it's great to think about like rebuilding the nation's, electric grid, but good luck on the permitting on any sort of like realistic time frame, right? If you already have a facility and a company can offer you a disruptive technology that's going to reduce your carbon footprint to make you more appealing to customers or reduce your overall cost of doing business, whether that's through advanced manufacturing or just a clean source of energy, you have an immediate incentive to use them. And so we've talked a lot about nuclear, but this can be things that like, I don't know if people have paid attention to Monolith in Nebraska, which is making a clean ammonia, but with a carbon black byproduct. So they can basically plug into the existing natural gas infrastructure and produce ammonia with a fraction of the carbon footprint. Producing a carbon black byproduct, what do you do with that? There's going to be a lot of opportunity around that, but there's a need for fly ash replacement, and there's not even a carbon price on this yet, and people are going to be exploring how to do these. So these are some of the opportunities that are going to be out there, and I think we can look at that. The only other thing I'd say is, because there was an air quality piece here, Alaska, pretty big state. I think we have the lowest population density of anywhere in the U.S. We have areas where you cannot develop a new LNG facility because the air quality standards or the emissions already exceed the threshold for that area. It's almost unpopulated, but so if you actually are able to put in clean energy, you're able to actually do more things. And I think that there's going to be a lot of other places around the country that are actually going to be able to take advantage of economic opportunities that weren't currently there, strictly by working within the current regulatory structure, because they can actually get something permitted because their emissions are going to be reduced.
Great, okay. And pivoting just a little bit, but keeping at that middle level of low carbon products hub as opposed to just solely talking about nuclear technology for the moment. What do you see as some of the most exciting opportunities for Wyoming in particular? Some of you have already started down that path, so I'll ask you to go a little deeper, and we'll start with you, Rex.
I had a slide up there. Actually, I reversed what is hot in the marketplace. Hot in the marketplace is electric vehicle batteries. They're going to spend billions of dollars in electric vehicle batteries. The microprocessor, I don't know if you saw in the last 36 hours, our friends from Idaho, Micron, announced a $100 billion construction project in New York. The total dollars are somewhere around $250 billion. Before Micron announced their $100 billion, there was already $50 billion under construction. And so, yeah, I did get that caption at the bottom. That's a play off of the baseball movie from the 1990s, If You Build It, They Will Come. So they ask, what are the products of low carbon power? The list that is not a product of low carbon fuel is much smaller, easier to answer. Everybody wants low carbon power. Your chip manufacturers, your data centers, even the steel industry. I put the electric arc furnace up there on the top because they suck power like unbelievable volumes of power. And my little scheme here is meant to incorporate everybody. So there's a Senate bill, I think it's Senate Bill 71, that's under consideration in Wyoming. And that is the footprint of my little sketch up here. They're talking about building off-grid site for nuclear power. As you may or may not know, if you're in the steel industry, even if you're the nuclear power plants across the street, if you get on the grid, you cannot use that as zero carbon. It has to be on your property. It can't be on the grid or what they say off meter. So my little scheme here is, and it goes to the investment bankers as well. Share the risk. Nobody used the investment bankers didn't use the word risk this morning. Amazed me. But that's what they're talking about is, risk and reward. Well, in my sketch up here, we're sharing the risk. There's 6 or 7 people involved in risk sharing here. And they're also going to reap the reward. And the House Bill 71 talks about a section of land, and I think section's too small if you're talking about major players, where they can be off the grid. And I talk about a site-specific nuclear plant that's feeding all this. But there's byproducts of that too. There's steam. If you're producing steel, you're at 2,700 degrees. Well, that, you can use steam if you're familiar with some of the technology involved in carbon capture. They capture the carbon, but then they have to get it off the filters, and they use heat to get it off the filters. Well, let's use the steam that comes as cogeneration off the electric arc furnaces to heat the filters and remove the carbon from them. And you can see there at the bottom, I put Mike Wandler's plant on the left and kind of mine on the right. It doesn't have to be that, but that's the size of projects that we're capable of in Wyoming. And that was meant to please our governor, who is convinced that we need to do this in state and can do it in state. You know, wind, the on-site could be a backup to wind, and the carbon capture. I don't know what other slide I got there. So that was all I was trying to do is say, hydrogen's in the bottom center. All I was trying to say is we got all these good ideas. Let's put them in one location, and let's use the core as a site-specific micro nuclear facility to power them all, and then we can integrate the byproducts of the other projects.
Thanks, Rex. And Florian.
Yeah, so I think what's most important to understand is with the travel tourism industry, we are like an industry that, when I look at the global scale, we did a research and where we asked travelers around the world to say, how important is it for you that a destination like Wyoming would have a sustainable tourism plan? And we defined a sustainable travel plan with 5 elements. One of them is carbon neutral travel, like you have, let's say, fully electric vehicles, you have e-bikes, you have, you know, like hotels with solar panels, whatever it is. 25% of the audience said that is a critical decision factor for me to choose a destination. And that was just done this year. And we did a similar study 10 years ago. We asked this very similar question, not exactly the same, but that was in the single digits, around 7 or 8%. So we see that this is increasing from a consumer point of view. They want that, right? They want to visit a place where you have like very sustainable energies. And I think that is an advantage for Wyoming when we do get a nuclear power plant here, like to show that we actually have a destination that's net zero at some point, right? So how this can be done, there's still a lot of work to be done. This is maybe a 10+ year plan to implement that. But what I see is from our industry is we have the great opportunity in Wyoming to focus on electric vehicles and charging stations, or having electric bus systems, or having these hotels that are self-sufficient. And we see this globally at other destinations that are already doing this, not on a global scale. I mean, there are good examples. We look at Switzerland. There are communities that are completely self-sufficient with their electricity, whether that's energy done with water or some other things. I mean, there's all sorts of unique aspects. But what we see globally is these destinations that have a really solid sustainable tourism plan that includes carbon neutral travel. These destinations will have a significant advantage over others. And I think what I love about Wyoming, when we talk about Wyoming, I feel Wyoming is a state where we can make things happen because we're not too bureaucratic. You know, we're a smaller group of fish. And I think if there are great minds coming together, we can really implement the plan, as we kind of heard. You know, we can approach the governor on that as well to say this is kind of what the goal is. It's still a long road ahead. And I also think, I fully agree what you said earlier. I think nuclear is one solution, but not the full solution. We need to see the full spectrum. I mean, wind farms are just as great, but we cannot have it all over the place, right? Or it's the same as with solar. I think what we see with the technology that's coming out, and in the next 10 years, we could never imagine. What I see on the technology curve on innovation is where we kind of always went like this, and we became better and better. We are kind of having a very steep curve of technology. And the technology that's the biggest game changer, that also has to do with how we can utilize this technology and energy here in Wyoming, is the artificial intelligence, let's say with self-driving cars, machines understanding where we can save energy, where we can do it the most, and really become extremely efficient. So I think if we apply these technologies, and we cannot do this tomorrow, right? This is a long plan, but can we somehow work with Wyoming or tourism destinations to put these infrastructure systems into phase that we get there? So.
Great, thanks, Florian. And Heidi, I'm sorry, Holly.
And that is what I called myself when I was a kid, so no problem
All
there,
right, good.
got it?
Yes, sorry about that, Holly.
For some reason. So I think there's a couple different examples. So I kind of already started talking about the feedstocks that we have that could help benefit or be supportive of low carbon products for Wyoming, but let me take it a step further to value add. So for example, we've already heard a lot about inside the fence. The idea would be, how can you use nuclear inside a system? Trona is a great example. Have never heard anyone till yesterday say we are going to have nuclear on site at our Trona production facility, but that's an obvious one. They need heat. And so maybe we can take it a step farther than that and actually produce glass from Trona in Wyoming. And we can market that as lower carbon glass. And that should be attractive because a lot of glass growth is for the solar sector. And so, if you're doing that life cycle analysis and you know that you have a lower carbon product, we need to be able to market that. And even today, we need to be able to do that with our natural gas, for example, because it's a differentiated product, and so can glass made from low carbon Trona in Wyoming. Of course, there's been a lot of talk about hydrogen. It is critical for those really hard to decarbonize sectors that just really there's no other options. And so, we're really grateful for the leadership of the Wyoming Energy Authority on the hydrogen hub that we're working on with Utah, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico. So hydrogen and hydrogen-derived fuels could be another option. So not just hydrogen, but I already mentioned ammonia, and then even potentially someday taking CO2 and hydrogen and creating other fuels from that. So that's another area. There's also, as I already mentioned, rare earths. And if we want to bring a rare earth industry here, we actually have to build the whole value chain. And so, and there will, of course, be energy associated with that, but it will do us no good to just produce rare earths, because then we won't have actually address the national security concerns that so much rare earth production and refining happens overseas and generally unfriendly countries. And so we have to build a whole industry that uses those materials here for things like permanent magnets that are used in wind facilities. And then I think the second part, so that's all the products that we could make and ship out. There's also the opportunity associated with building and manufacturing for this new energy and extractive industry. So it's already been discussed, what can we do here? And I love hearing LNH talk about, they're talking to TerraPower already. What can we manufacture here in Wyoming that we can be good at, that we can own and ship to these reactors as they're deployed throughout the United States and around the world? And that is not the only opportunity like that. So as these other sectors are stood up, we should always look to see, where's our niche. And we have, again, I don't think we can ever turn our back on these incredible natural resources we have. So I've mentioned coal. I might be the only one up here who talks about it, and that's fine. I'm used to it. But, we're working on things at the School of Energy Resources, like what are other ways to use our Wyoming coal that don't have any associated emissions? And those also require energy, right? So it's another good opportunity to deploy maybe microreactors. But just a plug for some of the work we're doing. If you're in Laramie, come see our coal char brick house. We're working on we're working with our colleagues across the university to do things like look at soil fertility products and building materials, and using every piece of the coal, including the carbon, and try to use the natural resources we have here in the state to build products. And by the way, they are more efficient, so they're more insulative than traditional clay bricks. So there's a lot of opportunities like that as long as we're willing to explore them. So.
Thanks, Holly. And I'm glad you brought up the bricks that are going to be made with coal.
Are being made.
Oh, they are being made.
Yeah,
okay.
we actually have a demonstration house.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it's at 19th and Harney in Laramie.
Okay, there you go. Got the plug. Okay. Okay, and Mike.
Okay, as requested, I'm going to avoid talking about deployment of nuclear energy, but instead going to talk about the nuclear fuel cycle instead, because I do think that's a very big opportunity. So, in case you're not aware, soon after President Biden came into office, he signed an executive order that said he wanted to go out and look at all of the critical infrastructure across the United States. And from that order, the Department of Energy was tasked to look at the energy sector. So go out and look at the supply chain for the energy sector and see where we truly have gaps. From that, the Department of Energy prepared 14 reports. They were issued in February, and they're somewhere on the Department of Energy website. But one of those was focused on nuclear energy, because we do view nuclear energy as very critical and a critical part of our energy infrastructure. So in that report, the approach of that report identified, we have an active nuclear industry out there, so we have an active supply chain for the existing fleet. So it might not be optimized, but we have an existing supply chain. What it did identify, though, as far as the key areas that we need to focus on were fuel. And I'll note, that report was put out before Russia invaded Ukraine. So it identified already then that fuel is a major issue for both the existing fleet, but especially for the deployment of advanced reactor technologies like the Natrium reactor. The invasion by Russia to Ukraine has only highlighted that. I think maybe Chris mentioned in the earlier session, for our existing fleet right now, 20% of our enriched uranium product for fueling our 93 operating reactors comes from Russia, and continues to come from Russia at this point in time. Obviously, that causes some energy security issues. And I'll actually step back and say, not just energy security, national security issues. Also, from our allies around the world, especially like in Europe, around 20% of their material also comes from Russia. In fact, if you look at how much enrichment capabilities out there in the world right now, Russia has 50% of all the world's enrichment capacity. So we have a very large shortfall of fuel services for producing enriched uranium and also converting uranium. In fact, the United States really has a pretty significant deficit on the enrichment capabilities. We have one plant. We use the term that they use for enrichment is called SWUs. In the U.S., and let's not even try to define what SWUs is, but it's separative work units. But in general, we use 15 million SWUs in the United States for operating our plants each year. Only less than 5 million of that SWUs is generated in the United States. So we've got a major gap in the fuel cycle. And the folks in Wyoming know you have a great supply of uranium here, but there's been cheaper uranium around the world, so there's been less mining done. I see right now with the new focus on more domestic fuel cycle capabilities, there's a strong opportunity to look at, not just mining, but up the value chain as well as far as conversion and enrichment. There needs to be new capacity in the Western world to support both the existing fleet, but also the advanced reactor deployments. So there is a lot of opportunities, and especially, like say, with Wyoming having so much resource capability here with uranium, there is increased opportunities to be able to provide not only that resource, but again, move up the value chain as well as we're looking at trying to be able to increase our national security for both us and our allies as we continue to move forward and deploy nuclear technologies.
Thanks, Mike. And Joe?
Again, I'll try to take this kind of in an odd direction. So last time I was in Colorado, I think I went to Rocky Mountain National Park, and it was like, okay, please park here and take a bus to the trailhead. So, I don't know, Alaskan, I like people, but maybe not that much. I mean, we like our space. I kind of feel like Wyoming is somewhat similar. I mean, I don't think you guys want to be Denver or Colorado or California, no offense to Californians. But I mean, like, I don't know, there's no right or wrong way to do this, but I mean, this resource boom will bust eventually, and what do you have at the end of it? And do you have a place that you still want to live? And so all I would really say is, like, I mean, one thing that hasn't been talked about is like agriculture. I mean, how do you preserve wide open spaces, you know, carbon credits, whether that's through regenerative, other things, ag inputs. I mean, the ag tech sector probably is one of the more innovative places. Everyone talked about driving cars or autonomous cars. Great, how hard is that? How much regulation is there? Like, the ag sector was doing autonomy at a far greater rate of advancement because it was a controlled space. I think Wyoming can continue to lead on the ag tech front, preserve some of the quality of life that it is really emboldened right now, and yeah, continue to kind of play a part in the global economy, the energy transformation, but in a way that just leaves it someplace that you want to live in the future. And so I think that's going to be a balance. And I mean, all the industrial applications I think have been well covered. I mean, lots of carbon, cheap energy, sustainable aviation fuel, whatever. Like, you can go a million different directions. I don't think that stuff's going to get produced in Colorado to the same extent it is here. I mean, food on top of that. I mean, cheap energy and heat allows for recirculating aquaculture systems. I'll probably never be allowed to go back to Alaska after having said that. But, you know, vertical farming and aquaculture are going to be huge opportunities. And again, like, you know, how do you create an economy that's truly resilient? We were having a conversation earlier at lunch, and I mean, like, you know, talked about the amount of opportunity and the size of investment that's coming. I mean, the IRA mandates Davis-Bacon wages. I mean, so you can imagine for all these clean energy projects, like, there's an incredible opportunity for a boom in the middle class. And, you know, wage growth is going to mean, like, going for the low-hanging fruit may not be your best strategy. Having a resilient advanced manufacturing sector that's really capitalizing this stuff is probably one of your best opportunities. Again, low footprint, takes advantage of the people that you have. You don't have to kind of lose your quality of life. And so I'll leave it there.
Okay, thanks. And Rex, I want to borrow your topic of green steel and engage with our colleagues like Joe and Holly, the others as well, if you'd like to weigh in on this. So we can expect that there would be significant capital investment required to pivot to green steel. First, Rex, can you talk about that a little bit? And then we're going to take it over to Joe, and I'm going to ask you to tell us what you're hearing with your partner meetings and others in terms of the interest level with green steel financing. And then finally, we'll wrap it up with Holly on the educational side and what U of Wyoming's doing on that front. So Rex, can you start?
Yeah, investment. Steel industry is doing pretty good. Let me explain. We're talking the auto industry, and I drive a Ford, so I'm going to talk about my Ford. I'm not going to talk about the steel industry. The steel industry, 70% of all the steel in this country today is produced from scrap. So it doesn't really resemble the steel industry that we saw in the photographs of the 1940s, Pittsburgh or other Gary, Indiana, or Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. It doesn't even resemble that. We build steel from scrap, and it's very environmentally friendly. It's very green. One of the examples, forget what they call the Sears Tower now, but everybody knows it, so we'll use that illustration. If you built the Sears Tower today, you'd use 25% less steel because it's that much stronger. And so just there, you've eliminated 25% of any carbon footprint or any pollution. I will talk to the air pollution a little bit. You know, when I was a young guy in this steel industry, I think we were identified as 18 of the 20 most air polluted cities in the world was in the United States. Today, we're not listed one city in the top 500 air polluted cities in the world, let alone the top 20. So a lot of that is congratulations. we've done a remarkable job. We need to do more. But you can put a lot of that on the steel industry. Just right now, our organization, our company is doing a job in downtown Denver. And it's different ways to design steel. You're living in a high seismic zone, and so how we would design steel in this structure is different than how we would design it somewhere else. We don't want it to be strong. That's what the steel, if you went back the Northridge earthquake, it was too strong. And so we want it to be ductile. You're in a high seismic zone, and the earth starts doing this, you want your steel doing that. So I explain that. So if you're in high rise, though, now you want strong steel. So we build steel today that's an 80 KSI compared to 80,000 pounds per square inch yield, compared to 36,000 when the Sears Tower was built. So how much less steel is that? Now, not all the structures designed to strength, but 500-600 tons less steel, and the steel that is there is much more friendly to produce, and those technologies are evolving all the time. So that's a little bit about the green construction. It goes beyond just structural steel. You guys are all sitting in, you'd be sitting on the ground if you weren't sitting on steel chairs. That's a tubular product. There's a company in Cheyenne, Searing, that makes that tube for your project. You know, the steel industry is everywhere. And so those levels of technology and change has made us a much friendlier environment. That doesn't exist overseas. Overseas, they got multiple coal-fired power plants without even a scrubber on them. Scrubber technology is 1960s technology. And so they're building coal-fired plants all the time. And, but we live in one world. So I'll give you one more illustration, I'll shut up. I could talk forever about steel. Anyway, about 20 years ago, there was one city still left in the country that fell in the top 20 air-polluted cities in the world, and that was Los Angeles. And 25% of that pollution came across on the trade winds from China. So if you remember the Olympics from 2 years ago and what their places look like, we only got one planet. So a lot of our environmental issues are not within our borders, and we need to be able to somehow influence that.
Okay, and then to Joe, what's the appetite on the financing side for green steel, and what are you hearing?
Yeah, I mean, just as an anecdote, I lived in China for a little while. And, you know, when you fly across the U.S., I mean, those of you who've been there, you know, but maybe a few people haven't. But, you know, you fly over a major metropolitan area, it's smoggy, then it clears up, and then it gets smoggy again. You fly to Beijing, fly to Hong Kong, just to see a smog, and occasionally there's a little peak that pops up above it, you know. So, I mean, it's obviously a huge deal. I'll be honest when I say that we don't really have any steel investments. It's not a sector that we've, you know, pursued. We're thankful living in a zone that gets 9/0 earthquakes and above every 50 years or so. We're thankful for the strength and the sector. There's a tremendous amount of money for it, though. I mean, steel, concrete, these huge, hard to decarbonize industries have received just ridiculous amounts of funding. And so from the early stage to, you know, later stage stuff at the actual, that's more, you know, real in terms of green steel production. I think there's been some expansion in Sweden for new steel production. And as you start to have, you know, places that didn't typically have the cheap energy to produce steel are now suddenly competitive and able to kind of redo the supply chain. So I think it's both, you know, and now there's like on the venture side, I mean, probably some of my colleagues may have more in-depth experience having diligence some of these things more thoroughly than I have. But I mean, there's now low temperature sort of applications of developing steel, at least in theory. They have a long ways to go before they're commercial. But I think it's both, it's something that the opportunity is tremendous. There's tons of money behind it for credible, competent, you know, founders. And I think it's something that may prove to be hugely disruptive, and is probably something for Wyoming to stay on top of because competitive advantages may not be there in the future.
Great. Holly, on the educational front.
Sure. And I'll just say, I mean, I think it behooves us all to focus on steel construction. It's actually limiting some clean energy projects and the supply chain issues. So being able to, again, reshore some of the manufacturing would be great. We really had, especially for those of us on the research side that have one-off projects, that it's hard for us to find casing for CO2 injection wells and things like that. So anyway, on the education side, I mean, I think we're doing our best at the University of Wyoming School of Energy Resources and our partners across the university to try to challenge students to think critically about complex energy issues and how they play into reducing emissions. So for example, we have an energy and society class. It's one of the first classes our students take, and we have every student argue for and against a big project like the Keystone Pipeline or for a wind facility development, so that they can really understand both sides. And I think one of our challenges that has led us to be willing to export some of our national security / energy security is that we haven't required our students to think really deeply about this. And so that's the role we're trying to play, but it really needs to expand and go all the way down through K through 12.
Okay, great. And Florian, I want to turn to the tourism industry that you represent. And we know that the state of Wyoming has exceptional beauty in its environment, which is part of your tourist appeal, I'm sure. But we also have a state which really prioritizes natural resources in its economy. So how do you see looking ahead if a low carbon products hub emerged here, which was partly fueled by nuclear? Do you see, talk us through your thinking in terms of bringing folks to Wyoming to appreciate its beauty, but also recognizing that nuclear plays a part of its strengths?
Yeah, so we definitely coexist here with like the energy sector and the tourism using the same land, right? I truly believe, Wyoming has the brand. It's the cowboy state when you see nationwide, like when people come here, they want to see Yellowstone and the culture is here. Like they came here for the natural beauty, and people understand that there's still a lot of extraction going on in the state. And I think that's good, and I think it doesn't really hurt or harm the brand. People understand Wyoming is, energy is very important for the nation, and I think the visitors that we are gaining here, when I can only speak for Wyoming, what we see from the research, they usually love the outdoors, they love the culture. Of course, Yellowstone is there. And it's really all about education. It's important that we as an industry help to also educate travelers about why we have a nuclear power plant. And there's so many things that maybe are misleading or not really clear, or like what's important is to really make people educate also that come here and travel to say this is actually a great opportunity. And that's where I think it's important to do the right communication. In my opinion, the nuclear, like for example, we work with Camera Wyoming, with the Fossil Basin Promotion Board, that's where we do all the marketing. And the moment it was announced the nuclear power plant will be in Camera, we got on the Facebook pages like questions, well, what does it mean? And do we want to travel there? And that is a concern for some visitors, and I think we have to educate people to say this is actually something that's to make Wyoming better. And I think I see it as an opportunity that both can coexist. I also want to take it on a global level. What I've heard earlier this morning, this nuclear power plant is the very first one built again in North America and in Europe, and we will see more and more press releases coming out worldwide to say here's the very first, most modern nuclear power station built right here in Wyoming. So do we get more international attention that way also for the state of Wyoming to bring people here, not necessarily that people would just do a tour to see the power plant, but I think it puts Wyoming more on the map for tourism. So I think it can coexist. I think if we can leverage to say, hey, we have nuclear power in Wyoming, but instead of, let's say, shipping the nuclear power mostly outside of the state, let's keep it in the state and build tourism and build new infrastructure with it, build like the infrastructure with electric vehicles, what I said earlier. Maybe one time electric trains, if that's something, or electric transportation, electric buses. And let's say, well, this is made in Wyoming energy, and what you're driving in is from the state. Could be a good opportunity.
Okay, great, thanks. Now I want to open this up. Let's see, we've got, I think, some questions in the audience. We had some excellent ones earlier that I can come back to, but we'll start with you.
Mike, I want to go back to the comment you made about the fuel cycle, because that's obviously a very important resource and industry for the state. Wyoming used to be one of the leading states for the provision of uranium. It still does produce in situ leach uranium up north, but the Sweetwater Mill, many of the mines are in laydown right now. As the government looks forward to more uranium production potentially in Wyoming and elsewhere, there was also discussion about rare earth minerals. And rare earth minerals do bring with them frequently thorium and uranium. That complicates the ability to utilize those resources because of the stronger and less timely NRC licensing approach that's required for those, even at a state level. Has there been any kind of a whole of government look at uranium mining and rare earths metal mining to potentially take advantage of a place like Sweetwater to address some of those issues and really launch our ability to get those metals back into an American production?
I'd say yeah, there has been a little bit. In the bipartisan infrastructure law, there was a lot of activities focused on critical minerals, critical materials. Yeah, I know there's issues out there, and is uranium a critical mineral or not? I'll avoid that argument. But we view it as a critical resource. So as we're looking at within the department, I'll use the term more critical materials. We are looking at uranium and all being potentially included in that. So some of those activities that came out under that law are looking at, again, how do you make improvements on being able to onshore recovery of those critical minerals, uranium and the rare earth. So there are some activities that were started up under the bipartisan infrastructure law to start looking at that. How do you integrate those needs better? So.
Great, thank you. Anyone else? Tara. Okay.
Yeah.
So thank you, everyone. And I think that part of the sort of theme of today that I've come away with is that these global markets and in the business and innovation and entrepreneurship spaces, there's great opportunities in Wyoming for economic development, but how do we make those translate to economic development for Wyoming, where we're transforming our state fiscal structure away from a resource extractive model into a model that benefits from meeting these global and national security, energy, and manufacturing needs?
So we'll open it up to any of our panelists to tackle that one. Anybody want to try?
Well, okay.
Go for it, Holly.
So that's a super hard question because I'm on the research side, as you're well aware, and it's a really good question, and I think it needs to be asked because how do these, all these projects sustain our way of life? And so that's why I was talking about the specific areas is because they will continue to contribute to the state of Wyoming and keep it solvent under our tax structure. And as far as I know, and I'm not even going to try to be a legislator because I'm not one and I don't play one on TV, but there are some in the room, and I think my understanding is challenging that unlikely that our state tax structure will change. And so, but we can do things like, for example, all this work that's gone into carbon capture and storage has multiple benefits. One might be to continue to enable use of Wyoming fuels that do produce that severance tax, but also, as you're one of the global leading scholars in this, you're very aware that our pore space is also a state resource. And so being able to charge a fee for injection of CO2 into pore space on state lands, because that pore space is getting used up as a resource, is another income opportunity. So there are opportunities in there, but I don't know how to change the state tax structure. It's not my job.
And then maybe I'll add a couple of things and focus on, I guess one thing I want to stress is how much of a unique opportunity the state of Wyoming has with an Natrium reactor. Well, first, as far as unique, there's only 2 Generation 4 reactors being demonstrated in the United States now, period. And that's the Natrium reactor here in Wyoming and the X-Energy reactor in Washington State. And my job, one of the things I really focus on a lot is on the international deployment. So the one thing I want to stress is, in working with all these countries, there is a strong appetite for U.S. technologies and being able to deploy those technologies. So there are countries, and there are a lot of second movers out there that want those technologies. We mentioned the supply chain. There's an existing supply chain for the 93 reactors or 92 reactors that are operating now. But as Natrium's looking to deploy, there are certain things going to be unique. So you have the opportunity now to be able to stand up the supply chain for technology that we hopefully have many more reactors to be built. And you're trying to stand that up in Wyoming. It's not just for that one reactor, it's for a continued fleet that comes after that. So I think that, that opportunity to be able to support the deployment of that reactor will be able to spread out to other deployments of those technologies. So it's not just a one-off that you're doing here. It's as you make those investments in that supply chain for Natrium deployment at Kimmer, it'll be supporting a lot of other. There's a lot of business that should be able to follow, assuming we're successful in making that deployment.
I would just add one last little bit is, the venture capital community is huge, right? This isn't the software as a service model. This is hard technical problems. People need to build projects. They need permitting. They need a place that's welcoming. Like kind of what I do, I'm not based in Silicon Valley. We get great companies that are, we share some of these same investments with some of the other firms that were up here earlier, largely because they need someone who can actually help them get stuff done in the state that they are. So being where you're at, being close to INL, having great advanced manufacturers who are already in the state, and having some capital to back that up and add some carrots to bring people here for projects, and then proving that you can help them get over some technical milestones earlier in the process is going to be a huge draw.
Okay, Jennifer, did you have a question? Oh, no. Okay, so we're going to be wrapping things up, and so thank each of you for joining us today, and if anyone has any additional follow-up questions, feel free to talk with them during the break. Jennifer.
Thank you so much, Kathy. Thank you to our speakers. And now I would like to invite everyone to join us for a short coffee break, because we will begin with our final panel on regulation very promptly at 3:15. Thank you all. warned you this was going to be a short one. So please come on back into our meeting space, since I know this is going to be a phenomenal panel with lots and lots of audience engagement. Regulation has come up, I think, in every single session so far today. And now we finally get to hear the regulators talk back to us. So this is awesome. But please do make your way back in, and I'll give you all just a few more moments.
Your posture is...
Great. Well, thank you for all making your way back in. I should have said now it's time for the regulators to get a word in edgewise after they've been name-checked throughout the day. So I am, again, delighted to introduce our panel. And by the way, I should also mention, since we're at the start of our final session, we have this panel, and then it will be followed by a fireside chat, and then we will let you all go back to the rooftop for a reception. So please plan to stay until, I think, 5 o'clock when the reception begins, and then join us for the reception, obviously. So our last panel is called 21st Century Safety Regulation of Nuclear Energy Technologies, Facing Reality and Finding Efficiency. And our moderator is Carlos Leipner, who is the Director of Nuclear Energy Strategy at the Clean Air Task Force. And Carlos, I'm going to turn it over to you to introduce your panel.
Terrific. Thank you so much, Jennifer. We're in the last stretch of the day here. So my name is Carlos Leipner. I am a nuclear engineer. I'm a Brazilian, and I'm in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. I never thought I would have said these words a year ago, but I'm so glad to be here. First time here. Thank you for the hospitality. It's been tremendous the last couple of days to hear all that's going on in Wyoming, particularly with the nuclear industry. And we have a great panel here today to wrap up the day. And indeed, Jennifer, if we had a word cloud done yesterday and today, besides W for Wyoming, I think R for regulatory and regulation would have been right up there. So we're honored with our panelists here. So to my right, we have Christine Sunicki. Sorry for killing the last name.
We just talked about how smoothly you can say it.
And it didn't work, yes. So she's an adjunct professor at the Department of Nuclear Engineering at the University of Michigan, but a former chairman of the United States Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Mary Throne, commissioner at the Wyoming Public Service. We have Romina Velshi, President and CEO of the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, and Jeff Merrifield, a partner and a global sector lead of the energy at Pillsbury and former NRC commissioner as well. So
thank you, Carlos.
Heavy hitters here today. So it's interesting because the last couple of days I've heard a lot about all the challenges and opportunities, obviously, with the nuclear industry and nuclear sector here in Wyoming. And it's interesting because there are some things that some takeaways that I have learned and or at least observed. First is energy transition is hard, right? And I think we've heard today, especially from Representative Burkhardt earlier, that mentioned, going back to wood to coal, coal to oil, oil to gas, and all the way to nuclear. It takes a while. And in fact, JTF has done a graph on this, looking all the way back to literally from wood to coal. It's taken 100 years in the 1800s. And then, all the way to today. So we all have our eyes by mid-century to decarbonize the global energy matrix, and time is of the essence to us. And another takeaway is it's hard to electrify, right? I think there are many energy segments that we've talked about today and yesterday that we can't just electrify everything, right? So transportation, especially long-range transportation, marine shipping, industrial applications. And so we recognize that 80% of the energy matrix today depends on fossil fuel. And we've heard a lot about hydrogen today and yesterday as a key vector for decarbonization. Well, we do need a lot of clean hydrogen, a lot of focus on renewables, but That's not going to be sufficient. So nuclear has a place to play in that as well. And in land, I think we've heard a little bit about land restrictions and challenges on that. Made a comment earlier today that 10 years ago, or I've been in the nuclear industry for close to 30 years, and NIMBY, right? You had protests, not in my backyard. It used to be just on nuclear projects. We've seen now the same protests against wind farms and solar development projects. So it's become increasingly more challenging to locate energy projects. And it's interesting that, okay, Wyoming is yes, right? We've heard that yesterday. It's welcoming that here. So it's interesting to see that perspective. But in all that is regulations, as we heard yesterday and today. So we're here to dig a little deeper on that. And maybe, Jeff, I'll start with you. With this renewed focus on nuclear globally, not just in the U.S., we've seen plants extend their lives, right? And even more recently, California reversed their decision. Plants, even in Germany, extending for a period of time, and in other places, Netherlands, Belgium. What are some of your perspectives on what's going on?
Well, I'd say a couple of things. Number one, I think there has been a dramatic change in people's viewpoint toward nuclear as it relates to the fact it's carbon-free energy. And I think that's, when you combine that with what's going on in Ukraine, and what people are seeing is a very perilous opportunity to have clean energy, that's why I think countries like Germany and Belgium and others have really started to take a reassessment of where they're going to go with nuclear. Netherlands is another country which had threatened at one point to shut down their nuclear unit. They're going to build more. Sweden, same thing. So I think we're seeing a lot of that with existing countries, and then we're seeing a lot of new entrants. We've been talking a lot about sort of the nexus of what's happening here in Wyoming. I'm going to invert the triangle and talk about what's happening above with advanced reactors. And I'm going to use two conferences as data points for that. One was prior to COVID. The last conference I went to was in Nairobi, Kenya. You say, well, why was I in Nairobi? There were 17 countries in Africa who are evaluating the potential deployment of nuclear power. Now, for many of them, they were looking at Chinese and Russian units. That's changed a lot. The U.S., I think, now has a real opportunity there because of the concerns about those two countries. The second conference, we referenced a little bit today with Chris Levesque. We were at the IAEA General Conference 2 weeks ago. There was a significant number of countries, new entrants and old, who were evaluating advanced reactor and other nuclear technologies going forward. I would use examples of Slovenia, Slovakia, Czech Republic, Hungary, many of whom used Russian technologies to really be the base load of their power. But now we're saying we can't trust them to do that. We want the United States. We trust the United States. And so that gets us to the opportunity that we would have, that you have here in Wyoming, to be part of that global transformation. Now, the next thing we're going to have to talk about, and I know you've got more questions on this, is, well, how do we align some of our regulatory structures and do that in a way that's going to make it easier to speedily deploy those reactors in a way that's going to make real changes in carbon production.
Right. No, fantastic. A lot of work ahead for sure. And you painted a picture globally, and maybe zoom into Canada, Romina. And there's such a dynamic sector right now with life extensions at Bruce Power, at OPG, and in advanced reactors, right? I mean, a lot happening there in development. And so from a regulatory aspect, how are you handling all of that? How is that challenge being met?
Thanks for the question, Carlos, and thank you for inviting me to this really, really important session, I believe. And I want to thank John Wagner and Christine and Jennifer for extending the invitation to me. And what I've heard yesterday and today, brings to the forefront to me that things, while are very similar in Canada, are really quite different than the United States. And one, let me just start off with, I was at a conference in Toronto earlier this week, and there was a forum very similar to ones we've had here, but it was with proponents and it was with utilities that are getting into deployment of new technologies. And we're asked, so what do you see as the biggest risks? And the finance community was there as well. And guess what? None of them mentioned regulatory as a risk there. And I'm going to explain to you why. And it's not. And there is a reason why.
She does a good job, by the way.
But there is a reason why. So yes, Carlos, things are very, very active in Canada last Thursday. So we've got 19 reactors. They're all CANDU reactors, domestic technology, pressurized heavy water reactors. Most of them have undergone life extension or are going through life extension. And last Thursday, there was an announcement that Pickering, the oldest group of reactors, 4 of them are going to have extended lives as well, recognizing that we need all possible energy sources to meet our needs. We also have an SMR application coming in front of us for a construction license, expecting that application this month. And our timeline for making a decision on that construction license by the Commission is 2 years. Now, we have not done any licensing in over 30 years, but the refurbishment projects that we have had over the last few years have been of tremendous benefit to us in a number of ways. One is it has really, really improved the project management skills of the folks who are deploying these. And as we all know from nuclear projects, that's probably a biggest area of deficiency. The supply chain has become so much more robust. But from a regulatory perspective, it has allowed us to not only hone our skills, but work much, much closer to the utilities than we have done so historically. And it has built confidence in the investment community and in government that nuclear projects can indeed be delivered on time and on schedule, because these refurbishment projects, which are the largest infrastructure projects in the country, have been doing so. And so how is the CNSC coping, and how are we getting ready for this onslaught of work coming our ways? Is we have been, for the last, I would say, a decade, getting in a state of readiness. One is our regulatory framework, because all we have ever dealt with are CANDU reactors, and none of the technologies being considered right now are CANDU technologies. These are all new for us, was to make sure that our regulatory framework, our requirements are appropriate, they're technology neutral, they're appropriate for the technologies that are going to be coming in front of us. And SMRs, as many have drawn an analogy, is like comparing your mainframe computer of the 1970s to an iPad that you're using today. SMRs are like that compared to our large mega reactors that we have operating today. So the regulatory requirements for our existing fleet just are not appropriate. So we have been in the process of modernizing our regulatory framework, making sure it's more risk-informed, more performance-based, less prescriptive. And we had an international peer review come and look at that, and they gave us stamp of the champ that, yes, you got it right. We've been building our capacity, hiring, and there has been tremendous interest in joining the nuclear sector, so whether it's new graduates or people from other sectors, oil and gas, aerospace, et cetera, because they see not only a bright future for nuclear, but one that is serving humanity at a very critical moment in our development. So we've been very fortunate in getting government funding to get in that state of readiness, because normally regulators have to wait for a license application before they get funding. The third thing that we have been doing is we offer a pre-licensing process. It's called a vendor design review process, where a proponent can come in front of the regulator, and as they're developing the technology, get the regulator to identify if there are any showstoppers. And what this means is that the proponent, whether it is the X-Energies of the world or the GE Hitachis and so on, we've got 12 underway right now, get to understand our framework, and for my staff to get to understand these different technologies. And that process is very popular. And the fourth thing we've been doing is we know that we have to leverage our resources. We need to work much smarter, be more streamlined in our licensing processes, and really benefit from the expertise and the experience of other regulators. And so the first step we took, and this is with Christine Svinicki when she was the chairman of the US NRC in 2019, we signed a memorandum of cooperation. And this has exceeded my wildest expectations on what we can do with that. And I know it was tremendous leadership on Christine's side, because I have also found that it's much easier for Canada to move on with things than it is with the US. And, so it was a very bold step taken by her in getting that arrangement. And because both Canada has selected the GE Hitachi design for SMRs, as has TVA. The two of us are working much closer together. We're doing joint reviews, exchanging reviews with each other, accepting each other's reviews. And now we've actually formed a CEO forum. So the two utilities, and it helps that Jeff Lyash, the CEO of TVA, used to be the CEO at OPG. So good relationships, understand our environment. But the two utility CEOs, the two regulator CEOs, and GE Hitachi, we meet on a regular basis. Something that regulators generally don't do, which is meet with industry because you want to keep them at arm's length. But really, given the space that we're working in, the urgency of the situation, that we need to move much faster, I think that that collaboration, which has started with a friendly country, a like-minded regulator, and to what Jeff kind of touched on, that needs to expand to the more global scene, is something else that has worked really well for us. And the last thing I want to leave you with that we're working on is building trust. Without that social license, certainly in Canada, none of these projects will move ahead. And we've got a slightly bigger challenge with our Indigenous communities as we work on reconciliation. So it is the proponents wanting to build these long-term relationships. We heard yesterday these are 60, 100-year relationships. And it's for the regulator to give comfort and reassurance to the communities, first on what our role is, but how we're going to ensure safety of these facilities throughout their entire life cycle. And so we have been on that journey for some time now. It's going to be a long journey, but yeah, so those are some of the things we're working on to get in a state of readiness. And so the mantra we have at the CNSC is, yes, our job is to minimize risk and protect the environment and people, but it's not to impede innovation. So, to the governor's comment, it's innovation, not regulation. Well, they're not mutually exclusive. And our job is to make sure that we are not only there as an impediment, but that we're actually an enabler for these new technologies to get deployed.
Thank you for that. Those great perspectives there from Canada at a global level. And maybe coming down now to Wyoming, Mary and Chris mentioned earlier, right? All eyes are on Wyoming and with the TerraPower Natrium project here. And so just curious about, in your role as a commissioner of the Wyoming Public Service, what are some of your thoughts about the project and what it means to Wyoming?
Well, thank you, Carlos, and thank you to the Atlantic Council and our friends at INL for pulling all of this together. Welcome to Wyoming. The weather is always like this. You're probably wondering how we are a wind state. This is not obviously where the wind power comes from, and if you really want to experience the wind, go to Representative Burkhart's county and keep two hands on the wheel driving on Interstate 80 and watch for the trucks, because they'll hit you if you're not careful. So you've heard a lot from people in our state, and I'm trying to kind of pull it all together maybe a little bit and not repeat what's been said. But as a Wyoming Public Service Commissioner, I spend a lot of time in regional meetings with our friends from other states who have, and that includes California, Colorado, New Mexico, Oregon, Washington, who have much different energy policy than the state of Wyoming. But where we all share common ground is in the reliability space and the resource adequacy space. And in I've only been on the Public Service Commission since 2019. And in that short time that I have been on the commission, The conversation has changed. There seems to be growing awareness that maybe we can't get where we need to be with renewables alone. Everybody understands we're moving towards decarbonization, but there have just been sort of slight shifts in the conversation, particularly with some of the extreme weather events we've had. I'm a history major by training, not a nuclear engineer, not an electrical engineer, but I think being a history major, I just sort of look at the big picture. And commissioners from the other states and I think across the country are starting to realize that nothing is pure and clean. You know, you have supply chain issues and where the materials come from for renewables. And I always try to avoid using the phrase clean energy because nothing is clean. You know, we're trying to achieve low carbon goals. And we have to do that with reliability and adequate and resource adequacy. And so nuclear has really, the potential for advanced nuclear has got everybody excited and kind of changed the conversation because it helped we survived an extreme heat event, what was that, a month ago, without rolling blackouts in California, and by we, I mean the Western Interconnect. But it was a close call. You know, in summer of 2020, it was a mess. So in the West, we're constantly talking about adjusting our weather models, how do we predict what we need for reserve margins. And so for Wyoming and for the West as a whole, nuclear really comes in as, you know, checking a lot of boxes. Zero carbon, small footprint, dispatchable. So I think that is good for Wyoming, not just because we want all of those things too, but it creates an opportunity for Wyoming. The governor mentioned yesterday that we have concerns about the land impact of renewables, and that's something I share when I go to other states and participate in these conversations. Again, renewable is not, especially wind, is not without impacts. The land footprint is massive. And as I'm sure you've picked up over the last couple of days, Wyoming is very in tune with its land. Whether you're a ranch kid like me, or you come out of the energy industry, or you just like to hunt and fish, we are very in tune with our environment. We have been at ground zero for energy development, as Representative Burkhart said, for 100 years. So we have seen it all. And we have, in addition to endangered species concerns, we have a world-class wildlife population, and they need to be able to move around. So things that take up huge chunks of land are an issue for us. And certainly at the Public Service Commission, in various public comment proceedings, we hear that from the community at large. So again, nuclear is good on that front. You know, in terms of my specific role as a Public Service Commissioner, I should say I have to be careful. But TerraPower is not currently in front of us, and when it gets to the point where it becomes a proceeding in front of us, where we have to make a decision, you know, we'll do a lot of the things that Romina was talking about. But it'll have to be safe, adequate, and reliable power at just and reasonable rates. That's the mantra of public service commissions across the country. And you know, we'll be looking at TerraPower in that light in our official capacity. But in terms of opportunities for Wyoming, I just see it as a great opportunity to play in that reliability space and fits in well with our all-of-the-above energy strategy.
Great points. No, thank you for sharing that, Mary. And turning to Christine, you have a deep background in the regulatory space, and if I believe you're the longest-serving commissioner in the U.S. NRC. But since leaving that office, you've been involved in so many things, but including serving in 2 boards of 2 companies in the nuclear domain. One a startup fission company, and the other one I think is a traditional regulated company. You got a bird's eye view of all that's going on there. I wonder if you can share what grabs your attention, what's in the space.
Well, thank you very much, and I feel very honored to be a part of this event. I want to thank the Atlantic Council and my good friends at the Idaho National Laboratory, where I began my nuclear career in Idaho Falls, working for the Department of Energy at the field office there. But it's lovely to come back to this area, and Romina, I must say, is very generous in her praise. I agree with Jeff's comment. One of the reasons that regulation maybe doesn't come up in Canada is that Romina and her team are bringing the kinds of mindsets that she described here today. Now, you have 2 former regulators and then 2 current regulators, and I say that because I want to be careful to distinguish that I don't speak for the U.S. NRC, but I did serve there a long time. When you introduced me as having deep roots in regulation, I was reminded of the fact that some of us had the opportunity yesterday also to be here in Jackson at the Governor's Wyoming Technology Forum. I don't think I have the name of that exactly right, but it has some of those words in it. And today we've been here at a very unique event, I think, because some have acknowledged that those in the audience on many topics have wonderful perspectives. You could do a big swap out and have a lot of the different people from the audience come talk about things today. So I have found this event uniquely substantive in terms of, really advancing these topics. And I was wondering to myself why it is, because honestly, we all go to a lot of things where very smart and accomplished people come together. But I think it has to do with intention. I'm big on that. Like, what was your intention and why did you do something? So I think that the individuals here strike me as coming from a place of saying, I sincerely want to advance this, and if there are obstacles, I want to roll up my sleeves and be part of finding ways forward. So as I've thought about that, it does influence, what I thought I might share with you today. We have heard a lot of talk about regulation, and so I sat, sometimes more towards the front or the back, looking out these beautiful windows, asking myself the following question: how did a small government, constitutional, conservative girl from a small town whose parents were small business owners and probably weren't the biggest fans of regulation, how did she begin her career as a regulator at the state level and end her public service career as a regulator at a federal level regulator? And there's a lot of talk about regulators, and I thought maybe what would be thought-provoking to you is if I told you, how did I become a regulator? And regulators are people. There's 4 of them here on stage. So why would we engage in regulation? And for me, it was the capstone to a career entirely in public service. But immediately before I joined the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, I was like the good folks who work for Senator Lummis and other members of Congress who were with us yesterday and today. I spent a decade doing that work, which I found uniquely gratifying and wonderful. But it caused me to think a lot about my views about society, governance, and our constitutional structure here in the U.S. So when I worked for elected officials, I think I entered that with the same cynicism many people have about that, and I left with really profound respect for anyone who will put themselves and their families through the process of standing for election and getting these jobs. It's tough work, and whether or not you agree with their views, I really didn't encounter people, elected officials, that weren't there because they sincerely, wanted to make things better. So, but elected officials are just that. So this is the way that I developed a strong paradigm when I became a regulator. What I took with me is that regulators are, in most cases, I know there are some elected regulators, but they are not elected by the people. So in the case of our commission, the president has to send your nomination forward. The Senate has to confirm your selection to this role. So the people who are elected and speak for the people in our democracy are the ones who endorse your presence there. But all of the NRC commissioners I ever worked with, I think, would agree with the following statement, which is that they don't make energy policy, and it would be inappropriate for them to do so. What they're supposed to do is to enable the implementation of the policies that are set up by the elected officials. So I remember meeting once with a member of Congress when things had become challenging to get funding bills passed and things. And since I knew him well, I mentioned to him, I said, you know, I'm very uncomfortable as a regulator when Congress cannot specify a lot of these things in these agencies. We end up having to kind of do things that fall outside of our domain, and it isn't right. No one ever elected me to be a commissioner. Now, he was maybe having a bad day because he was a little impatient with that statement. He's like, well, we're counting on you. You know, we can't possibly do all this stuff. But I said, you know, we can't make the policy. And so, you know, you're very motivated as a regulator to remember the fact that you stand for the people and you are representing their public health and safety, perhaps their security. And so that's something you feel very deeply. You know, I never met in, you know, almost 13 years at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, riding the elevator or being in the lunchroom. I never met anybody who said, I want to put in place unnecessary things today, and I want to obstruct things that the country needs. I mean, we had a lot of folks at NRC who served in uniform in the U.S. military, very motivated by the mission and what we do. But saying all that, and that's kind of my plea for compassion, that we're humans too, I want to say that it's still possible for people of pure intention who are very, you know, public service-minded people can sometimes be doing what they've done for a long time so diligently that they don't look up and realize that the entire range of expectations on them does change over time. And Romina talked a lot about enabling the use of this technology for the benefit of our country, our society, potentially the world. And I think, you know, I'm very devoted to NRC and I'm very committed, but we had an instance when I was chairman that our director of nuclear reactor regulation, who would be the one reviewing new designs and things like that, wanted to kind of have some messaging. This is sounding very corporate, but you know, there's lots of things you can put on the wall to remind people of things. And he wanted to kind of paint a large statement. I hope I have it precisely right. It was a few years ago. He said, you know, in this office, we make safe nuclear possible. The possible became like a hugely controversial thing inside his organization. Now, I wouldn't have foreseen this, but it gets to this point about regulation and what are you there to do. I think things we know for sure are that Congress, over multiple recent presidents, over many Congresses, has, not unanimously, but on a strong bipartisan basis, put a lot of your money and my money. By the way, you are all investors in TerraPower and X-Energy. I bet you didn't know that because you didn't get to decide it. But Congress takes that very seriously to put that kind of taxpayer investment against that. And so what's clear to me in my former role as a regulator and the work I do now is that Congress thinks this is important, and they speak for what the people want to see happen, for the aspirations of the country. So I think it's important that people who are diligently doing what has made this country have a successful, really big commercial nuclear power program, it's important for them to look up often enough to remember that the expectations on them have actually grown, and there is a strong aspiration from elected officials that this country will engage in a serious way in advanced fission reactors, will try to be, you know, competitive and a leader. And we've talked a lot about safety and security regulation. Nuclear, to me, is unique in the fact that It is the only machine or widget I can think of where if you want to fuel it or power it, you're going to be in a long-term relationship with the United States government in this country. If you want to export it, you're going to be in a relationship with. A lot of innovators, that's not a comfortable space for them to be in a relationship with U.S. government agencies, not just NRC, that are this intense and this deep and this significant and long-lasting. But as I sit here today, and I'll end with this, we've been talking about a lot of this for a long time, and I have a degree as a nuclear engineer. I don't think that you get a degree in that if you don't think this technology can benefit humanity, so I will admit, if you want to call that a bias, go ahead. But I think that we've taken, years are going by now, okay? So I'm not a climate scientist, but every time they write a report, we have less time to do something about it. So that's another thing I know for sure, even though it's not my wheelhouse. You know, there's a lot of them, and that's they're not giving us, oh, it's fine, you know, take your time with this. So it's more alarming every time that you hear about it. So I'm not sure that we have a lot of time left for the USG in a coordinated way, the U.S. government, I'm sorry, that was that was a buzzword, the U.S. government to step back and look at what I term all of the governance over harnessing the atom, and that is the Commerce Department, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, the State Department, the Energy Department, you know, but I think that to achieve the aspiration that I think Congress has laid down, as speaking for the people of this country, I think that a relook and reshaping of all of the governance and how it works together as a cohesive set is needed. I also feel pretty sure that we don't have a whole lot of time left to do that. And it gets down to people of good intention and pure will, you know, looking at it and being willing to step all the way back and think about what makes sense. I didn't want to use the was it war footing or war posture? Because I'm actually quite a peaceful person, so I didn't want to sound like a warmonger. But I've talked for a couple of years now about the sense of urgency that's lacking towards. The developers are doing all kinds of amazing things, but the government agencies and all of the governance structures on the permitting and the export controls and everything else, we have not really looked at that in a coordinated way to make ourselves confident about the coherency of that, and I'm worried because that is going to be non-trivial in the understatement of the century. And so, you know, some of it were brilliant people. I actually don't agree with your it's hard. I don't like that because someone, you said, you know, the transition will be hard. So as chairman, I'm sorry, I keep saying I'm going to end with this, but as chairman, it was a point of pride because Jeff, as a commissioner, had traveled to every plant. So you kind of threw down a gauntlet since I, as a commissioner, I took your office, I took your desk, I took your chair. I'm like, I'm going to go to every plant. But you go to places like Bay City, Texas. You go, you know, to the deserts of Arizona, where the intention, there's 3 nuclear plants there at the site at Palo Verde, but there were going to be 5. And if you look at an aerial photo, and I remember talking to young people in a vocational education program in Bay City, Texas, and I said, the vision of the people who looked at this scrub desert and said, we're going to put some huge reactors. I mean, we are still capable of doing great things. I'll end there.
Wow, wow, fantastic perspectives. No, thank you for that, Christine. And I'll, the next round of questions will be open to all the panelists, and you can comment on each other here. And the first question is relates to technology, right? So all these new nuclear technologies that we're seeing on advanced reactors deviate from our traditional light water reactor base, right? And I think just trying to gauge your insights and your perspectives, and not only on the impacts on licensing because of these new technologies, but also the new applications. It's no longer just for power production, right? But now it's for hydrogen, industrial applications, all these things. So just open it up to your perspectives on that, and even for Wyoming too. Here is nuclear is new, right? So
well,
from your
sort of
perspective,
new, yeah. I think you know, regulatory certainty has been a buzzword through, buzz phrase, I guess that's 2 words, right? Okay. Buzz phrase throughout the couple of days that we've been here. And Representative Burkhart alluded to this, but in Wyoming, whether it was the coal boom that started in the 70s, the oil and gas, well, the oil and gas has been here forever, more recent oil and gas activity, Wyoming has tried with success, I would say, most of the time, to get ahead, to get the regulatory structures in place in advance. We did carbon capture legislation 15, a long time ago, 15 years ago. And that's why we have a primacy for underground, for UIC. Because we got way ahead of the curve, we had the structures in place, and so we're one of two states, Holly, with primacy now. But you also have to be careful because some of the laws that were passed in Wyoming to deal with the specific issues related to the construction of huge coal-fired generation might not fit as well for wind, for example, or advanced nuclear projects. So we're constantly in a refining mode, and Representative Burkhart has worked on this. You know, for example, we have an Industrial Siting Act that is pretty unique in the country, frankly. But we've tweaked the statute, the Wyoming Environmental Quality, well, it's the Industrial Siting Act, so that we're trying not to duplicate what the NRC is doing. It's still important to have that local input that comes through the industrial siting permitting process. And, you know, we're trying to get ahead of that. And then Governor Gordon yesterday, you know, spoke about, you know, NEPA. You know, there are permitting regimes that have been out there since I was in elementary school. And you know, the organic environmental acts, they haven't really been tweaked. But at the state level, we can tweak. Within the framework of our authority as a state, we can tweak and we can get ahead of the game. And we are pretty nimble as a state. Although I will say, as a former legislator, it took me 5 years to get one piece of legislation through that I was very committed to. Maybe it just wasn't that good of an idea. But when we really want something to happen, we can be nimble in a state the size of Wyoming. But we need to make sure that we're providing that regulatory certainty, not just for the investors, the companies, but also for the public.
Yeah, on that, taking that up to the NRC level, so we've got to get a plant here in Wyoming that we want to get licensed, and there are others in the country that need to as well. The NRC has an existing regulatory framework, a couple of ways of doing it. Under Part 50, it's a 2-part license. You come in, you get an approval for your design or your construction permit, you build it, then you go ahead and get a separate approval and a separate license for the operation. Part 52, if you use a pre-approved site, you use a pre-approved design certification. It's a one-step process with one judicial licensing action. Those are available. Various advanced reactor developers have been engaging with the NRC and there will have to be, those were designed for light water reactors. Various exemptions will have to be made to make them fit for purpose for the advanced nuclear, particularly non-light water technologies. But I do believe ultimately we'll get that outcome and we will get these licensed. There was a request or a requirement in Congress under the NEMA Act that the NRC come up with a specific licensing regime by 2027 for advanced reactors. Many of us have been very actively engaged in that effort. There is, I think, a delta between the proposal that is being sent up to the commission by the NRC staff and where many of us in the advanced reactor community would like to have that go. I'm not certain how that's going to play out with the commission. I don't think it meets the expectation of Congress. The proposal of the NRC staff is 1,200 pages, which is longer than parts 50 and 52 combined. So I don't think it's the risk-informed, efficient process that Congress expected, but we'll see. That will play itself out over the course of the next year. But the important purpose is we got to get these reactors licensed. And the NRC has to be more efficient in doing that. We have to be more efficient in the NEPA process. And I think the agency has to change its way of doing business in that there needs to be a recognition of the positive environmental benefits of nuclear when it comes to avoidance of of climate emissions, which has not historically been something that they've been willing to adopt. So there is a lot of work to be done at the NRC. There's a lot of good people, dedicated people. They need to learn to move faster and swim more efficiently. But I do think we've got a pathway to get these technologies licensed.
So maybe I'll share 3 points on the Canadian landscape. So one is, and maybe because we're smaller, not geographic-wise, but just smaller population and nuclear program-wise, we actually have, to what Christine was suggesting, a more coordinated, concerted effort. We actually have a national kind of Team Canada action plan for the deployment of SMRs. And it's got all the stakeholders, federal, provincial, or state level players, the utilities, the regulator, industry, NGOs sit around the table. And so we've got this well thought through, coherent plan on how we're going to deploy these.
And how long did that take you to?
Probably a couple of years.
Yeah.
Right, but it's evergreen, right? So but a couple of years. And we actually just had a meeting this week, and we've got 4 provinces that have identified that they really want to get into SMRs or advanced reactors in a big way. And so there's 7 technologies that are in the running or contention for those different applications happening. But there are a couple of things that we have, and I'm a very, very strong proponent of this. One is you've got to have standardization. You cannot have these bespoke reactors, and we're seeing that around the world. So if you look at the French design, the EPR, whether it's in Finland, whether it's in France, whether it's in the UK, or even the 2 reactors in the UK, they're so different from each other. And so each one is a first of a kind. And so the commitment we have made so far, the truth will all be in the execution, is that we will go with a standardized design. So Ontario is going first with the GE, Hitachi. Saskatchewan wants to go next. They'll be using the same design. The only tweaking will be if it's the site-specific one. As was discussed yesterday, you've got to build a number of them before you actually say, okay, time to evolve it. Because if we don't do that, there will be no learning curve benefit. And so if I even look at our refurbishment projects, where there are multiple units that are happening, from the first unit to the second unit, there has been a 20% reduction in schedule and cost. And from the second unit to the third unit, a further 20% in cost and schedule. And so think of the benefits of, when you get to the nth, whether it's the 4th or the 10th or so, how much, and we've seen that with the solar panels. So one is standardization. The other one is around harmonization, very similar in that regard. Just like airplanes can go across boundaries, these plants need to be handled the same way. They need to be deployed, and really the focus so much on SMRs has been on the S. It really needs to be on the M, on the modular. That's where the biggest benefits are, I believe, on the kinds of efficiencies that are required to meet the scale and speed. So there are some international initiatives. They're just not going at the pace that certainly I think most of us would hope to have around standardization and harmonization. But if we think of the interest that exists globally for nuclear, and there's this old adage in nuclear, an accident anywhere is an accident everywhere. It's a joint responsibility for us to make sure these get deployed safely. So when you talk about Africa, or we talk about whichever part of the world, we all have a responsibility of making sure. So it's not just from the economic opportunities, it really is from, as a previous speaker said, one globe, that's us, right? One world, so we all need, there's a joint effort around that. And the third point I'd like, again, very much tied into the first two, was a point that was raised at the session yesterday, is we've got to stop approaching these as a project licensing and get into a product licensing, so that you don't have to go through that full licensing process each and every time you're deploying it. And so one of the considerations we're looking at in our regulatory framework is whether it's on our environmental assessment, whether it's on our licensing, can we do kind of a bounding case? And so long as this particular deployment fits in within that envelope, you don't need to go through all of that again. And I think that is going to cut back on so much time and effort and bring a quality output. So these are all paradigm shifts. It's a change in mindset, and for regulators, change is extremely difficult. So probably the biggest challenge is that cultural shift that's required.
And I agree with that, by the way. I mean, the NRC's got to get there as well. If we have an approval of a design, the only subsequent review should be site-specific. We should not be going back over and rehashing areas that are already been done. One other thing I'd want to say, and she didn't mention it, but it's worthy of noting, she talked about the 20% improvement over the second unit, 20% over the third unit. This is a $23 billion project that Canada is embarking on for the refurbishment of their reactors. This is a massive business opportunity for North America. And I will tell you, I live in Charlotte. I fly up to Toronto. Half the jet's filled with Americans going up to help with this refurbishment activity. That's an important one for here in Wyoming as well.
I don't mean to be, I'm not going to be cynical or sarcastic or, well, not too much anyway. But you're so much nicer in Canada than we are in the U.S. I don't know if we can we, you know, to achieve that level of, I think, and I know you have a lot of differences in Canada between the East and the West and the Middle, but we struggle in this country to kind of come together at the federal and the state level. I think we have a lot of opportunity at the regional level in the West. But
I don't know, have you ever been to Quebec?
Well, I
They're not at the table.
That's a whole nother conversation. But it would be, we should strive for that, but it's a challenge in the U.S., I think.
Christina, some of these projects target end users that are not your traditional utilities, right? And so they're new applicants, I guess, to the regulatory process. We heard earlier today, Microsoft setting up data centers here, and Oklo, one of their customers, is a data center as well. So what are some of your thoughts on that?
I think, again, Rumina's comment about the getting to where the paradigm we're approaching this with is more of a product than project kind of oversight is really central to that. But I think, cogeneration is not new. Just, I think 2 weeks ago, I was at a Chevron Mississippi Power Company unit. It's not nuclear, but I mean, we know the benefits and the economics of co-locating generation with large industrial or chemical processes. And so, I think that's why I kind of react. We need to appreciate the complex things that have already been conquered, but I really, really appreciated the panelists today, and I apologize, I don't remember the gentleman who said it today, but it was this notion that engineers need to stop optimizing everything.
Tinkering
because
was the right
I
word.
think tinkering, yes, because the reason that the French reactor that Rumina was talking about, the EPA, well, it was the European pressurized reactor, EPR, until it went into a global market and became the evolutionary pressurized reactor, because it's easier to change the name than the acronym, apparently. But the reason it's different in all those countries is that inherent need to optimize, to say, well, this one's kind of different. It's in Finland. We have to do some things differently. And I think that the standardization or the harmonization for regulators has to come with some acceptance that we're not going to optimize, that we're going to go forward with, again, as someone said, we're going to build 10 of them, and then we're going to go, they weren't the optimized 10, but then maybe in the next batch, it's more of a kind of a batch optimization than a one by one.
And and that's a challenge in the utility space because traditional utility regulation is we don't allow utilities to pay for R&D and or to charge ratepayers for R&D, and we want to use this word again, certainty. So I think there's probably some tweaking to the traditional utility regulatory model that needs to happen to accommodate all these different things that we've been discussing, and not to get too cliche-ish, but we also don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater, in the sense of we've had a stable electric grid, a stable utility world in this country for, well, 100 years, more than 100 years. And so it's, we don't want to say, oh, let's just, deregulate everything and see what happens. Stability in electricity.
I think that experiment has been tried in some places in this
I know, but we haven't.
End well.
But we haven't done it yet in Wyoming, and never mind. I'm not supposed to have opinions anymore, so I'll do what the legislature tells me.
I'm curious about y'all's perspectives on, as project developers, working on these nuclear projects, including here in Wyoming, how this balance of building public opinion and public trust while, managing these developers, managing project investment risk. So from the regulatory perspective, how do you view the impacts of some of that?
Well, certainly we have a lot of case studies in Wyoming, but the one that we've been talking about, of course, is TerraPower's approach and Rocky Mountain Power's work in Kemmer. And I just want to compliment all the speakers today from other states who pronounced Kemmer correctly. I always like to point that out. But it really starts, I think, with the companies in terms of the community outreach that they do. When Rocky Mountain Power announced in 2019 that it had plans to, through its integrated resource plan, to pursue early retirement of much of their coal-fired generation in Wyoming, the PSC held public meetings in Rock Springs and Kemmer, and sometimes you could go to these public hearings as a regulator and there are like 5 people there. That was not the case with our public comment hearings for Rocky Mountain Power's IRP. And then Rocky Mountain Power announced, and TerraPower announced their effort with the Natrium project. And, not surprisingly, our next round of public comment hearings was completely different. We were kind of like, twiddling our thumbs, hoping people would show up, wondering why we drove clear across the state for a public comment hearing. And so I think it starts with the company, but, as a regulator and, the policymakers in the room, the public needs to have confidence that the right structures are in place to protect them. That's what we're supposed to be doing. So I think, again, getting ahead of these issues, the sort of historic concerns about nuclear, really educating the public. And then, also in terms of, again, Kemmer, the governor's office and a number of us in the room have been working with the interagency working group on coal communities to try and get the resources to the communities so that they can prepare for these changes. And I would certainly say that Lincoln County, where the Natrium plant is, has come a long way in that discussion in a very short period of time. So I think facilitating the community action so that they can prepare, not just coming in and saying, we're doing this, and we'll update you periodically, but really engaging them and giving them the resources they need, or making sure that they have resources available to address their water and sewer plant or whatever it is, housing, is is really the way to get the public behind these projects.
You reminded me of, when I left the commission, Christine took my job. I live inside a 10-mile emergency planning zone with McGuire Station Nuclear Power Plant in North Carolina. So as an ex-NRC commissioner, I thought I would go to the annual public meeting between the NRC staff and Duke Power for the annual evaluation of their performance. And so I show up, and it's me and 2 Boy Scouts getting their merit badges. So that was the level of concern. And I could take it and show you, $1 million homes within line of sight of these nuclear power plants. One of the things, a couple observations I'd make on the question. Number one, if you're a safety regulator, your job is not to make people happy. Whatever decision you make, somebody is going to be unhappy with it, and you have to have a thick skin and get used to it. Number two, I think, and this is a problem with the NRC in the past, I think there is an undue concern and fear about certain stakeholders. And I say this in the nuclear community, I think who sometimes are given too much license because the agency tries to bend over backwards to listen to their concerns. It's important to be transparent. It's important to listen to people. It's important for the regulator to put out straight, honest, clear information and let the people decide. In this state and in this country, people are smart and they take good information and they make good decisions. Now, if you listen to some people, and this is our friends from California, New York, you would think a majority of the American people are against nuclear power. The facts are 60% of the people in the United States support it, 15 to 20% don't, and the remainder don't know enough about it to make a decision one way or the other. We need to remember that. And the other statistic which is demonstrated is typically there's a 20% delta between people's views of nuclear power and what they think their neighbors are, meaning if 60% of us support it, we also think that 40% of our neighbors support it. So there's a lot more support out there. I suspect in Wyoming those numbers are dramatically higher. And it's the role of the economic regulator in the state and the role of a safety regulator in Washington to play it straight, give information, let people make sound decisions, and make the appropriate safety determinations.
Very good.
I would just add that I think 100% of the population wants their lights to come on.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So.
And I would just like to correct the record that I did not forcibly oust Jeff from his he did step down and I believe even supported my eventual
yes, indeed.
Nomination
Enthusiastically
to that position.
supported.
So I think that was a little odd wording there. Maybe we need to talk later.
It wasn't intended.
But the one thing I would add to what Jeff said about the regulator will please and displease various constituencies with every decision is another obligation of the regulator. You mentioned transparency, but I think that for decisions that are public, I mean, there are things that are done in closed session, but for things that are publicly disclosable, it's important that regulators release a clear, objective, reasoned basis for the decision, and that is what the public will like or not like, but at least a murky decision making that no one knows the basis for, it does not create the certainty around regulation. And I guess I will say, that when you are a regulator, some of these things, traveling to public meetings or the amount of public comment that you have to digest, and it seems like an extra thing on top of all the demands on you as a regulator, but I think I developed a strong, changed view of how important that voice is, how important it is that you really be a part of the community. I will tell you that the people keeping the lights on and keeping nuclear plants safe in this country are the operators of those plants. Regulators do checking, we do oversight, we do sampling. We know sometimes when we're there, if an NRC inspector ever put their hand on in a control room of a U.S. nuclear power plant, there would be a national level scandal about that, and I'd be leading the banner of how scandalous that was. It is the people who you see in the grocery store who are the ones, keeping the lights on and keeping it safe. So having an attitude corporately of being as in the case of Southern Company, that, you know, they describe their culture as we are a citizen wherever we serve, where we provide electricity or energy to companies or people. We are a true citizen in that community. And so I think it is meaningful. It is not some sort of environmental or social window dressing. It is real and it's meaningful.
Well, terrific for that. And Romina, just to wrap around Canada, nuclear projects there take that community engagement very in the forefront, right, of development, not just because of the indigenous approach, but the community engagement as a whole. I don't know if you could comment more on that.
Yeah, so, you know, again, maybe just to echo what has been said here, our proceedings are all public. We provide funding for people to participate in our proceedings. Public opinion is very important, but it is not to help us make decisions. Our decisions are science evidence-based. But where it comes to the indigenous side of it, things get a little different. We as the regulator have what we call the Crown's responsibility of making sure there's adequate engagement, consultation, and accommodation. And Canada has adopted, accepted the United Nations Declaration's Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which includes free and prior informed consent. And that means that, especially when it comes to our indigenous nations and communities, they need a seat at the table right from day one, if not day -1. And so what we're seeing with these new projects, SMRs, but even the waste projects, is that these indigenous nations are actually being offered equity positions around that so that there is a sense of ownership. And for regulators, where it gets challenging is that when we talk about science and evidence-based, how do we build in indigenous knowledge into our decision-making? And what role does that play? It's not just Western science. So that is a journey for us. It really means a lot more cultural learning and sensitization for us. And especially where we're looking for new communities for deploying SMRs, certainly remote communities that depend on diesel, which, in fact, all our nuclear projects are on indigenous territories, that it is absolutely imperative that we do that early engagement, that they have a seat at the table, that they are part of the decision making, and they have not only some skin in the game, but they actually see the benefits, because historically they have just suffered the consequences without any of the benefits of these nuclear projects.
Super. Well, thank you for that. Well, we'll open up to the audience here some questions before we get to the bottom of the hour. So anyone with a particular comment or question? We have one here.
So when you say, what? Oh, sorry. When you say you're going to produce a standard reactor, and that's a product regulation, product regulations are meant to define the boundaries of the design space, not to make a single design. Because as a designer, you're going to have problems as you go that get corrected. That's what the optimization is. The key is to make the optimization more modular, so that you can replace parts after they get paid down. And you see what I'm saying? Once you dig, I don't understand how you regulate it as a product.
So let me give you a slightly different analogy to what I mean by product licensing and approvals. Yesterday we heard from Dow Chemical, and I see Michelle's there at the back, talking about their decision to go with X Energy, and they're going to have a fleet of these reactors getting deployed around the world, right? And the first one happens to be in Canada, at least their plan is. And we also have a utility in Ontario that's planning on deploying X Energy. So what we've done with GE Hitachi one is it's going to be a standard design. Any changes other than driven by site-specific conditions will be making it at that CEO table that I talked about just so that we know that this optimization, because engineers love tinkering, I'm an engineer, I know that, and so we've got to stop doing that. And so when I talk about standard design, it is just freeze it, right? Unless it's a showstopper and you really have to address, I don't mean with the first of a kind, I'm talking about, after you've done 3 or 4 of those. So when we talk about what that licensing could look like as a product base, when you're doing an environmental assessment, instead of doing an environmental assessment for this place in Alberta and another one in Ontario, why would it not make more sense to do an environmental assessment so long as this is the bounding case, as long as this is the kind of impacts you're going to have and you fall within this envelope, this environmental assessment is generic enough to apply, and all you really have to do is the community-specific engagement to make sure that you understand their issues and have addressed them and so on. And so that you're not going, and those environmental assessments tend to be laborious, long, that you can actually do one big one and then just micro ones to address any site-specific ones. No, but I think we're saying the same thing. We're saying the same thing, right? In that we're saying, look, so long as your site fits within this parameter, and you do your geologic studies, and you do your meteorological studies, and your water studies, and so on, but so long as they fit within this envelope that we have created, you don't have to go through that full environmental assessment. Right.
Construction suggests it is in fact a product that is regulated. Products are not regulated.
Right. No. Yeah. Well, maybe we'll talk about this offline. Yeah.
Representative Burkhardt, I think you had a question or no? What comment, please?
So, bring in a question. I think it was 2018, 2019, the Canadian government issued a report, I would call it a roadmap, how to implement SMRs. Nicely done.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of great information in there. I read it. How did you manage to follow that? Are you still following it? Have you modified it?
Right. So that's the one I spoke about. It started off as a roadmap. Then it got converted into an action plan. So the roadmap was, this is our vision. This is how we want to go. And then the action plan came, and you're going to do this by this date, and here's the person. And now it's this action plan that's getting implemented, and there's as I said, an SMR leadership forum that's actually overseeing the execution of that. But the genesis of that was the roadmap that you talk about. So really very much a pan-Canadian effort for doing so, yeah.
Thank you. Anybody else? A question here? Go ahead, please.
So this question is mostly for Mary and Jeff, which is, what about that other part of regulation risk, which is that after you've developed procedures and made a decision, the litigation risk of challenges to those regulatory decisions, how do we create more efficiency in that part of the process?
Ooh, well,
I picked on you because I know your lawyers.
at the PSC level, I think they don't want to make us mad, so people tend not to appeal our decisions. If you look in Wyoming, there's not a lot of PSC case law out there, except in a few circumstances. But generally, a good regulatory process makes it a lot harder to litigate, and I think, as part of the regulatory process, you need to make sure it's open so everybody who has an interest can participate. We're evidentiary based, as the federal commissions are, not public opinion based, although we take public comment. Just the old administrative law stuff of creating a good record And then, and then having reasonable timeframes, and I do have a lot of environmental law experience where that was what I did all the time, was keeping people's permits alive and looking ahead for litigation landmines. And, it's sort of unavoidable, but I think we can give everybody the right to participate up front and then not let them rehash everything in litigation.
And this is a really good question. So in the NRC process, and I'll use the Part 50, which is really what we use to build all of the current nuclear plants, you have that two-part process. You have the construction license, and you have an opportunity for a public hearing and for the raising of contentions, arguments by interveners that various elements of the design are not appropriate. In order to make that efficient, there's a couple of things that need to happen. Number one, and I did this as a commissioner, I know Christine did this as a commissioner and chairman, you've got to pick good judges. The judges are actually housed within the agency, the Atomic Safety and Licensing Board panel, and the commission needs to hold them accountable to be timely in their decision making. There is a licensee responsibility as well, and that is you got to have a quality application. If the application does not have quality levels to it, and there are issues in that for which the interveners can raise contentions, that becomes a problem. And so there have been circumstances, and we've been on the other side of it. We've defended utilities, we've defended entities in front of the Atomic Safety and License Board panel, and basically have beaten off some of those contentions. But you got to have a good product that's going to get in front of the agency first, because if you don't, that's going to create a problem. So it's a function of having solid Atomic Safety and Licensing Board panels. It's a function of having good applications. It's a function of making sure the NRC staff is disciplined in its review, and ultimately the commission's got to hold it accountable. Now, to the prior point, those decisions are then appealable to the commission. Commission is given great deference in its decision-making authority by appellate courts because of the strength of the review that's had in the past.
Can I just, as someone who's not a lawyer, but a nuclear engineer who played a lawyer on Capitol Hill for many years in the statute, I actually think your question is additionally interesting. The tremendous deference given to expert agencies like NRC, as the Supreme Court, as currently constituted in this country, may relook at what is called the Chevron doctrine. It will be interesting to see
I'm retiring before that happens.
how litigation, might be kind of evolved as a result of that. That'll be, I'm someone who follows these issues and finds them really interesting. You don't have to be a lawyer, but that's a tremendous question, I think, for this country.
I think you could probably pass an administrative law question on the bar.
There we go. Well, I'd like to wrap up the session. Thank you so much for your perspectives and for sharing your views. And with that, Jennifer, I'll pass it back to you. Well, a round of applause to the panelists.
Carlos, thank you so much, and thank you again to our regulators. What a fascinating discussion, and I really hope that everyone here connects with them and that we continue this conversation. But first, I'm delighted to call up to the stage Dr. John Wagner, who's the laboratory director from Idaho National Laboratory, and Dr. Glenn Murrell, the executive director of the Wyoming Energy Authority. So welcome to the final portion of today, which is this fireside chat, which I think, again, what I hope it will do is encapsulate this conversation that we're having about regional leaders. And this is meant to put kind of a final touch on the cooperation, the incredible cooperation between Idaho and Wyoming. And we've focused today on this idea of frontiers as states and regions that are leading the United States in energy security, global competitiveness, and addressing the realities of a carbon-constrained world in which low-emissions manufacturing will be crucial in providing the United States with a competitive edge. We are here because Wyoming is a frontier state in that sense, and Wyoming and the broader region will play a formative role in shaping U.S. economic competitiveness with our energy future. We're here as well to talk about partnership between two frontier states, Wyoming and Idaho, and how states in this region can really work together to lead the United States, to lead our country, lead the world in the energy transition. So, Glenn, I'm going to start with you. And I want to talk about the Memorandum of Understanding that was signed recently, this past May, between the Wyoming Energy Authority and the Idaho National Laboratory. So in that MOU, Wyoming is described as being at the frontier of the global shift to lower emissions economic activity. So please tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, thanks, Jennifer. And I'm sure the rest of the audience feels as fresh and full of energy as I do at the end of a very long week, so I'll speak slowly and calmly. So yes, Wyoming is absolutely at the frontier, and it's a position that we're quite used to, accustomed to, the historic context of being literally on the frontier. But with respect to energy deployment as well, a lot of frontier issues there, the development of various things, and more recently fintech as well, another example of frontier positioning. But back to energy, it's a recent thing in many ways. You have the TerraPower Natrium Advanced Reactor projects, incredible hydrogen opportunity as well, about 10 projects in development in that space. We have the largest direct air capture project in the world in development in Wyoming. Carbon capture utilization storage, sequestration hubs, rare earth elements, the list goes on and on. But it's not a recent thing. In the 80s, we were pioneering the frontier in terms of CO2 management infrastructure. Enhancer recovery technologies also happened in Wyoming. So it's something we're very used to. So the question might be why? Why is Wyoming so always, consistently at the frontier in terms of these contexts? And I spent a few years in technology development when I was growing up. And one thing about developing tech is that you have the idea, then you spend the majority of most of your time on risk reduction. It's really actually put in most of the hours is retiring risk. And I think the same thing applies to technology or energy infrastructure deployment. You want to choose the place where your risk is least, right? And Jeff Brown mentioned it earlier this morning. He captured it very succinctly and eloquently. He said, choose Wyoming and save yourself a lot of pain. And that's pretty much it, right? That's it in a nutshell. Chris Levesque talked about the benefits of choosing a community or working in a community with a high energy IQ. That's it as well. Just last night, I talked about in the context of social license and social acceptance. You choose Wyoming and you've immediately, right from day one, got a really solid foundation to build on. So it's all of those aspects, and it all boils down to being, if I'm going to be standing on the left bank of the Missouri and looking at the right bank, you're going to choose where the best place to cross is, right? And if you're an energy developer, you're taking the same approach. Where's the best place to cross this frontier and deploy my tech? And it's Wyoming.
Glenn, thank you so much. And I want to turn to another definition of frontiers, also from the MOU. And John, in the MOU, INL is described as being at the frontier of nuclear innovation. And so I think, many folks in this audience are very familiar with INL, with the work that it's doing. But tell us about the innovation. Tell us what's most exciting to you.
Okay. Let me start a little bit. I know a lot of you know Idaho National Laboratory, and throughout the course of today and yesterday as well, a lot of emphasis on nuclear energy at the laboratory. We are the Department of Energy's Nuclear Energy Research, Development, and Demonstration Laboratory. Our role is to try to do the research, development, demonstration to ultimately support deployment of new nuclear systems that are cost-effective, secure, reliable, resilient, and so forth. But just to round it out, because I'm going to come back a little bit to the broader opportunities for Wyoming and the region, we do more than nuclear. We do things like looking at nuclear for beyond electricity. So think about nuclear for hydrogen. It's been spoken about a little bit. We think about nuclear for other industrial applications. The relationship between X-energy and Dow was referred to at different times. And so there's a lot of different things you can do with energy beyond electricity. So we look at that. And there's really nothing magical about it, frankly. It's the fact that we use nuclear in the U.S. only for electricity is really just the way that that's evolved. It doesn't need to be that way, and I don't think it will be that way going forward. We also look at nuclear as a system, or we look at nuclear within a system, I should say, because we know that we're going to need to bring a lot of different energy sources to the table. They're going to need to work together. So when we think about intermittent sources, renewables, and so forth, but don't forget geothermal, hydro, and other sources working together. Thinking about carbon-based systems with capture and sequestration and so forth. So we look at that as a system, and how is that going to operate effectively? We look at the future of what the grid looks like. We're expecting more distributed generation and what all that's going to look like. So we have a whole series of researchers that look at that sort of thing. And then last but not least, one of the things I really like about the laboratory is that it has a whole portfolio to include critical infrastructure security. So think about physical security, of course. We think about physical security a lot of times from or human threats, but also as we see climate changing, we have more severe weather incidents and things like that we have to make sure our infrastructure is secure. And then last, but definitely not least for us, is industrial control system, cyber. And so our energy system, and actually well beyond our energy system, increasingly has control systems that represent, I'll use the words threat vectors, into the systems that could really cause a lot of problems. And so I wanted to kind of paint that broader picture. Now coming back to nuclear, as soon as there started being discussions with TerraPower about possibly coming into Wyoming, leaders, various folks reached out to our staff and started the discussions. So I'm going to take a little liberty here and say, one of the words that Christine used that I really want to pick up on that reflects Wyoming's behavior and our partnership with Wyoming is intention. They reached out with intention with respect to what they wanted to accomplish and where they needed help and so forth, resulting, of course, in the MOU. And then last but not least, and I'll turn it back, I want to acknowledge Steve Allmeyer, who's been working with folks over here in Wyoming for a number of years, far before even the thought of TerraPower coming in. So this is a long-standing relationship that has really, frankly, really picked up speed. And then I'm referring to this because I've got words straight out of the agreement and really picked up speed in terms of what's happening now. So I'll stop there for now.
John, I actually have a quick follow-up question, though, for you, because you mentioned Steve. Steve and I have an ongoing debate about how long it takes to get from Jackson, Wyoming to Idaho Falls. Could you weigh in?
So normally I would pull out my phone and look at what Google Maps tells me. It's approximately 2 hours for me. I guess it depends a little bit on where you're going.
Great. That was my...
What was the right answer?
I think Steve says about an hour and a half. I say 2 hours. But the point I'm trying to make here is that it's not far and it's really cool. So all of you, those of you who have not had the chance to visit, should really head over to Idaho Falls and see the lab.
Of course, thank you for that, Jennifer. But let me just add, it was referred to a couple of different times in the last few days, but we really have to demystify energy projects. Of course, nuclear is one of them, but it's beyond nuclear as well, to help people understand what does this really look like? What does it really mean? And I'm trying to remember who referred to their mother touring a nuclear power plant. Yeah, it's Carly. And so what we're seeing, especially with the pandemic hopefully fading away for good, a lot more people coming over to tour the laboratory to see what does a hot cell look like? What is that? What's a nuclear reactor? We have 4 reactors operating currently. None of them are power generating reactors, but at least I can get a sense of what does that look like. And then last but not least, just talk to our researchers and our staff with questions. People, I think it was referred to in the last section, there are people who are just vehemently opposed to nuclear energy. There's those that are for, and then there's kind of the people in the middle, and there's a lot of them in the middle, and they just don't know, and they have questions. And so what I encourage our staff, we have 5,400 employees just for a reference, is to get out in the communities and just answer questions. Because, as also was said a few times, no energy source is perfect. They all have pros and cons. On any balanced view, I think we most of us anyway, would agree that we're going to have to see a substantial increase in nuclear to do our energy transition. But none are perfect, and so we just need to we need to be honest about that.
Thank you. And Glenn?
Yeah, I also want to go back to the MOU and the reason why we partnered up with INL so deliberately and actively is it's kind of goes back into the you're on the frontier, right? And anybody's seen old 1980s, 1970s kung fu movies, there's this classic line about the path ahead is dangerous, do not travel alone, right? So when the TerraPower announcement came out, we were like, oh dear. Right, so we have no idea what we're getting into. Who can we call? And Representative Burkhart actually took the lead on a lot of those first introductions, and I agree. Steve Omeyer is if you can't travel alone through this dark pathway, Steve's a pretty good colleague to be in the mix with.
Glenn, thank you so much. And I want to stay with you for my next question, because as we've also mentioned earlier today, Wyoming is an exporter of energy and manufactured goods to other states and to the international market. So what does this mean for Wyoming's regional leadership in low emissions products?
Right, so yeah, regionality, leadership, and emissions. So Josh Durrell brought it up earlier today about regionality, the importance of taking a regional approach. And that's a somewhat of a more recent thing in Wyoming. Wyoming has traditionally been more about in Wyoming for Wyoming and many of the initiatives that we've gone after. But it is changing. It is we're getting a bit more expansive in our direction, and driven by the recognition that things like, well, I'm a geologist, right? And you're trained really early to, if you're building a geological map, ignore the geographic boundary, right? It doesn't matter. The geology doesn't care. Economic development, industrial development follows the same rules. It doesn't really care where the border is, particularly within a country. And within Wyoming, we were addressing these or looking at some of these big issues that we're faced with. We realized that being focused entirely internally was probably going to be to our detriment. And the partnership with INL is a very good example where we have reached across the border to try and get those capacity issues dealt with. There's the EMA consortium as well. There's the Wyoming partnering up with Colorado, Utah, and New Mexico to go after hydrogen. Same reason, right? If we tried to do hydrogen alone, we're going to miss out because we don't have the value chain completeness and other things like that. So it is a very big, very important piece of how we look forward from here. Leadership, really, I have a lot here. Leadership is a really good point as well. Yeah, Wyoming finds itself in a very good position, a very good, strong leadership position today. And at the executive level, we have incredible leaders. Dr. Krucker at the school, Scott Quillinen, Josh Durrell at Business Council, people like Sarah Fitzgerald. In my own shop, Anya Bendel, Marcio sitting there. Incredible leaders, not me. I just rely on a charming accent all the time to get by. But everybody else is really good. But every one of those individuals would say that, we're enjoying a strong leadership position today because of a heck of a lot of strong leadership and good decisions from the very top for the last couple decades. Like really strong governor leadership, really strong leadership of the legislature, who had the forethought to work on innovative carbon management policies 10, 12, 13 years ago. They had the forethought to create the School of Energy Resources. They had the forethought to create the Energy Authority. So the strong position we find ourselves in today is due to the strong decisions made the last 20 years. And it's entirely a coincidence that I have a supplemental budget request hearing coming up in 2 weeks. But seriously, credit where credit is due, right? We're enjoying good times now because of a lot of hard work by dozens of people over the last 2 decades. Now back onto emissions, that really comes down to our energy strategy. Our energy strategy is all of the above and net zero, right? And Wyoming is the deepest red. We love our hydrocarbons, but we have a net zero vision, right? And that is driven entirely by market realities, right? So that charming accent's from New Zealand, and it has environmentalist in my passport somewhere. I believe entirely about that aspect, but our energy strategy is purely market-driven, okay? And in terms of regional influence and regional leadership, I think the power of that position demonstrates that this does not have to be a partisan issue. It's not an issue driven by politics or ideology, it's pure market reality. If we want to preserve our access to markets, that's a position we have to take on.
Glenn, thank you so much. And I want to go a little bit beyond this region, beyond the Mountain West, because, John, I know that you were just in Pittsburgh for the Clean Energy Ministerial, the Global Clean Energy Action Forum. And I know Rex Lewis, I think, also mentioned Pittsburgh and the history of Pittsburgh steel earlier today. And Pittsburgh, to me, is a really wonderful example of an industrial city that's emerging as a global leader in technologies. And I think we hope that the Appalachian region will also follow the example that's being set right now in Idaho and Wyoming for advanced nuclear. So how do you think that this partnership between Wyoming and Idaho can actually set an example and be a role model for other regions to follow this example?
So great, thank you, Jennifer. There's a lot of ways. The most obvious is in the coal to whatever transition. So I tend to think a lot about coal to nuclear transition, but there'll be transition to other sources as well. And there's an interagency working group in the Department of, well, it's actually beyond the Department of Energy as well, looking at coal communities and what that transition looks like. And so a lot of attention, rightfully so, is being focused on the Kimmer plant and how the TerraPower company will take, and Pacific Corp will take advantage of the infrastructure, how that that's the first mover, so to speak, in a coal to nuclear transition. So there's an awful lot of attention. As you, I'm sure, understand, there's an awful lot of coal plants and coal jobs in the Appalachian region. And so they're looking for what their future is. So they're watching this very, very closely. They're also watching it not just from an electricity transition and a job transition, but even as Wyoming is, as an economic, what would be their economic advantage to enable clean electricity, clean energy to open up opportunities for them as well in things like hydrogen generation and other types of energy-related opportunities.
Thank you, John. And we're actually going to turn now, I think, to my last set of questions, and this is now my favorite topic to get into, which is what success looks like. What does success look like, especially when we talk about energy security, regional and global leadership? So, to Glenn, we've heard a lot today about Wyoming's wealth of natural resources. Can you talk about how you define success? And talk about how that success would impact other sectors like rare earth mineral resources, which you mentioned, low emissions processing for the energy transition, and how you envision the next century of Wyoming's resource economy. So the supply chain, moving up the value chain. I know this is a long, long question, so take it from here.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm glad you framed it the next century, because I'll be far beyond caring if I'm proven right or wrong. So success, though, is a really good question, right? So we are looking at a 20 or 30 year effort here, right? So if you're working on a day-to-day basis or even a year-to-year basis, it's really hard to understand if you're achieving anything. So, and we actually talk about this internally from time to time about how do we know if we're doing the right thing. And we generally settle on, okay, we have to, if you're sitting at what you're doing, and start doing something else. And how does that manifest with respect to the overall 30-year evolution? You start to talk about things like jobs, and wealth creation, and welfare, and standards of living, and so on and so forth. Boil that down in terms of energy economy, you start to talk about really steel on the ground, right? How do we get these projects built? How do you transform this economy in such a way that it is sustainable in the future? What was the next part of it? It was a long question.
I know, I'm sorry. I think talking about supply chains, moving up the value chain.
Yep. So, yeah, that is actually a critical piece of our strategy as well. It's a nuance within the energy strategy overall, which is about all of the above net zero, but a piece that's buried in there is, and I spoke about this last night a little bit, the natural gas business in Wyoming is amazing. They're an incredible group of industry players, and they return a lot of value to Wyoming. Unfortunately, the bulk of the value creation associated with Wyoming natural gas occurs in California. So we have to find ways to add value to our resources in-state. And that comes about through, the nuclear opportunity is a very good example of how that might come about, because it's not just electricity, it's not just reactor, it's the integration of high quality heat and power, zero emissions into manufacturing other things. So there is certainly a ramp there. Consider the other things, the established CO2 management system, a nascent hydrogen system, you start to have the building blocks of a very much evaluated system within the state. So then that 100-year question, I used to get asked that question a lot, well, not in terms of 100 years, but when I first started in this job, the first 6 months, every presentation I'd get asked would be, what can you tell us about the future of Wyoming energy? Because people were freaking out, right? July through December of 2020, I was freaking out. It was my just new job, and oh my God, right? So, I used to say that, it's going to be a tough, in the short term, it's going to be tough. In the medium term, it's going to be better. In the long term, it's going to be fine. And I used to talk about resources and infrastructure and culture and all sorts of things. But at the time, they used to keep asking me because I didn't really have much to back it up. Then those questions stopped. And for the last year and a half, nobody's asked that question anymore, because the reality is that there's demonstrable action out there in the state that is providing the proof in the pudding, right? It's not a chocolate pudding, it's a cash pudding. There's billions of dollars being deployed in all of these different things throughout the state. So what I was trying to preach in those first 6 months of my job has been backed up by real deployment. So long story short, what the future of Wyoming look like in terms of the energy sector? We will continue to have a thriving energy sector in 100 years, right? Trust me. It's going to be good. It's going to be, we're still going to have a vibrant, rich energy economy because of the abundant resources and infrastructure and people that we have. It's going to be a mix. It's not going to be dominated by one thing. I can't see how that'll happen. It's going to be multifaceted. It's going to have zero emissions. And it's going to be a ton more value in that system. And perhaps the most important, given Joe Smith, who just walked past the window, our great-great-great-grandchildren are going to be living lives with good health and rich abundance.
Glenn, thank you so much for taking, I think, all parts of that question. John, I actually do want to stick with that century-long time frame, because in nuclear, so often we do talk about the next century, and we talk about a century-long relationship between the buyer and the supplier. So I actually think that's a good time frame. But what do you see as success, and maybe what are some of the intermediate steps that let us know that we are on that path?
Okay, great. Thanks, Jennifer. So let me start with what I kind of frame everything as. What's the vision of our laboratory? It's to change the world's energy future and secure our critical infrastructure. So what are we doing relative to that? And I spoke a little bit about what types of work we do. So when I think about that, and I think of the role, I think about significant deployment of clean nuclear energy, secure, resilient, integrated with other sources throughout the world, U.S. technologies, that honor and respect kind of U.S. norms with respect to safety and material nonproliferation. So, okay, well, that's all big and grandiose. And oftentimes I'll get the question, what's the right percentage of nuclear in the nation, in 50 years? And that's really kind of hard to answer. One of the big things that we focus on is making sure that those options exist, that we're doing R&D to make them cost effective, make them viable in a variety of different applications, make them safe and secure, as I've already noted. So how do we get from here to there? And that's something that people like Jess Gian and a lot of our staff have thought a lot about. What are those intermittent steps? Sometimes it's very unsatisfying to think, wait 10 years and we'll have TerraPower, and it's not 10 years, by the way, but wait 10 years and this reactor will be operating and you'll see and it'll be great. And so we've spent a lot of time focusing on what is the market. There's a lot of interest in these very small reactors. We call them microreactors. There's interest in small modular reactors, and in some parts of the country, there's still interest in the very large reactors. And then what role do we play as an R&D organization to help kind of break those barriers down, reduce the risks in those systems? So one of the things that we're doing at the laboratory that I'd like to shine a light on, because it's not, I guess, super widely known, is we're working on a lot of small systems that, instead of billion-dollar systems or million-dollar systems, to get some what I'd call early wins and some momentum to learn how to do these things again. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but I'll just note factually, we haven't started up a new nuclear reactor on our site, even though we have 4 and we did 52 over the years. A new novel one has not been started up since the early 70s. So now we are on path to have our first small nuclear system operating on our site either in late calendar year 2023, that's just next year, or very early in 2024. Then we've got another system with the Department of Defense. It's a microreactor, TRISO fuel for you tech, people who think about those sort of things, operating in calendar year 2024. Another one in 2025, and then a series of developers that are looking at demonstrating microreactors on our site in the 2025 to 2027 kind of time period. So there is a lot happening that will help pave the way for these projects to be successful and broader success in the nuclear sector, I believe.
John, thank you so much. And I do just want to finish by putting a point on what Glenn said, that the successes that we have today, Glenn, you said it better than I will, but are a result of decisions, good decisions that were made 10, 15 years ago. So maybe in 10 years, we'll say that those of us sitting here today made good decisions, and we'll see those results, or maybe sooner, as John said. So with that, I understand that I am standing between you and happy hour on the roof, but a lot of effort went into today, and a lot of people took time and made incredible effort to make today happen. So I do need to thank all of them. So please bear with me, and please stay on stage while I go through the thank yous. So first, I want to thank John Temte and Robin Courtney and Josh Grobow from the Wyoming Global Technology Summit. They so graciously invited us to collaborate with them for yesterday's programming, and they've contributed in immeasurable ways to today's programming as well, both on stage and in our audience. I want to thank the offices of Governor Mark Gordon and Senator Cynthia Lummis, and our partners, the Wyoming Business Council, University of Wyoming School of Energy Resources, and the Wyoming Energy Authority, and of course, Glenn Murrell. I want to thank our partners and our friends at Idaho National Laboratory, John Wagner, Jess Jean, Ashley Finan, John Revere, Michelle Rutledge, Allison Hummel, Donna Kemp-Spangler, Sarah Prentice, Nicole Stricker, Marcia McDaniel, Jansi Kandasamy, Paul Shalander, Corey McDaniel, Corey Rogers-Hatch, and Marie Weston. At the Atlantic Council, I want to thank my colleagues, Mackenzie Clark, Zach Tarrant, Graham McGilvery, Amaya Haddep, Lizzie Bowen, and Will Tobin, who each went above and beyond to make today an incredible success. And finally, the Frontiers Planning Committee, who put up with me on calls every week, if not more. Steve Omeyer, for his vision of the frontiers states and this region and how we can lead the way in using advanced nuclear for low emissions manufacturing and other applications beyond power. Aaron Weston worked tirelessly to bring together such a wide array of voices in the field, and as many of you know, sometimes you go to nuclear conferences and it feels like the same people saying the same things, and I think this was really anything but that, and it was hugely creative, so thank you, Aaron. Laura Sheely for combining her nuclear energy knowledge with communications expertise and also for her friendship. Kathy Araujo for lending us her time, insights, and expertise. George David Banks for his knowledge of climate and trade policy and also for joining all of those calls. And of course, Marcio Paes Barreto for his absolute genius in gathering this group together and for his willingness to answer all of my questions at, I think, truly all hours, day and night, and also when driving on mountain passes and always trying to pull over to get the best possible cell phone reception. So I think I have thanked everyone. If I left anyone out, I deeply apologize. But thank you all. Thank you again to the speakers. Thank you to our audience. And there is a hosted reception on the rooftop, so please join me there. Thank you.
And how about a thank you to Jennifer Gordon?